Is this live? Is this one live? Hello, Dragon. How you doing, mate? What's up, everybody? I was up late last night, but I'd say this is not a bad stream start time, considering. It's Dot's cousin's birthday yesterday. We went to Japanese barbecue. It was an all-you-can-eat affair, guys. Lots of Wagyu was consumed. It was a 90-minute limit. That's how they restrict you from eating 14 kilograms of Wagyu. I think it was enough time anyway. I ate an immense amount of food, which was good. Good thing I got a good 10k jog in the afternoon, so that helped. Otherwise, I think I'd be a bit rougher. But got that in. I'm proud of myself. Only had one beer. They did $1 beers. I imagine they figure if you drink more alcohol, you won't eat quite as much because you'll fill up on beer. So I had a $1 Asahi, which was quite nice. But I only had one. I was like, oh. But I was up pretty late anyway. Yeah. Oh, I played a bit more Company of Heroes. Turns out there is harder difficulty, so I apologize for my very half-assed review of the Company of Heroes Final Stand. It does have harder difficulties. Still a pretty basic game mode, but a little bit more depth to it. I was able to crank the difficulty up to the point where it is kind of grossly unfair. The enemy units are just so much better than yours. But that's kind of roguelite experience. I'm like, oh, that's good. That's good. So, not quite as negative towards the Company of Heroes Final Stand as I was initially. And I was never that. It's just the price tag was a bit crazy on it. For anyone who heard my mini review of that on stream yesterday. Sorry guys, we haven't put our Team Liquid event up yet, so let me just very quickly put this event up. Today we're going to be casting the best games of the Patch Clash. I really wanted to get Rogue's games from, I believe it was Wardy Mondays, but he's not responded with his replays yet. Because Rogue had a fantastic run. He played a bunch of top players in that tournament. And it's Rogue. Also, Rogue has shot up the Aligulac rankings in the last few weeks. Like, Rogue is... The thing is, yeah, he's not just... What's crazy, Jay Farmville, right? Is we saw Rogue dominate everyone when Zerg was Imba. They've nerfed the Lava twice since he, like, all-killed the Terran or Protoss team, whichever team it was that he killed. Like... So I was like, oh, okay, he's kind of back. And then it was like, oh, Solar helped him in the CK6 race war as well. Rogue only won like one match there. Solar won most of them. And I was like, oh yeah, maybe now that the lava's been toned down, Rogue's not that imba, but Rogue's still really good. Rogue's looking really good. And I think realistically, Rogue is the player I want to watch the most because Rogue has always been a strategy guy. So you give him 4-player maps where you can do gambles. You give him wider range of build orders because of the crazy changes for all the factions, which people are still figuring out. I think Rogue in general, with a fresh environment that's being figured out, is like, oh, fuck, he's so good, man. Start their game, Jarhead. Start their game. But anyway, we've got a lot of REYNOR, Classic. I think, is our other starting match BYUN versus Solar? Yes, so we've got 4 series today, guys. Yeah, some of you would have already watched these games on Roddy's stream live, but it was the middle of the night my time, so I've not been spoiled on them. So I think if we do this, that should be fine. And I think our event is ready to go up on Team Liquid. Yes, it is. Invalid Wikipedia URL. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, mate? That's invalid. Actually, I don't think I need to put a Wikipedia URL anymore. Right, because they took away that requirement, which is good. Because I was always kind of putting up an extraneous one. Okay, all good. How are we doing, guys? How's your day been? Pig, you can play Dawn of War 4? Absolutely. Yeah, of course. I never played much Dawn of War multiplayer. Edit matches. Why have you gone and deleted that player? Okay, cool. Event is now live on Team Liquid. Fantastic. It's going to be weird because these are going to be casting 12 worker games, guys. Oh, encoding overloaded. Hello, don't do that again. Computer. Don't. Bad. I think that was only half a second. Roddy said today on stream that PvZ looks rough for TOS, says Pathosum. Really? You know, I've heard people saying that. Most of the games I've watched, the Protoss players have played very poorly. I'm not saying it doesn't mean it's not rough, because it definitely does change things a lot. But I've watched a lot of games where Protoss players do not understand how to use the new gateways and are dying to mid-game times. Because I watched a lot of Shin last week and the week before that. And there was Trap and Classic were both very poor at using the new warp gates, the new gateways. And it's so essential you use those correctly. So in PvZ, you've got to be non-stop producing off 2 gateways. Weather Zealots for a charge lot pressure, and you can hit an amazing 2-gate pressure. I'm doing 3-gate, but I actually think 2-gate might be better if I in the build out. I gotta practice it a bit more. Or if you're going Stalkers, you can basically non-stop build Stalkers if you're going to be playing. And you can do such a sick 2-gate Oracle Stalker pressure, Blink Stalker pressure, and you can defend all ins really well. But that was a limited sample size. That was kind of within the little Shin versus Korean Protoss sphere. It was Trap and Classic were both not good at using the new patch yet. Very behind in the problem solving. And that makes sense. Protoss has the biggest changes, hardest to figure out. And if you're playing a guy like Shin who just commits to a mid-game timing attack, obviously he's going to take advantage of you. Now, what would be interesting though is the European meta, which Roddy will be much more in touch with than me. Because players there are naturally more defensive. And if players aren't finding a way to still exert good pressure due to the warp gate change, and Zergs are like less afraid than ever, there's a fear that Zergs will get too far ahead and get too greedy. On the other hand, we weren't seeing a lot of warp-in attacks in the European meta anyway, pre-patch, right? Occasionally, you'd see, I guess, like Glaive Adepts, you know, wasn't that popular as a straight opening. I think you can actually do a really good Glaive Adept pressure without warp-ins now and hit a similar timing because you don't need the Robo, the Prism, and as many gateways. It's just harder to stop them scouting it moving across the map. So there's a lot of things going on there. But I'm really curious to see more games. Marine Law, thank you for the big 475 viewer raid. How you doing, mate? Thank you very much. Oh. How are we? Was Marine Lord just playing Zero Space, guys, all day? What was on the stream? How are we doing? Marine Lord is the shoe-in, I think, to win the Zero Space tournament right now. He's destroying the leaderboard, and is looking very scary. So I'll be playing some more Zero Space after a bunch of StarCraft commentary. We've just started our stream. What faction is he playing, guys? Is he playing Legion? Is he abusing the heroes, or is he just commando spamming like all the dirty Protectorate cocks who are just like, oh, we get Marines with Blink. Ooh, look at us. He is playing Legion. Okay, that's good. I think Legion's a pretty cool faction. When they use their heroes really well, feels a little unfair almost. But I don't actually know. I think we're all so bad at Zero Space because it's so new that we're still trying to figure it out. Sacrifice me, yeah. Is he what heroes is he opening? Is he going Inquisitress first, or is he doing some weird shit? Is he using the sacrificial spear a lot, impaling his thrall to heal his other guys and stuff? Lots of cool sacrifices that you get to do with Legion. Legion's a lot of murdering your own units to get it going. Yeah. But yeah, Pathosum, if you have any actual games you can reference for comments like that regarding balance, let me know. Like, after what games the person was watching or casting. Because I'm really curious. Today is going to be not much current balance. It's mostly, it's pretty much all planned to be on the patches mod. Speaking of which, do we have a link to patches document? I should look at this before starting to cast, because I just realized I'm going to be casting... Okay, and there's a link to the updated document. Okay, let me edit that command then. Edit com patches, map maker patches modded SC2 changes. Marine Lord is playing Inquisitress. Ah, okay, yeah. There's Max Pack Cyril from today. Oh, Max Pack Cyril, did they play in Basilisk? I'm always torn watching Max Packs because he's so slow to adapt to certain things in new patches. I feel like he tends to get absolutely rocked a lot early on, but it's been enough time now, and honestly, Max Packs' speed of learning has improved. I can see him adapting faster and faster with every patch now, but I'm also not like completely shocked at that. Did Max Packs use the new gateways, or was he just transforming warp gates every time? I saw him warping in at home. Yeah, from early on, warp gates every time. Yeah. Yeah. But this is why I don't want to be too critical, but if you're not being aggressive and you're using warp gates, it's you could not make it any obvious that gateways are like overpowered. Like it's literally it's over double the production speed. It's actually crazy, like for pro players to not be using it. And I for weeks have been I know there's Protoss players who are like really upset with me, and they're like, "Fuck you, pig! How dare you criticize these Protoss pros for not using the massive buff that they got this patch?" I'm not saying it's interesting. You can say it's shit. You could say I don't like warp gate being expensive. I feel like the way I played and my identity gets fucked with, but when it comes to, you know, there is a clear and obvious advantage that you get this season. And the thing is, you can actually play quite aggressive with the gateways because it's such a big tempo boost with the amount of money you save early on. It's a massive tempo boost. It really is. It's huge. So yeah. Yeah, Marine Lord's been playing Inquisitress and then getting the and then he goes probably Galavax, right? The Fireball guys were really good. It just forces your opponent to move so many units out of the way. And the Sacrificial Spear is really good for healing, yeah. Someone who makes charge alert, not as someone who whoops in unit. My identity is not bothered. Yeah. Adapt, evolve. Oh, wait, that's yeah. So anyway, I'll take a quick look here. Let's just zoom through. All right, so he's gone for a quick 4 gas. So the problem with going quick 4 gas is it means you're not going to have as much money to produce out of those gateways early, but that's okay. Got a Stalker. He's going Forge Twilight. He's going to play 4 Gate Blink. So yeah, he's building 4 gateways. So what's the purpose in building those 2 gateways, guys? That 300... So if you guys think about it, guys, command centers are 100 minerals cheaper. Everyone has lost their minds over command centers being 100 minerals cheaper, because as a Terran, going 3 command centers, you save 200 minerals incredibly early in the game. It's a massive buff. 200 minerals really early on, right? Now with Protoss, you get to save 300 minerals every game at about 5 minutes because you don't need a 3rd and 4th gateway. This sounds small. It is the massive, massive economic advantage that pro players are sleeping on right now. If you're not using that, you're leaving money on the table. And it's criminal to not do it. Now, you could say, well, it kind of sucks you got to do that every game, not good for strategic diversity. You can make whatever criticisms you want of it as a design decision. But as a pro player, to not take advantage of that is insanity. Notice how his gateways are idle? Idle barracks, idle lava are both big criticisms people would have of Terran or Zerg players. People don't have this with Protoss because previously this was how you would play. But now there is such a big advantage. The production tab not having Stalkers building in it this whole time is criminal. It's absolutely criminal. And he's going Fleet Beacon at 6 minutes, which is insane. A lot of people have been saying, oh, you have to rush Mothership. I would ask why. Zerg has a very minor lava buff that can allow them over time to get a little bit out of control, potentially. But the tempo boost from gateway production, if you put on a normal... Yeah, if you're not making warp gates and wasting money on that... So there's 2 things, guys. He's built 2 more gateways. That's 300 minerals wasted. And then he's morphed 4 gateways, which is another 100 minerals and 100 gas. It's a massive waste. I this is the reason I wanted to look at this, and I know people don't like me being opinionated on this, but this is, in my opinion, it's the exact same play I saw from Classic and Trap against Shin last week. It's a shit build for MaxPax. I'm pretty confident in that. I don't like being so critical of pro players because I know it sounds really bad. People don't like me, but I think there's a really obvious advantage there, and I think you've got to lean into it. It might not be the most interesting advantage, but you've got to lean into it. There's just no reason. And now he's going 7 gateways. What are you going to use those 7 gateways for, is my question. What's it for? 6 more gateways. That's crazy. He's building 10 gates. With this style, you could create the same army off 3 gateways, just producing all game. 7 gateways times 150 minerals. That's 1,050 minerals. I'm not impressed. I'm not going to watch the rest of that series right now. I'll skim it later. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I think I'm very critical of most Protoss players right now. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. I think Protoss players need to be thinking about when they transform to warp gates. He was not putting any pressure on, right? What did he do? He moved out with like 6 stalkers. Why couldn't you just build those out of 2 gateways? Oh, but what if the opponent all-ins? You need to be able to warp in quickly reactively. No, you don't. Like, you have plenty of money. If you don't spend all your money on gateways, you can just afford to make stalkers non-stop, pressure with them, and have more units ready by default for safety. It's not as reactive, so you could say that interrupts the early to early mid-game flow of how Protoss like to play. But yeah, it's a very, very inefficient play. So this is a big problem. Pig, I wonder if Dark Player's resistant changed because out of main ST2 skills is refining the same build orders over and over. MaxPax has always been a player who's a bit slower to adapt just because he's a different sort of player. He's a player who's very refinement based over thousands and thousands of games. I'm not surprised that MaxPax is doing the same thing. I am surprised that I thought Trap and Classic would be a little bit quicker to adapt. We'll see though. We'll see what they do over the next few weeks, but it's it feels like a lot of players haven't thought about build orders for a very long time in terms of the opening. Like if Zest was here, I can guarantee you Zest would be using the new gateways every game. Like there's no way he wouldn't, because Zest was always the guy where he'd create the meta, right? We don't really have a meta creating Protoss player right now, I would say. Like who is like the Maru? You know, everyone copies Maru's builds, used to be TY. There's always these like meta defining players. I don't know if we have one for Protoss, because Hero is obviously very good, but most people don't. His style's very unique. MaxPax, very good, but his style's very unique. There's not really, all the Protoss players kind of have their own different thing, I feel like. Yeah. Anyways, oh, Danny Dimitrov, a video game controller poses triumphantly in between the words critical hit. What's up, Daniel Dimitrov? Thank you very much for the £5 super chat. That's £1. Wow, thank you. I got confused for a second. I was like, what symbol is that? I forgot what a pound symbol is. Even though I love to pound, so oh Jesus Christ, I'll stop. Thank you so much for the super chat. Pig, I missed the Florencio files. Florencio is awesome, but you know, you can't cast just someone for 10 years, you know? We've cast Florencio for like 8 years. Very occasionally, you know, when there's a really funny game he sends me, I'll cast it, but most of the time it's like, you know, he's busy doing other things. He's not playing as much, and you know, it's also hard to figure out things. He's been playing some Zero Space and stuff, but we'll see what happens. We can't force that to go down, you know? Thanks, hanging guys. All right, let's get after it. Let's start casting our first match. And, oh, actually, sorry. Let's very quickly skim the changes is what I wanted to do. So I'm pretty sure this doesn't have any of the changes, right? From the new things. So yeah, basically it's like, it's reverted worker count and gas count on the bases. Oh, but he didn't revert the minerals. Oh, so he's using the same minerals as the current version of the game, it looks like. Otherwise he would have said that there. Okay. And then everything else will just be patches mod stuff, right? Fucking hell. He's got bunker buff there. Yeah. There's a barracks upgrade, accelerated training you get from the tech lab, but it requires fusion core. Training of all units from a barracks to the tech lab by 30%. Wow. Okay. There's a bunch of fun upgrades in here. You can harvest Vespine, 16 per trip with the mule. Oh yeah, you can mule gases. That's cool. Obviously, revert that Reaper time. His ghost is a bit more fragile. Snipe does less damage. Oh, it's not a light unit. It's just got 85 hit points. Okay, so it just dies to everything a bit easier. Okay. But so Snipe can't be interrupted, right? Looks like Snipe can't be interrupted with this version. Okay, cool. Widow Mines have a Shredder missile upgrade, guys. Reduce impacted units armor by 2 for 5 seconds. Does not affect massive units. Automated retraction. So this is tank evac, but they go into tank mode whenever you pick them up. So you can save your tanks, but that you can't use it aggressively. Yeah. All right. I mean, there's lots of small changes. I think I'm just gonna figure them out as we go, guys. Because there's too many changes here to like think of every single one. Wait, so is recall completely removed? And energy recharge. You can now chrono boost on assimilator to increase harvest rate by 50%. What the fuck? That's crazy. Can now cast chrono boost on any unit structure with energy. Oh, so you can do a massive boost to a unit's energy regeneration. Okay, so it's like energy recharge, but not as instant. I get it. That makes sense. All right, and he's got gateways. Don't build quite as fast. These numbers actually aren't up to date. In the current version of the live game, it's 14 seconds for a zealot, isn't it? Or is it 16? I think it's 14. I think it's 14 seconds for a zealot and a stalker. And I think a sentry is like 11 seconds or something like it's something insane. But either way, so you still get faster gateway production, but it's nowhere near as crazy as the live game. Yeah. Okay, cool. You can't load units while fungled. I mean, you could never load a fungled unit in, but now if you fungle the prism, it can't load the other units in. Okay, fair enough. It's also got more cargo space, guys. Warp conduit removed. It warps in units without shields. Ah, okay, right. So his whole thing is if you warp in units offensively, they spawn without shields. Yeah. Now he does have kinetic safeguard. Charge grants +2 shield armor for 3.5. Oh! I wonder why he made that so much weaker than Green Earth's one. I guess Green Earth's one is so strong when it's pure Rush Guard Zealots up against like Marine Marauder that it's a little frustrating. But it always felt like EMP kind of countered you hard enough anyway, as did Widow Mines removing all the shields. So that's interesting. Recall should remove shields too, says Idle Source. Well, I think in this version, Recall is just removed, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Patches is here. Oh, hello, Patches. It's no longer duration. Oh. Oh, so this is permanent. Wait, what? Wait, isn't 3.5 seconds the exact same time as Green Arts one? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen, so Patches has got a new circuit, guys, the Patch Clash circuit. So you would have seen, if you guys frequent Reddit, if you enjoy just watching people going, Patch bad, and reading Reddit, because Reddit's a very positive place. I scroll it every few days and go, oh god, why am I reading this? But yeah, there was actually occasionally there's a big piece of positive happy news in there, and this one's awesome. So Patches has got a big amount of support from some other cool community members, and they're hosting a $5,000 plus circuit. You guys can support it, guys. So one of the best things you can do, and actually I should edit this into the Patches command, I think, right? Patches. Yeah, what we can do is we can put that there as well. Edit command, Patches. So what we can do is we can go, Patches is running a 5K plus circuit on his mod. check out all the details there. And yeah, you guys can check it out. So there's info on the Versus mod, Circuit Cups, Circuit Final. You can support the season either on Match Arena or Ko-Fi, guys. Go through there and donate some dollars. Patch has been running tournaments on his mod and trying out lots of fun things for a long time. And Delthus is a goat. Roddy's also helping out. Yeah, that's awesome. No, it's so good, man. Whale's Vagina says hi, pig in chat. Thanks for content. Oh, Giant Bass, straight out of San Diego. The Whale's Vagina says hello. How you doing, mate? San Diego. I wonder if StarCraft players. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, we're gonna be linking that a few times today. Let's make sure we best game of Patches Clash. I'm gonna just put that title there as well so you can do it. Oh, compared to the old version, it's longer duration. Okay, cool. Force fields can just be broken, right? I'm pretty sure in your mod, Patches. It's just duration, like, or is it's just Ravager Biles? Knock half of them off is the only change, I think. Whereas Green Earths is the one where you can just kill them with regular units. Phoenix have less life but more shields, so they're a bit renewable. Flux Fiends move to Cybercore, and research is a bit faster, and they've got 1 armor. Try and make the Void Ray a little bit less niche. Dark Templar builds way faster the Dark Shrine, but remember DTs, you need this to get the Stalker range upgrade, but it also DTs warp in without shields, and DTs are revealed when they lose their shields. Actually, if shields are not full, so if they take any damage, they're revealed. So one of the cool things is if you get caught without detection, guys, you can use like a siege tank to shoot an SCV next to the DT. It'll reveal it because it hits it with the splash damage. You could detonate a Baneling next to it, and even a single Baneling might reveal a few DTs. So there's a few cool niche interactions there, which are very awesome. Transphase phases for 2 seconds after a shot delay, allowing it to move through units. Oh. What's the thought process of this one, Patches? That's an interesting choice. They can still take damage while they're phasing, right? That's an interesting one. I haven't seen that one. Observer is 50-50. Ah, okay. Yeah. Archons are badass and they should represent it appropriately. Yeah. Can't take or do damage. Oh, I didn't see the bottom line. Cool. Yeah. So you mostly use this to run away. This is like to micro your Archons back to safety. Yeah. Phasing onto enemies is like a bit more niche, but definitely, yeah. Phasing backwards is going to be the main use case. The fuck does your disruptor do? Oh yeah, yours is the damage fall off disruptor. Ugh. I mean, it's still a lot of damage, right? It's like not, you know, but it's fine. It's the old cooldown. It's 3 supply. Oh, fuck me. And there's an upgrade. Leaves a lingering field for 8 seconds, which disables the abilities of units in the area. Oh, very cool. Okay. Colossus. Gonna go back to the old Colossus, but it's got Scorching Flame. Deals an additional 15 damage over 3.15 seconds. I mean, just where do you come up with these ideas? Like, guys, how is Patches so creative that he's just coming up with these crazy ideas, having to build these upgrades from scratch? I mean, they definitely weren't already in the campaign, and just like, it's almost like he has this genius where he like takes cool things from the really well-designed campaign and puts them in multiplayer. Right? This like, you literally, you just take the cool shit and then you just adjust the numbers a little bit as needed. It's like, it's like, I'm not taking any love away from Patches, but it's almost like he's doing, with things like this, it feels like it's such a simple, just smart, logical thing. It's like, oh, that's a cool thing, you know? Like, friggin' just chuck it in there. Let's go. Like, why not? You know? Oh, but if the Colossus does a little bit of fire damage over time, it's going to ruin everything, you know? Indie Wolf says, even more Patches? Oh, God, here it starts, guys. First one of the day. No hate, Indie Wolf. So you'll see Patches a few lines above you in chat as a human. His name is Patches. Can you just change your fucking name, Patches? Seriously. Every single time I cover any of your modded content, 30% of the stream is me explaining to people that you're a human. Like, why did you pick your gamer name to be a dog's name? Number one, first of all, it's a dog's name, Patches. Number two, everybody thinks we're talking. Everybody's like, oh, there's a new patch for StarCraft? And I'm like, no, that's why there's an exclamation mark. So does the exclamation mark clearly explain? It says, Mapmaker Patches is running a 5,000 circuit on his mod. Yeah, so I've tried to make that command as clear as possible because Indie Wolf, it's not your fault. We're going to have like 1,000 people coming into stream today. And every day I'm covering any of his tournaments where people are doing it. Yeah. Is Patches a person or are we talking about the patch? Literally, I don't know how far. Often there's people on YouTube like Jason just then who are like a minute or two behind the live stream because YouTube tends to like buffer a bit more to give you a smoother experience. You guys don't have commands on YouTube. So I'm going to go over to YouTube chat and we're going to... Oh, it's too long a message. YouTube's like, you can't have... You can't have a message that long. The link's too long to your mod changes. Okay. Well, fine. Got it? No, it's all good, Jason. We're gonna have people asking that all day. So if you guys can repost that, I'm gonna pin the comment on YouTube as well. But no one ever sees the pinned comment anyway. It's like kind of like having something in the description on a YouTube video and no one ever looks at it. It's crazy. Yeah, Patches, you gotta change your name, dude. I'm named for the Carbot Marine named Patches. Oh shit. I forgot you're like 12 years old. Having your gamer name named after a Carbot character is fucking badass. It's actually cool. What was your name before that? You must have had a gamer name before that. Was it just like your human name or something? You're not that young. Commander Riley. Nice. Good luck in the FSL final, Indie Wolf. Yeah, human name. All right, guys. Anyways, carriers are... What version of the carrier? This is a really short launch range with tankier interceptors and not as much leash range. It's more of a... It needs to get in your face, this carrier. It also has a fleet beacon upgrade, which increases shield regen by 17 times and reduces the shield regen delay from 10 seconds to 0.5. So these carriers recharge their shields when they're disengaged so quickly. But it needs to get on your face to actually fight. So it's a bit tankier, but it's shorter ranged, and it's a bit more of a unit. Like, the interceptors are hard to kill. I think the main thing is you want to kill this carrier itself more often than the actual interceptors, because 3 armor on the shields of the interceptors is kind of crazy. Yeah. Because it's 0.5 seconds, a single stalker can't damage it because it'll regenerate shields too fast in between shots, says Engine. Oh, that's funny. Graviton Catapult launches interceptors now increase. First 4 interceptors are launched at a cooldown of 1.25. Last 4 at 0.25. Okay, cool. Mothership, attack speed is increased. Life is decreased. Shields increased. Mass recall. Cooldown. So am I correct in thinking this is the only recall that Protoss has in your mod? Patches? New passive power conduit allows the Mothership to passively create a pylon field. Units in the process of being recalled now take double damage while recalling. Ooh. Warp Gate has recall and it's been changed. Oh, so all warp gates can recall units? But it's with like a shared cooldown? Strategic recall, only 60-second cooldown. I have an irrational hatred of recall. I think it's so fucking stupid that one faction in StarCraft 2 just gets free town portal scroll. It's kind of funny because historically, in earlier days of Zero Space, it was one of my biggest criticisms. I was like, why is everyone getting fucking town portal scrolls? Fuck that. There should be punishment for getting out of position, you know? But then they just gave everyone town portal scroll. built into every faction in Zero Space. And I was like, okay, I guess that's one way of doing it, is just give everyone Town Portal Scroll. And it's like kind of balanced that way, you know what I mean? But yeah. So it takes longer. You take way more damage while you're recalling. So it's way more dangerous, but you can use it more frequently. I think this is like pretty good. If you're gonna stick with this stupid fucking cancer of an ability being in the game, at least make it more interesting, where it takes longer to use, costs more damage. Like you're gonna lose a ton. You can't just like blink away recall and save all your stalkers. They will all die to the Stim Marauders before they recall. You know what I mean? Which is cool. Yeah. Zerg has back of opponent's mineral line portal scroll. Back of opponent's mineral line portal scroll? Oh, you mean in Zero Space, right? Calorific? You mean Grell? Nidus Worm? That's not a town portal scroll. Calling a Nidus Worm a town portal is like, okay, guys. I need vision like 20 seconds ahead of where my army's going to be. And to throw up a structure, and it needs to not get touched for for the next. Give me a minute to get this thing up 2 screens in front of my army ahead of time, and then load my units in one at a time. Mate, you better be fighting Hitler in that game. And because it's only going to work if your opponent decides to give you the same grace that he decided to give the British military in World War II on Dunkirk. You know, he's like, well, you guys are my racial brothers, so I will not completely squash your army, even though I can. Ooh, because I think we can be friends, yeah, if I let your army escape. You know, like, your opponent kind of needs to be a bit of a fucking idiot to let that one work, which I do. I mean, there's definitely some Hitlers out there on the ladder. I've been in the general chat. I know. I've seen the general chat, guys. I know about it. All right, so lava spawns back to the old way, but you can have 1 more lava on your hatchery. A little bit less punishing for lower level players. Burrow research time's a bit faster. Why not? Not enough people use Burrow. Lair gets lava spawn increase. Yeah. So this is the classic. Basically, you get extra lava spawning time with your Lair and Hive upgrades. Spore does not do as much damage, but the hit points are reverted. Okay. Yeah. Queen is back to 150 minerals. She does fucking no damage versus ground. Her anti-air damage is even better. Wow, these numbers are way different to the last time I played your mod patches. Speed on creep is a bit faster. Transfuse can now be used off creep. Love that one. Speed on creep a little bit faster. Wow, these guys are going to shut down air units a bit too hard, aren't they? Then again, I guess they don't serve a ground function, so you don't really want to build too many of them. They don't have an armor. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Armor doesn't affect oracles anyway. New ability, Morph to Swarm Queen. Requires Evo Chamber, pay 50, 1 supply, and that turns it into a Swarm Queen. Okay. Which gives it an armor. Gives it way faster movement speed off creep. Or actually, that's still very slow off creep, right? An extra supply. But it does... turns it into a decent anti-ground unit. Only 5 range, but good damage. And short range versus air. Not as good. It can transfuse. Devour drone. Consumes a target to produce 50 energy or creep tumor. New upgrade. Subdermal creep follicles. Evo chamber requires lair. Swarm Queen passively generate creep as it walks. What the fuck? That's hilarious. Okay, because this unit doesn't really seem worth the cost. Looking at these numbers patches, this seems to follow your... For those who don't know, patches is the anti-David Kim. I hope to be wrong, but this ability maybe could be worth it, because creep is very good, right? If she can drop creep trail and just run around and spread creep actively, she seems pretty trash for anything except this, just because she's too expensive. New upgrade increases Swarm Queen armor by 2. Oh, makes them very tanky. 3 armor Swarm Queens, but need a lair and an Evo chamber. Using a 5 range unit at that time. Not sure. Yeah, interesting. For early game, it's specifically an early game defensive tool. Okay. How quickly does it transform? Is it pretty quick? 7 seconds? Okay. So you can just reactively make these. You'd be like, oh, fuck, there is an attack. transform all your queens into these queens. You know, it's one of those weird things where I have historically been like kind of silly to just be able to instantly morph units to react to things, but yeah, it's not too bad. Sorry, is lava inject giving 4 lava in your mod? It's not, right? It's just you're getting bonus because the starting lava, like you're gonna effectively have more lava production. This change here is the big eco change, right? For Zerg. I'm pretty sure this is the big eco change right here. You need an Evo, so it's not as easy to reactively make it. That's a good point, Patches. Yeah. Yeah, Queen's unchanged for lava, but it's just that, because that's what I always felt gave me a way bigger boost than I realized until I'd played your mod for the first time, was that the 4 lava per hatchery, I was like, oh my god, I'm actually getting so much more lava. So this, I mean, my thought was that this is a bigger eco bonus than the lava spawn, even the initial lava spawn change, or like it's very similar to it. Like my feeling in the past playing your mod is that this is a fucking epic buff. But queens are so much shitter versus ground, you kind of need an epic buff, right? Because you can't rely on the queen to defend ground units at all. It's not going to do shit against Reapers and Hellions. This queen's just going to get wrecked. So you have to use Roaches, Lings, other units. You need an eco buff. And that's, in general, if there's one thing that is going to make Zerg more fun, that is it. It is just so much better. Like, you should... I really, really believe that, yeah. All right, Overlord's going to get a bit more movement speed. Cool, cool. Speed on creep is increased. Pre-ling speed. Oh, okay. Because queens are significantly weaker against ground, you need some early defensive reliance being shifted from the queen to the Zerging. So pre-ling speeds, yeah, Zerging's just a little faster on creep. Okay. Centrifugal hooks is going to be more expensive and take a bit longer, just reverting that. Yeah, and then we've got 1 supply Roach on Hive Attack. Ravager Morph Time, reverted, love it. Nanomuscular Swell upgrade is removed. Instead, we've got plus 10 hit points. New passive Volant Cuticles? The fuck is Volant mean? Brother. Flying, or able to fly, move quickly or lightly, or having wings spread out in a flying position. So you spread your cuticles out, you're like, I'm ready to fly. Whoa. Which, I guess that makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Hydras take 1 less damage from attacks by air units for each ground carapace upgrade. Okay. 1 less damage from attacks by air units for each ground carapace upgrade. What the fuck is this for? Is this for just making them wreck Mutalisks? They'll take 0 damage from Mutas. And against BCs and carriers. This is a crazy upgrade. That means your Hydras will fucking destroy. Like, Mutalisks, Battlecruisers, carriers will do nothing to them. I think this is a straight up just broken upgrade. I think this is like super broken against air units. Yeah, you could see by how excited the Zerg players are in the chat that this is terrible. This is like super overpowered. I'm fine for you to have super overpowered things in your mod. I'm just warning you. That is just yeah. It's been tested quite a bit. It's not as broken as you think. 6 armor? I mean, it's pretty rare that you're straight up fighting, but like late game, Hydras will just wreck them, right? I mean, I guess you're just using Storm and other things and stuff. Obviously, it's only versus air units, so it's a niche situation. But in that niche interaction, it's insane. Yeah. This is kind of like, it's kind of like the Microbial Shroud, where it was like, well, it's really good, but it's so hard to get to that it's not really a problem. I guess that makes sense, right? It's very good. Yeah. Like, if you are just getting, if you're not sure if your opponent's committing to BCs or committing hard to air, you can just stay on Hydras, and as long as you make sure you have either a second or first Evo making carapace upgrades, you're not in that danger of going, oh god, they're gonna come out. Now I realize they're on 3-port or 3 Stargate carrier or BC. Like, you're totally fine, because you're like, well, I've already started +2 armor. Like, I'm totally good. Big, is the AoE 2 arc over? What's up, Bellavane? I'll be casting and playing lots of AoE 2 once the Zero Space tournament's over. We were commentating a few games the other day. I've got a few matches I'll be putting up on my AoE 2 channel. There. It's probably not going to be frequently uploaded to, though, for a few more, like, we've got just over a week till the Zero Space tournament. And after that, we're going to try and have probably like 2 days a week, which are like very AoE 2 focused, I think. Because I really like AoE 2, and I do want to commit to Road to 2K, as well as like follow the pro scene, cast some games there as well. And it's just fun. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, is tonight you streaming good games? Yeah, it is, guys, but we're doing patch games because I didn't... There was 2 tournaments I wanted to cover, and one was on Patches mod, and the other one was Wardy Mondays, but I haven't been able to source enough replays from the Wardy Mondays tournament this week just yet, so I'll be able to cast some of those over the next few days as I get those replays in, hopefully. Assuming players respond to me. Sometimes they ghost me for a week straight before they send replays. We'll see. Rogue, send me your replays. I love you, Rogue, please. But yeah, we're just finishing reading these and we're about to hop into casting. So it's going to be really fun. Yeah, appreciate you guys. All right. Lurker gets a bit more movement speed, bit faster burrow speed, slower to get Lurker range, removed adaptive talons, reduced Spine's movement speed by 20%. Low lurkers feel weak and high lurkers feel really strong. I totally agree. I think this statement could not be truer. Yeah. So you're going to make the lurkers shoot a little bit. They're a bit faster. They burrow a bit faster, which just makes them more effective on that attack. But then it's going to take a while to get to that bonus. They don't get any adaptive talons, and their overall attack being slowed by 20% is actually quite big. Makes it much easier to dodge spines and stuff. Swarm Host is going to be a bit more expensive, but less supply, which is cool. It's going to be more expensive to mass, but yeah, less supply. I would take this Swarm Host any day of the week. This Swarm Host sounds pretty amazing. In a slow game against a turtle player, yeah, only 2 supply, nice. 60 life for the Locust. They no longer have timed life, but they lose hit points over time. 21 seconds if not damaged. Right, yeah. So the longer they're out, the easier they are to kill, which makes it, yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Makes the Locust a bit more interactive rather than just run away until they all disappear. Yeah. Duration bar. Strategic recall. Mass recall can no longer target fungled units. Transports can no longer load units while fungled. I don't think any transports could load units while... Well, sorry, the units when they're fungled couldn't be loaded in. But the transport itself, if it was fungled, could still load units, and I guess is how it works. So fair enough. Yeah. Same thing that I read before about the Warp Prism. Fair enough. Microbial shards removed. Neuroparasite researches takes longer. Okay. Incubate infested. Train and store an infested Terran inside the infester. Maximum 4. And they're 20 minerals a pop. Launch infested. Infested Terran egg life 75. Cool. No more timed life, but instead it just loses hit points over time. If it's not damaged or healed, it'll last 112.5 seconds. They last a long time. Yeah. Speed 3, same on and off crit. They can get a tissue preservation upgrade, increases the infested Terran's health by 5, and evolves them to last twice as long while burrowed. What the fuck is this? Patches. Fuck. So you can just store them. Someone's trying to hypermax in a turtle game, so they just keep building infested Terrans, throwing them, and then burrowing them to make them last longer. You're like putting your infested Terrans in the freezer to keep them fucking cool. We got to store the meat. We got to store the meat. Arbiter says store the meat underground where it can keep cool so the bacteria doesn't grow in it. They lose health and cost 20 minerals? Yeah. It's just like using a Scarab or an Interceptor from StarCraft 1. They don't cost supply. So these units do not cost supply. So you could technically build, a billion of these. Not a billion, but a lot of them. So it gives Zerg an ability to go way over their max supply, essentially. It's pretty niche, but it is what it is. Ultras are a bit... Wait, are Ultras currently 275 minerals? Guys, I forgot they did that. I totally forgot they made Ultras 25 minerals cheaper. That's hilarious. I still think it's 300 every time I'm building them. Absolutely no, I completely forgot they did that. Okay. So the inner radius is smaller, and they're regular radius is also smaller. I don't know what that means. Anabolic synthesis speed increase goes up a little bit off creep. They also have optimized bioaccumulation, 150, 150, research time in 2 seconds. Evolves the Ultralisk to heal 0.5 life, 0.1 life per damage dealt. Oh. So if you, with an Ultra, hit like a big clump of like 20 Marines, an Ultra can do like 150 damage, 200 damage in an attack, right? So it could heal like 20 life there. Okay. It's not like a crazy lifesteal, I don't think. But that's kind of crazy. Ultras have felt bad to use for a while. Ultras are one of the most OP units in the game, but unfortunately, StarCraft 2 players are incompetent. I stand by this. I think Ultras are an amazing unit. I think they're like really fucking good. I think they're a complete noob crusher. I think I've watched so many players use Ultras so bad for so many years. Yes, they're a bit of a niche unit, but I feel like this is spreading the disinformation. Like the StarCraft community have been so stupid about Ultras for so long, I will die on this hill. Like, I've never watched more players basically jam their dick into a meat grinder and then be like, this meat grinder doesn't work correctly. And I'm like, no, you're using it wrong. They're like, no. It really hurt. It minced my whole junk. I don't even, this is really offensive and I can't believe you would design. I'm like, you're not meant to put your dick in it. And they're like, well, somebody should have told me then. And I'm like, oh, like, it's just watching the StarCraft community fail to use Ultras for 15 years and then blame the Ultra rather than their own incompetence is one of the most upsetting things I've ever seen. It makes me very sad. My Ultralist boys are amazing. And people need to stop fucking misusing Ultras. Like, I feel like Ultras are like, it's like a fucking F1 car. You know, most people should not be driving the Ultralisk, okay? They're not, they don't have the requisite ability. Most pro gamers are included in that as well. Didn't Cyril use them wrong at first? Cyril used them really poorly in the 2019 match against REYNOR at BlizzCon. He also, on his recent stream, had a rare case of misusing them really badly on that stream where he was on that giant losing streak. But that was a stream where Cyril, I think, was not on his A game. It's the first time we've seen Cyril not on his A game, where he lost like 4, 5, 6 games in a row, whatever it was. It was a pretty crazy loss streak. We've never seen it before. Mutalisks are a little bit slower, but they have the +1 attack range. Life regen, it's a little bit slower. They've got that Sundering Glaive upgrade. Spire build time is reverted. And the cost. Dude, I forgot that Spire's only... Is Spire only 150, 150? Dude, I forgot that Spire's only 150, 150 now. I've been thinking I need 200, 200. I forgot about that change. I played Age of Empires for a month, and I forgot about the Spire being so cheap. I swear I've been waiting for 200, 200. I've been trying to line up 200, 200 when I go 2 base layer. Holy fuck. Greatest Spire cost is obviously reverted just to match the Spire. Makes sense. Broodling timed life removed. Broodlings now lose 6 life per second. So yeah, this is just the theme of units rather than them instantly popping after a certain time period. Patches like timed unit lives to be a bit tankier, but they just like steadily lose life over time, which is actually, I really like it. Just design-wise, it's a very cool change. The units slowly like lose their life over time. I really like this. Yeah. Yeah. Ultralisk attack deals 35 damage at base, 3.5 life per damage unit. This reasoning is slightly outdated, not gonna lie. No, it's all good, Patches. Doesn't an Ultralisk do bonus to armored or something? I can't remember. No, it doesn't. It's just flat? It is just flat. Okay. I know they just murder everything. And it's 33% splash for the Ultra. Okay. So they don't have 2 rings. They only have a single 33% splash. It's not like a siege tank where there's like a 50% and then a 25% ring. Okay, cool. Not quite as brutal as Is that real? 33% splash? I feel like it does like full splash damage. Or maybe it has like a ring where it does a full amount. Maybe 40%. I don't even know. Numbers aren't always up to date, you know. Broodlord, Broodling strike damage. Does bonus to buildings. Holy fuck. Patches, you're a Terran player. What do you hate planetary fortresses? You're like, I just feel like they should be able to one-shot my planetary fortress. Look at this fucking race trader over there. Holy shit. Terran players. Hating themselves, man. That's crazy. You removed building armor as well? Oh no! You extra hate Terran. Love ya. That's amazing. Viper consume damage. 150 to 200. Duration 14 to 20 seconds. Consume energy down. Yeah, why the fuck not? Why does this guy get free upgrade? Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I think the Viper's a good unit. It could be a bit weaker as long as Zerg has other things that are very good. Yeah, the Viper is very good at like being a spellcaster that grabs its energy back and stuff. It's a pretty big nerf though. Doing more damage, taking longer, and getting less energy per second. I guess it's less energy per second, not less energy per duration, so that's fine. So this doesn't matter. Consume duration doesn't matter. It's this is the nerf, which is pretty significant. And a little bit more damage dealt. Fair call. All right, sick. Okay, I think I've got a good understanding of all the changes there. I did skim Terran. I just want to quickly check what about the Hellbat guys? Because the Widowmine's stats are the same, right? It's just, you know, that recent change. It's okay, it's wider radius. Wait, but you still one-shot workers? Oh my god. Oh, so you've gone back to the evil Widowmine, haven't you? Patches hates Platinum League players. Patches hates Platinum League players. This is good though. Widowmines build insanely fast. It's so crazy that you could build 6 Widowmines out of 1 factory a minute with the 21-second build time. I've been, you know, me Patches, Screener, lots of people have been talking about this for a long time. We're like, why the fuck do Widowmines build that fast? Like, it's crazy. Yeah. Okay, but you're not doing the invisible thing? That's interesting. Drilling Claws upgrade move to Armory though, but cost is a bit more. Yeah, I've been saying this for so long. I've been like, look, if you don't want to make the invisibility too accessible by just straight up like making it you build an armory and you get it, at least put the upgrade on the armory. Like I've been saying this one for so long, and I'm sure Patches has had this on the mod for like 2 years at this point. But like, I remember we were talking about this and we were just like, it was so insane that you'd have to build an armory and then upgrade it off the tech lab. Anyway, guys, let's get into the tournament. Sorry for spending so long reviewing the patch, but I wanted to cast with an idea of what was happening. So we'll be back in a minute, quick ad break, and tournament games are actually about to start now. We've got a bunch of fun games. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Clem in the top right invading the mothership. I'm not sure how he got through these shields you can see on the top right of the screen, but oh my gosh, is the mothership on fire? Okay, this mothership may actually be wounded, guys. Is this like a Battlestar Galactica situation or what's going on? Actually, maybe are we like this kind of looks like an entry burn, right? Like kind of like on the shield. It kind of looks like, oh my god. Okay, guys, don't go to the edge. The planet bugs out. Pretend we didn't see this. What? The planet bugs out. You're not meant to see this edge of the planet. Oh no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the mothership's plummeting through the atmosphere, guys. It does kind of look like an entry burn going on, right? That's kind of cool. Just don't go to the very edge and zoom the camera around. Shout out, guys. Look at this. Oh, look, I'm watching Twitch. Maybe I want to go watch Comeback TV because I'm like, Pig's commentary is stupid. Petite penis commentary. Petite penis, pig, cochon, ugly, petite penis, fromage penis, so tiny. So maybe we want to support these guys, right? Because that's how they commentate all the games. You click the resub button there, but you're like, I don't want to pay $9 Australian for a subscription. That's messed up. But wait a second. I have Amazon Prime. I can click this button, get a monthly free sub with Prime Gaming. Click the sign up button right there. And it takes you, so you can connect your Amazon account. Once you've done that once, it's always connected. I don't have a Prime membership, so it doesn't work. And then you can just subscribe it'll give you the option to subscribe with Prime. You can use it once a month. It will not auto renew. People go, oh, why doesn't it auto renew? If I come over from YouTube, oh, you accidentally landed down here, silly Billy. Oh, you can't get back in while you're fungled. Oh, silly boy. Silly boy. Silly boy. Hey, you. You are a silly boy. Still haven't seen any aliens move out, interestingly. Guess he's just focused on his macro. The off yourself comment, very nice, very high IQ. Very original. Abort yourself. Now, that's actually impressive. If you could abort yourself, that's impressive. Like, because abort yourself means you need to, like, go back in time and convince your mom to have an abortion, which is honestly so difficult, messed up, and impressive if you can manage to pull that off. Yeah, that's one that gets you thinking. You should abort yourself for the people, says Tempo Storm. I love how when turn players rage, I immediately just hear their voice kind of become more autosis-y. Will you abort yourself? They're asking. Days, like, dude, I just methodically wrecked you up. I'll forfeit if you agree to offer yourself. I don't know if that's a great offer. I feel like, and read a book. They're like, look. Oh, you have to read the book. I was going to say, how are they going to read their book if they off themselves? Like, what? Crazy new martial law? Yeah, the Korea's not, they weren't born today, Jake and Bake, right? I can't believe that donkey of a Korean prime minister thought they could six-pull literally a country that grew up on StarCraft. Did you guys see how quick they reacted? The moment they scouted the six-pull, they fucking instantly went in and they're like, oh no, we're gonna wall you off from your fucking natural. And I'm like, you can't hatch block them from. They literally just boosted over the wall. Oh my god, she doesn't see. Is she gonna scan? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. She scans now. She's gonna go for what we call the virgin harassment again, guys. This is what you do if you don't have a lot of things to spend your APM on. Spawning pool's delayed a few seconds there. Get wrecked, Max Fax. You suck, dog. Oh, revenge. How do you like that, you little shit? Oh, you can't expand here. I'm a Protoss player. Fucking eat my ball sack, dickhead. Fucking run your probe across at the start. Get fucked. Get fucked, son. Next one's down there, is it? Die! Die! I thought it was dead, so I started going to the next one. Die! Stupid friggin' drop pods. You guys have no defenses in your entire spaceship, literally. Alright guys, it's finally casting time. Sorry for the huge delay today, but Patch's mod deserves some love, doesn't it? Alright. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. We are back, and oh my lord, did we just start this game with 12 workers? We did, that's right. Big $600 modded tournament this week, guys. Patch Clash number 9. Roddy was casting this one live, sponsored by some cool people, and of course, announcing the inauguration, I should say, of the upcoming $5,000 circuit on Patch's mod. So, for those who don't know, Patch's mod, very cool mod. I've played a bunch of these tournaments, cast a bunch of these tournaments quite a while ago. I've taken a bit of a break from it. But yeah, 12 worker start. Resource change is interesting because I think the minerals are still the same as the live version of the game in that it's 1600 and 1200. REYNOR in the bottom right, of course. Classic in the bottom left. Amazing lineup for this tournament, by the way, guys. Lots of top players. But yeah, it's the gas is back to 2250. So the gas is reverted. The minerals are the same as the live game. There are 12 workers. And there's obviously a plethora of new upgrades, changes, a bunch of cool things from the campaign. I've just spent about 40 minutes reading through all the changes because so many have changed since the last time I've played tournaments on this. I feel like Zerg is pretty good. I've abused the heck out of Zerg in the tournaments I've played on this, but they were mostly back when Patches was running tournaments that were below a certain skill level. Rather than having like one 6k MMR plus pro gamer come in and just wreck everybody, there was a lot of like kind of focused on low GM tournaments that Patches would run. Or low, mid, you know, below 5.4k was one of the common ones where, you know, we'd often off-race in quite a few of those. But when I was able to play Zerg in them, I felt like Zerg was really good. And the lava change is reverted. But what is new for Zerg's economy is that you can stack 4 lava on the hatchery before it stops producing. And that is actually really, really powerful. I think it makes a massive difference. So I'm really curious to see how REYNOR looks with that change. I think it'll help him quite a bit. I think it's a massive boost to lower level players who are always obviously idling lava on their hatchery. But we'll see, just based on how the builds go, how that works. Now, keep in mind, you cannot rely on queens to defend. I do think roaches are an absolute must against, say, for instance, Terran. The reason being, queens are massively changed. They do not have an armor, and their damage, rather than being 2x4 versus ground in the current version of the game, guess what? It's 5 damage. Not 2x5, just 5. Going down from 8 to 5 damage against ground. You can imagine not very powerful, especially if you're hitting something with a point of armor like an adept on it. That's 4 damage from the queen. So the queen, she's still reasonably tanky. She's got great anti-air. So she's actually got 1 more anti-air damage and maybe even range as well, I believe. So she's better against air, but she really is not going to cover you on ground. She's there for injecting. She's there for spreading creep. She can help you defend. And you can actually get an evolution chamber, which will unlock the ability to turn these into swarm queens, which is a more combat-heavy variant. Ooh, drone goes down. Nice move there for Classic. Already gets himself a drone with the Classic dive. We've got an early Evo for REYNOR, so he might be thinking about turning these into those Brood Queens. Now, Brood Queens are not as good anti-air. They lose a lot of their anti-air range, but they're very good against ground. It goes from 5 damage up to 12 damage, and they've got some other cool bonuses as well. So we'll see how we go. And I'll be kind of checking the changes in between the games. So I might be doing a bit of, rewind, elucidating changes at the end of games. Go, oh, I missed this change is actually these numbers and that sort of stuff. Adepts have 80 hit points, by the way, guys. That's different. They have 70 in the live game. Ooh, I didn't notice that one when I was reading through the changes. There's so many cool changes. Oh, Sporkrel is not done. Oh no, big mistake for REYNOR. Now he's going to surround some Adepts in the middle, which is nice. The Oracle, though, is up to 3 kills. It could have got more, honestly. The Adept heals a little bit on the Healing Shrine. He's going to try and dance around there. It does pick off a few more units, but it does go down. Third base coming up. There is a Phoenix there to defend it. Most importantly, this Oracle needs to get home, energy recharge, and then get to it. But guess what? Energy recharge is removed. You can chrono boost the Oracle, and energy units will regenerate energy at 150% faster rate. But looks like the Adept warp-ins. The Phoenix dealing with the Dropper-Lord all going to work out nicely. Remember, you've got Dropper-Lord on Hatchery Tech. You just need an Evo Chamber for it as well. I love that REYNOR went for that. Would have been cool if he had an Overlord here as well to drop across this side while pressuring the front. But he doesn't find the damage, loses the Overlord. Honestly, it's not that big of an expense, but definitely kind of thrust carried by the Protoss player Classic here. So is this not live? It's just a mod? Absolutely. That's right, guys. Gonna have a lot of people tuning in today asking that. So please, guys, let them know. Hit the patches command in the live chat and let people know about it. You can scroll up the YouTube chat if you guys want to see those changes. Linked there. Ooh, Oracle's coming in. Spore's not ready on the 3rd. This is a big mistake here. Now, keep in mind, REYNOR, you can see he does 1 more damage with these queens. They do 9 damage rather than 8, I think it is. Or is it 10 rather than 9, actually? You could see, yeah, 10 damage flat was coming off per shot. So those units go down a bit faster. Now, remember, Spore's old 400 hit points is back, guys. Actually, was it? Yeah, 400 hit points is back. But they do only 15 damage a shot, not 20 damage. So the Spore's not as important as the Queens for anti-air. Now, against an air build like this, 6 Queens does make sense. What is this, guys? He's getting Graviton Restoration, which allows Phoenix to rapidly regen shields while lifting units. Oh, so he's going to play 3 Stargate Phoenix, and whenever they pick up a unit, their shields are going to heal. So you actually want to use your, low hit point or damaged shield Phoenix to pick up wherever possible, if you can be bothered microing that. It'll be kind of hard to pull off, but a very cute upgrade. He's also going +1 air weapons. REYNOR, he's just started the lair. He has no idea what's going on in that main, which is very standard for REYNOR. Now, he's going to have +1 melee Zerg, so maybe he can just counterattack, ignore the Phoenix, and, overwhelm the 3rd or something like that. But if the Oracles are there, that'll be a very tough ask. Overlord speed coming in, Baneling Nest, and a second Evo Chamber. REYNOR's had a pretty good income this whole early game. It feels like, he lost 8 drones, 7 Zerglings, and an Overlord, but I don't know. His economy feels fine. I guess it's just the 4th is not as early as he might like. He might prefer that 4th base to be up a little bit faster. Ooh. Look at that. Hydra Den goes down. Hatchery's going to take some damage here. Nah, surely that's saved. Queens. Oh my god, they do a lot of damage. But here come the Phoenix. It was a bait. It was a bait. The Phoenix are in the open. And look at that. You can see the shields healing really quickly on these Phoenix while they're lifting. That's actually amazing. Wow. Those Phoenix taking no damage at all. Every single queen goes down. Reynor may indeed be finding himself deep in a town. And it's a town that you're all very familiar with. Dick Town, obviously. One Phoenix is going to go down there. Not the best micro for Classic. Definitely want to be trying to pull the weak Phoenix away a little bit more, but that's okay. Picks up another queen. These drones on the gases are incredibly isolated. At the same time, Ling's running in and... Oh, my lord! Oh, he actually did overwhelm the third. I didn't think that would actually work. Oh, no. Classic. Losing 20 probes on the third. Oh, my gosh. I guess he only had a few adepts in his shield battery, and that was an immense amount of Zerglings. Reynor finds massive counter damage. He loses a lot of overlords. Honestly, I think you might want to dive even more with these Phoenix. You've got 15 Phoenix. Diving here and killing all these overlords for 2 or 3 Phoenix is super worth it. You don't want to throw away all your Phoenix, but you've got a window before these Hydras are out. That window's about to run away. And with 3 spores in the main, that's not the place to fight. But if you can catch either the Hydras in the open or go kill a ton more Overlords, this could be good for Classic. Classic's got a 4th base on the way. He's going mass Void Ray. Void Rays have been buffed. They have 1 armor now. And you can get Flux Veins on the Cyber Core rather than the Fleet Beacon. So notice he's going Flux Veins without having a Fleet Beacon. The Phoenix continuing to do crazy damage here. Reynor should be pretty screwed in this game. Classic finding good damage. You can see that the Phoenix, if it's the one that's tanking the Spore and Hydra shots, but it's also lifting a unit, it's kind of healing through the damage quite nicely. And he's just dancing around here. Reynor, of course, has to group his units up. He's got movement speed on the way. He's got to kind of rally between. I think it's really important if you guys are ever in this situation, always put a Spore between your bases, guys, to try and create a corridor where they can't camp as much. It's obviously, it's you know, I know it's expensive, but I think for average Joe players, it's super worth it doing that. Of course, at this level, hard to accept that cost. This is the 5th base is going to go down to the Voids here, it looks like. Hydras and Queens coming forward, but this could be a bait. Reynor going into fight. I mean, that's 14 Phoenix. They do wreck Hydras. A very dangerous move out there. Reynor's top right 4th base, though, is still alive. Phoenix and Void Rays heading in that direction. Classic trying to play Sky Toss right now. A few slow banelings could ruin his day. Oh, no! He's not got many units to defend. Luckily, he only loses 6 probes. Great reaction there from Classic. Could have been much worse. He's got this gold base down the bottom. He's got a row of cannon battery down here in a kind of funky position. Phoenix Void Ray comes in, but, oh, a bit of a sloppy engage. That's too many Hydras. Nice transfusers coming in from those Queens as well. I believe they are using the mini transfuse, if memory serves. Is that a full transfuse or is it a mini transfuse? I'm not quite sure. The Phoenix get overwhelmed. The Void Rays killed a hatchery, but Classic just threw away his entire army to kill that 4th base. Only got a few of the Hydras. A big mistake there. These were full transfuses. So there is no mini transfuse. There's no in this version. Even if you go for the Swarm Queen, I think it's still the normal transfuse. 4th Stargate, 5th Stargate goes down. Air armor coming in. He's fully on air, but like, honestly, against Hydras, you need to go full Phoenix. Another big problem, guys, there's a special upgrade. I don't know if it's Hive Tech or what, but there's an upgrade where it makes it so, I think it's like bifurcated follicles, and it allows Hydra's armor to work double against air attacks. So specifically, against Void Rays or Carriers, Hydras will actually wreck them if you don't have Psystorm or something to do with the Hydras, if you can get that upgrade. But Reynor might not know about it. You know, there's so many changes here. He's kind of stuck on the normal attack upgrade focus. And against a pure air army, that could get him in trouble. I mean, Hydras long-term aren't going to be amazing. Still building Mass Phoenix is Classic. So Classic's not making the transition into Carriers, which you would normally expect. Or Tempest Storm here would be another gate play. Another great play. Would be the opposite of a gateway play, because he's not building any gates, is he? He's only got the 2 gateways from the early game, a couple of basic ground units. Infestor's going to come out, as well as a Hive here for Reynor. Both very good for catching these small air units. Void Rays come in for a snipe, and he will get the hatchery there. It's not the Hive. Loses a few Voids for it, but I think that one's worth it. I think 2 Voids for a hatchery snipe's pretty damn effective. Gold base going up in the north as well. Classic throwing away that big army before really took the wind out of his sails. I think his big mistake was not engaging here on the early Hydras. I also do think letting all these Overlords survive was a bit of a mistake. I think if he'd sniped those Overlords earlier, Reynor would have taken so long to ever get the critical mass of Hydras out. And I think if the Voids rallied to the top a bit earlier, he could have kind of basically got a 4 versus 3 base advantage technically and built a huge game-winning position for himself. Carapace is now coming in for Reynor. These lava bleeding out as they creep disappears, guys. He's going to start dropping some creep there with the Overlords. Twilight Council coming in, +2 air weapons, and the carriers are finally entering the fray, guys. So lots of carriers building all at once. Phoenix still roaming. Got to be careful. Fungal's out. You got to be careful of Fungal. There's no Vipers yet. Normally it's Fungal Parasitic Bomb that ruins Phoenix. If Reynor finds that upgrade, I think Hydras will wreck carriers. I think Storm is so vital for Classic's position. But look at this great little Baneling Waddle by. And good reaction by Classic. Just a few pylons and a probe going down. Nothing too crazy. 2 more Infestors building. Remember, you can also make Infested Terrans, guys. You can see those slots on the Infestors. It is 20 minerals per Infested Terran. And they will slowly lose life over time. They don't have a timed life. It's just they drain hit points over time. But they even have it. There's a special upgrade. Hold on! Oh, Classic gets caught by the Fungal Hydra. And that is a lot of Phoenix going down. I mean, they weren't the best unit at this stage of the game anyway, but that is very costly. And these Void Rays trying to move. And he does get him out of there. Mama's there. He's going to pull away. Keep in mind, you can still recall in this game, but your units take more damage while recalling, and recall takes a bit longer. So recall is heavily nerfed. That being said, recall has a much faster cooldown. And it's on the gateway instead. Here we go. Oh, the Phoenix coming in, picking off a few Hydras. But as the rest of the crew come down, those Phoenix do get punished, and that's going to be a nice shutdown. Over in the north, Void Ray Mothership do defend those Zerglings. What is this upgrade, guys? This is Tissue Preservation. Increases the Infested Terran's health by 5 and evolves it to last twice as long while burrowed. That's basically... So with Infested Terrans, because they don't cost supply, you can make billions of them and then burrow them, and they'll take like... I think it's like 3 or 4... I don't know how long. It's twice as long. I think by default, they last just under 2 minutes. So if you get that upgrade, I think it'll be like 3.5 minutes. So you could basically build Infested Terrans, spawn them, burrow them, spawn them, burrow them, spawn them, burrow them. Chat says it's 200 seconds total. Exactly. Okay, cool. So you can basically make like maybe a 100 or 200 Infested Terrans above your supply. Pretty damn powerful. Hydra Infestor roaming. He's also going to be getting the Hydra plus 10 hit points, Hive Tech upgrade, Ancillary Carapace. He forgot Hydra range. That's the most Reynor thing in the world. Reynor has a big problem with going Hydra styles, and he always forgets one of the upgrades. Maybe, what, 30% of his games? 40%? It's a worryingly high percentage. But he's got 4 Vipers now. He's got Infested. He's got Spores. The Carrier Void Ray Mothership coming in. Brave attack here. Unfortunately, Reynor has not found that Hydralisk upgrade, guys. Immortal. Ooh. Nice snipes there. Reynor gets the Immortals, gets the probe as well, it looks like. Very well done. Obviously, Adrenal 2-1. Going to do well. Now, keep in mind, guys, carriers are a very different unit. Let's talk about the carrier. So, Interceptors have 3 shield armor. They are incredibly tanky. Not only that, carriers, normally in the live version of the game, they have 8 range and then 12 leash range on the Interceptors. So you can throw the Interceptors from quite far away, and then once they're out of the carrier, you can run very far away. So 12 range, if that's what you're shooting, your carrier could be like all the way over here and still have the Interceptors attacking it while way out of range of your target. In this version, it's only 6 cast range. You have to get really close to launch your Interceptors, and they also only have, I think, 10 or 8 leash range, something like that, much lower leash range. So the carrier has to get right in there to cause damage. Phoenix finally getting caught. We've got Kadaran shielding. Increases the carrier's shield regen rate by 11.2 and reduces the shield regen delay to 0.5. This means carriers, the moment they're out of combat for even half a second, their shields will refill so quickly. So anytime the carriers are able to go in, take some damage, pull back out, like they will almost instantly regen back to full life, like within a very quick span. It's almost like having a battery healing them. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, so the carriers have to kind of get in close, but it's hard to kill Interceptors. It is possible to kill the carriers themselves, of course, but they also have 50 more life, 350 hit points, 150 shields. But yeah, the carriers have kind of got to get in there to cause damage, which does expose them to a lot more risk. Spire, Ultra Cavern going down now, Bane Speed as well. Pig, the Hydra anti-air armor is +1 armor passively with each carapace. Oh, wait, it's passive? You don't need to upgrade it. I thought you needed to get a special upgrade for that to kick in. And then your carapace upgrades would be... Is it just a passive ability that the Hydra has? Oh, Bubby's coming in! Here we go, offensive recall, guys. Big recall into the main, but the fungal already doing some damage. Oh, High Templar actually died to a few Zerglings there. Parabomb comes down, feedback lands on some of the Vipers. Most of the Viper energy is gone. Viper Consume is a little bit slower to refill those these days, and look at that Psy Storm. Oh, I can't remember how his Psy Storm works, guys. Is this just... I think it's very similar to the old classic Psy Storm, where it just does a lot of damage over like 3 seconds. It's not... I mean, I've been so used to that giant zoning tool storm for a while now. Here come the Infested Terrans, guys. They have 75 hit points. They will get popped as they're coming up here. The carrier's fighting pretty damn well. Got to be careful that you don't storm all of your own interceptors, though. One carrier gets abducted and taken down. Oh, they've got the rocket attack as well. They've got the anti-air rocket attack. The Infested Terrans crushing through the Hydra Infestor, pushing up this ramp. He's going to try and recall out, but units take double damage while recalling. Remember, recalling out is super risky now. You cannot just use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card. That is crazy damage. It's a straight passive for the Hydras. Each armor will just give +1 bonus versus anti-air. Oh, so Hydras essentially have 4 armor versus air units now. He's got to remember that +3 carapace. He's also getting this one, guys, which is allows Swarm Queens to passively generate creep. Okay, so if he makes any of these queens into Swarm Queens now, they will literally just leave a snail trail of creep wherever they go. So you can just like run queens forward and just drop creep on the map as well. Now, Disruptors are back to 3 supply. They have a damage fall off, so they do the old crazy damage in the middle as well, but the outer ring is like the new 100 damage Disruptor, so Disruptors could be good for clearing Infestor Hydra. Storm as well. Oh, so many things to kind of keep in mind here that are different to the live game, guys. Lurkers are not as good in that they don't get late game. They come in harder a bit faster because they basically start with Adaptive Talons, but their attacks, their spines actually move 20% slower, and they don't have an Adaptive Talons upgrade in late game. It also takes longer, I think, to get the Seismic Spines, so I don't think long-term you want to be too reliant on Mass Lurker, but look at this Mass Infestor. 17 Infestors is crazy. Remember, those Infested Terrans are not free units, though. Like, REYNOR used a lot of Infested Terrans. Remember, every Infested Terran you kill is actual tangible money. So, units lost times 2,000 in favor of REYNOR. Obviously, it's a great units lost tab, but it's not insane. Tectonic Destabilizers. +3 shields, +2 ground attack. Colossus range coming. I think Colossus is probably a bad choice, but we'll see. Here comes Storms. Nice Storms on these Hydras. Zoning them out. The Overseers also take heavy damage. Carriers are going to snipe that and then try to move away. The Spore Crawler does a little bit of damage, but it does get blitzed there. Good snipe on this base. If you could deny this base and maybe these 2 bottom bases as classic, you don't mind the gold getting mined out quite as much. Funnily enough, this base in the top left was completely undefended for a while there, but REYNOR is so immobile, right? He's on Mass Infestor, a bunch of Hydras, few Vipers. He's got 4 Ultras coming in. He's going to go for a big Infested Terran attack on this base. He's looking for some spells, but he needs Overseers up front as well. He's going to use the Overseers Oversight mode. Remember, these aren't free units. That Infested Terran air attack, the rocket attack against air units is kind of insane, eh? 20 minerals per Infested Terran. It's so hard to judge these fights. Zealots coming in on the right side as well. The Infested Terrans, I think because their rocket attack does like, is it 12 or 13 damage? I think it also benefits from attack upgrades. I'm not quite sure. But if it does, they will kill interceptors as well as the carriers themselves. The carriers trying to dance in and out to kind of take the priority. 13 drones go down. The Hydra Ultra goes to clear that up. This is a bit of a weird fight. It's Infested Terrans and spells. It's spells and not quite free units. Oh, wombo combo! He's even going to go for the Neuroparasite there. You know, Neuroparasite's a bit of a funky choice because it does protect the Neuroparasited units from the spells that are stacked so well there. Really nice Parabomb Fungal combos, but no Corruptors or even Hydras to kind of stack damage on top of it. You can see, you know, REYNOR doesn't really have a core basic army here. And he's going to get pushed back eventually, but massive damage to the Protoss forces in the process of this. The Hydra's now coming in as well. They do really good damage, taking out another carrier. This carrier that's neuroparasited might be going down. Another carrier is going to fall there if you're not careful, mate. The carriers are tanky, but another one goes down. These Hydras are actually doing pretty well. I don't know what this upgrade is that's coming in, so I got to go click that. Sorry, guys. We're going to look away from the battle for 1 second. Evolves Ultralisk to heal 0.1 life per damage dealt. Okay, that's Ultra Life Steal is in the way, guys. Is on the way. So Ultras get a small life steal on their attacks. Ultra's coming in right now to counterattack this base to try and buy himself some time, but REYNOR's really bled out a lot of units. You can see he's still way ahead on the units lost, though. That air army was more expensive than him. Problem, what are his air upgrades? He's only got +1 air, and he's building Corruptors. Ooh, last time REYNOR was backseating me while I was playing a live game on the ladder, guys, and he was giving me some, in quotation marks, coaching. I swapped to Corruptors with +1 attack against a 3/3 Sky Toss, and he was just like, don't know. And I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Well, how the tables have turned, REYNOR. Now you're the guy building unupgraded Corruptors against mass upgraded 3/3 air units. Chat says Classic got a new upgrade. Which one? What did it do? Here we go, guys. He's coming. I think he just got a carrier upgrade for the interceptors to launch faster. Massive wombo combo. Holy moly, the storms are really good. The Archons do morph, but Classic's army is getting overwhelmed. The newer parasites, the Hydras, the Corruptors, the Ultras clean through the ground army. REYNOR absolutely blitzing through. And these Corruptors are going to smash. Remember, Corruptors are also nerfed on this patch as well, guys. I don't know if they've lost... I think they lose 20 hit points from the live version. Or maybe they lose armor. I always get my mods confused, but they're definitely a bit weaker as well. Classic dropping the question marks. He's like, what the hell, man? You're just killing all my shit. This Zerg army's insane, brother. Like, the Hydras don't take damage. My carriers have to get too close to land their spells. My Storms aren't doing enough. My Immortals can't beat your Ultras. He's like, what is this? He's like, what is this? So chat saying apparently he got the Colossus upgrade. Oh, he got this is where the Colossus sets the ground on fire. Funky upgrade, guys. Yeah, that doesn't do anything in this situation because you didn't have any Colossus out. But let's go back and take a look at maybe this previous fight a little bit, guys. So I think Corruptors, is it 180 hit points? It's 200 hit points. The Corruptors here have 200 hit points. I think they maybe have 1 less armor, though, which is definitely an issue. Army-wise, he was getting ravaged by the spells a bit. The carriers having to get so close to the enemy army definitely felt a little hard for him. Patches says no Corruptor changes. Oh, you reverted your Corruptor changes? You had Corruptor changes, Patches. You used to have nerfs to Corruptors, I'm quite sure, right? Did you get rid of those? So I remember you and Greenert both had slightly different nerfs to Corruptors. You had a 10 hit point nerf. Ah, okay. You got rid of it. Oh, it doesn't set the ground... yeah, it deals an additional 15 damage over 3.15 second. Effect does not stack. That's such a light burning damage as well. It's not even that crazy. Pig, do you think the CC cost 300 minerals is a rational and justified change? I think it's dumb. I don't think it's good. Okay, so what else did I miss, guys? Like, what else did I miss in these fights? It felt like I don't know. Let's go watch one of these big battles and break it down a little bit, shall we? Because it feels like there's a lot going on. It's really hard to judge. Is it normal for your glasses to have a little symbol on it that you can only see when light reflects on it on a certain angle? Is that a normal thing? What the hell? That's so weird. Yeah? I was like, why is there a fucking magic rune on my glasses lens? That's the prescription. Ah. Okay. My box light over here was lighting it up there. I was like, that's weird. Glasses places can tell what your lenses are. The Zuckerberg. All right, it's the Illuminati are controlling my glasses. Good to know. All right, let's look at the big battle that happens here, I guess. All right, so I mean, infested Terrans are a very good way of going oversupply. It feels like you need to have an abundance of High Templar to deal with this, yeah? Colossus could help as well, right? You gotta be really careful to not get caught by spells. And yeah. You can chrono your High Templar. See, he chronos his High Templar, guys, to get crazy energy regen. So you can see it's pretty good, the chrono on the High Templar. But it's not energy recharge. Alright, so if we look at this fight, guys, these fights, you got to be really careful. I think the problem that happened here is twofold. There's 4 Tempests and 10 Carriers, so the army is like overcommitted to air. And there's not enough covering it on the ground. 2 Colossus are nice, but Extended Thermalance only just finished, and he doesn't have the Burning Ground upgrade, Scorching Flame just yet. And there's so many Infested Terrans that are like above max supply here, where it's like, oh god, this is actually like really scary, right? And even though you might think, well, there's no regular units. What's he got? A couple Lurkers, a couple of Ultras, a couple of Hydras, like what the hell? And he basically just pushes in with Spellcasters, Infestors. But there's 4 Infested Terrans per Infestor. So if you think about the supply efficiency of this, it's utterly wild. Like the supply efficiency. The Infested Terrans aren't very mobile. They kind of can just push one area though. So I think as a Protoss in late game, if your opponent's building Infestors, is you want to have like 8 High Templar, maybe even slightly more than that. Because this is such an insane commitment to Infestors, right? Like, oh, you shouldn't have, why would you have 8 High Templar? There's too much supply. It's like, dude, he has friggin' 42 supply of Infestors. You could easily have 20 supply. 10, let's say you have 10 High Templar on max, you know, then you can storm these clumps of Infested Terrans down, right? And you can kind of just pull back and avoid fighting. So I think that's really, really big. Yeah. I think this was a moment where Classic got caught. He built a High Templar reactively. He should have given this base up and not fought. Because he's not got an answer for the Infested Terrans. And I think if he's going to commit to a fight, he should pre-spread his carriers. Carriers here, carriers here, carriers here. And then do a big A move so he's not quite as vulnerable to spells. Keep in mind, these carriers only have 6 range to launch their interceptors. You've got to actually stay in range a little bit longer. He's not really launching his interceptors, so he's just getting hit by spells without the payoff of actually launching interceptors. I think there's a lot for Classic to learn in terms of the micro. A lot of those carriers are only now starting to throw their interceptors out. Like, his interceptors were not all launched for way too long in this game. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Okay, he does have Graviton Catapult. I think that's this one here. Is there a second carrier upgrade that he was missing, guys? Or did he have everything? I think this was... Yeah, he does walk over the Lurkers and lose his ground units. He's still not dealt with these Infested Terrans either. And he kind of chases into the spells and just loses way too many extra carriers here towards the tail end of this fight, eating Neural, Parasitic Bomb, and the Hydras. But Classic needs to realize, against mass Infestor armies, it's all about having enough High Templar with feedback, Storm to counter them. He has both carrier upgrades. So what's the other one? Oh, Kaidaran Shielding is the other one. Right. Yep. And then Graviton Catapult. Okay, cool. What is that replay bug? What was the bug? Oh, the Ultra? Was it ice skating? Yeah. You've seen this, haven't you, Patches? This has been in the game for a decade. 2016 BlizzCon Finals was the first time I remember seeing this bug. Yeah. Watching the replays, yeah. The Ultra, when you rewind sometimes, a bunch of times, you go back and forwards, the Ultra's animations break. Yeah. Where they just skate around and like everything still happens correctly, they just don't animate anymore. Yeah. GG's. Alright guys, so Classic, they're getting overwhelmed by the Infested Terrans. I think you gotta realize they do cost money for REYNOR. The Infestors commitment was a massive commitment and it pushes very slowly and one directionally. So I think as a Protoss player, you've got to build more High Templar to deal with it. Arguably, the fact that the Infested Terrans don't cost supply, maybe REYNOR could like split push 2 sides. It might be overpowered, right? Being able to build 4 Infested Terrans. But Classic clearly did not have the correct answer there in terms of having more High Templar. Colossus is a cute idea to deal with them, but I actually think High Templar is probably just better. Okay, so what's Storm, guys? So the radius is a bit bigger. Cost less to upgrade. Range is back to the old cast range. radius is bigger than the original storm. It does 100 damage down to... Wait, what? Does the current storm do 100 damage over 6 seconds? In the live version, does it? I guess it must be. So this version does 80 damage over 3.4. So this is just the original storm with a slightly bigger area? Oh, you're saying it's slightly less DPS? What was the duration on the old storm? Was it... I thought it was... wasn't it 3 seconds? Was it 2.8 or something? 2.84. Ah, okay. So this storm, slightly lower DPS and a bit bigger radius. For the casual, for all intents and purposes, it's just old storm though. This is basically old storm. Slightly bigger radius, slightly lower DPS over a slightly longer duration. Yeah. But compared to the current storm, it's like you could just think of it like old storm. Cool. I like that. The reason why infested Terrans kill themselves after 30 seconds of their original iteration was precisely because they cost no supply. Yeah, and these ones will bleed out over time as well because they cost no supply, pen friends. It just takes longer, especially if you borrow them, to store them for longer. The old one didn't cost minerals either, so these ones cost minerals instead, pen friends. That's the thing is. Basically these last way longer, but yeah. It's because they cost no supply. I mean, lore reason, not gameplay. What's the lore got to do with supply? What, because you can't feed them? There's no burgers? So they're like, ah, it's not worth living, and they shoot themselves. I thought it was they regain control of their thoughts. And they manage, because the graphic, they literally put the gun under their own head and shoot their brains out, right? I'm pretty sure is what the Infested Terran does when it times out. Big, do you have any influence to the balance changes happening? 100%, yeah. I control the balance. That's why I am always just in charge. I'm the balancer, is what they call me. I control StarCraft 2's balance. Yeah. No, I have no control over anything. I don't think anyone does. There is a Blizzard intern, they call them. Classic Games Department does what they want. Yeah. Hold on one sec. Let's go. All right, guys. REYNOR in the top right side of the map, looking very good in that last game. Using the new Infested Terran. Oh my god, guys, why are people still hosting this map? It kills me inside. Guys, it's BlackRock TE Tournament Edition. Stop using the crappy ladder version of the map. It's the exact same map, just with not this terrible lighting that's irradiating your eyeballs. Ugh. Classic in the bottom left. That's, This is like one of my favorite maps visually when it's not friggin', you know, this is meant to be like a rich, dark green grass, not this friggin' ultra contrast. It looks like a Mr. Beast thumbnail in here, you know? Ridiculous. Piggy, you a dark room gamer? No, I don't like dark room gaming. I prefer a well-lit room usually, unless I'm playing like, I don't know, maybe I'm playing like a horror game or something super immersive. Maybe I'll dim the lights a bit. It's definitely not the full dark one. Does the lighting show up on those settings? I don't know. I haven't played with the settings, but like, just play TE, guys. Tournament Edition. BlackRock TE. Avex fixed the lighting for it. It was an error that this version went to live, and they're probably not going to fix it because Blizzard doesn't seem to like updating the maps once they're live on ladder. I don't know if there's some engineering problem there or what, but they seem to just not do it. They take forever to fix map issues, even if the map makers have already fixed them often before the maps went live. Anyways, Classic played a funky style. I think he missed a big window to deny the fourth and win the game, essentially, with pure air, guys. The carriers aren't bad. Like, I don't think the carriers are bad, but they're definitely like very different in how they work. You've got to kind of shove in and commit to fights. Once spellcasters are out, you want to be spreading those carriers out because the thing is, like, fungal actually wrecks them because the carriers only have 6 range. If you get your carriers fungaled and only a few of them are in range of the enemy and the others are slowed by 75%, they literally can't even launch their interceptors until the battle's halfway over. Like, and that's what Classic has to be really wary of. If he wants to play Skytoss again, you have to respect the fact that you cannot be clumping all your carriers. So he was clumping his carriers and kind of using them like, oh, I have the range advantage. You don't. They're 2 less range on both cast and leash range, which is a massive nerf. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I think he's going to have to adjust that. He's going to go Twilight first. Ooh, hello. For those who don't know, Zealots, so Adepts have, I think, 10 extra shields, but otherwise they're the exact same unit. You guys correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Zealots do get a Rush Guard shielding upgrade from, I think it's the Twilight or the Templar Archives or something, where they get bonus armor, 2 bonus shield armor after charging. 3.5 seconds. It's not quite as pronounced as the version on Green Earth's mod, but it's still a good boost to those Zealots. The Adepts have more hit points, but actually less shields. They deal a little bit more versus regular units, but the same versus light. And they have a hit point upgrade as well, the Adept. Oh, okay, so the Adepts one I got to read. So you can see the shields runs out actually a little bit faster. But because the hit points are where you get your 1 armor to take effect, you don't get shield armor unless you get upgrades. This is actually not bad. Now, Stalker's here, denying that Overlord. Dark Shrine's coming in very early. Keep in mind, guys, DTs are a bit weaker on this mod. The Dark Shrine builds very quickly, only 52 seconds. The problem is that the DTs, if they lose any shields, they will get revealed. So you got to be really careful. Also, if you warp in units away from it, like a Nexus or Warp Gate, the units warp in without shields. So if you go across with a Warp Prism and warp in DTs, they'll be visible, Dark Templar, until they get, 20, 30 seconds to regenerate those shields out. Dark Shrine's already ready, and Classic is like, wait, what the hell? This is so early, man. And he's going to do Blink afterwards. So it's Dark Templar into Blink. Very cutesy opening. Lair is nowhere near done for Reynor. He's got an Evo Chamber, and he's going to try and move his Overlord left. He wants to do a Zergling elevator into the main, which is a great way to scout. DTs are warping in at home, moving across the map. It looks like a ground opening, and Reynor, as a result, is not building spores. So his fantastic read, in that regard, may leave him open. If the Dark Templar goes straight into the natural, it's good, but Reynor might see this. We're on Reynor's vision. Dark Templar's moving into his 3rd right now. That DT should go to his natural. Will he see it? He's starting a spore. Oh, I think he sees it. You think maybe? He definitely does now. Starts the spore in the main, and he's under attack. He's already lost 2 drones in the 3rd. Dark Templar coming in. There are 2 DTs, guys. Where's the other one? Did he just send it home? Did he accidentally send his 2nd Dark Templar home? What? Or was he using it to defend his 3rd? Classic. He's going to start just picking off Zerglings there. Nowhere near as high value as some of the other kills you want, though. This DT, Reynor trying to surround it in spore range. Not quite able to. And I feel like that 3rd base should be going down, but look at this. Spore Crawler's inching its way over. DT's thinking about looping around. It's not going to get... I feel like maybe he could have got a little bit more damage here. We'll see how that goes. Zergling dropping the main. Oh! Probes around. It's okay, but not the best micro for Classic. 8 probes going down. That's disastrous, that is. For just 6 Zerglings and a Drop-A-Lot, it's just a very cheap investment. Yes, he had to go for the Evo earlier than normal. Look at that. Once the DT loses its shields, it's not just going to recloak. This guy's taking some damage. He can't hide in between the bases now until his shields regen. So the DTs are much weaker. You can get them earlier. They are much weaker. It's much less of a unit that it used to be in terms of just running in and out and constantly being cloaked the whole time. Now, Phase Reactor's coming in. It allows Stalkers to restore 40 shields over 4 seconds and cloak for 1 second. I believe you can also get +1 range for the Stalkers on top of that from the Dark Shrine. Tachyon Emitters, it's called. So if you get both of those, your Stalkers are both going to be self-healing and 7 range, which is going to be very, very powerful. Chat says actually it's +1.5 range. 7.5 range? You really want these friggin' nerds to just play Mass Stalker, don't you? Oh my. Well, he's obviously going to go Mass Stalker. Keep in mind, Warp Gates, if you leave them in regular gateway form, get a decent production boost on this mod. But it's so much less than on the live version of the game. And Classic, like most Protoss players, even on the live version, doesn't use regular gateways, even though they are obviously much stronger than warp gates. So, of course, he's not going to be utilizing that. It's unfortunate that Protoss players have been so slow to adapt in that regard, but it is what it is. He's going to go for a push. REYNOR going for Roach, Zergling, Hydra Den, 4th base in the top left as well. Stalker's moving forward on the right side, but he's got to be careful, man. You don't want to get surrounded. This is an efficiency over time thing, and REYNOR, let's try to come in. Okay, so you can see there, there's shields regenerating pretty quickly after the blink. Archon does protect him from the Zergling surround. Good move there. And this is a 3 base, 6 gate, soon to be 7 or 8 gates. Blink Stalker all in, guys. Yeah, it's going to be 8 gateways. So it's a big timing attack. He's going to blink back some of these Stalkers. A little bit ham-fisted with the blinks, I feel. And unfortunately, because he's got no Observer and no Oracle, these 2 Creep Tumors are a nightmare. He has to just fight on creep, which gives a huge movement speed boost to Zerg. Tauren Space Marines on the left, watching down on those Zerglings. Getting ready to do another drop in Classic's main. Classic losing those 8 probes in the main early, I think really slowed this push down, and that's why it's not quite as scary as it otherwise would be. Hydra upgrades coming in as well as Hydras, and yeah, you're bleeding out a few Roaches, but Classic needs more than that. Just a few Roaches is not enough. I think he's got to keep doing individual blinks wherever possible. He's getting jumped on there. The Archon comes forward to help deal with those Zerglings. The blink backs with the healing on those shields is very good, but that's a lot of units coming forward. And remember, the Overseer gives vision over the grass. Protoss actually doesn't have air units here, so if you lose position on the grass and Zerg holds that position, actually it's Zerg with the advantage. 8 Zergling drop going in the main. I have a bad feeling about this for Classic, guys. I have a very bad feeling about this. It feels to me like REYNOR is about to do crazy damage for the second time because you're constantly warping on the front. You've just used your warp in. You've started your 4th base. And REYNOR, he's going to wait for a fight. And look at this. He's going to morph an Overseer. So in case you warp in a DT to defend, he'll kill that as well. Stalker's microing on the right side. REYNOR busy fighting. He's got to click those Zerglings in next time one of these fights happens. But you see he's waiting with it because he wants Classic to be distracted. So I think the moment these guys show up, REYNOR's going to A-move this army and then click the Lings in. A-move the army, click the Lings in. No? Got a few biles going down. He's going for rapid expulsion, I believe it is, guys. It's going to allow his Ravager biles to come down twice as fast. Lings are going to go into the main base at the same time. Classic frantically microing on the front. Has he responded? He does respond. He warps in a few Zealots there. But the Hydras are jumping on top of his Stalkers at the same time. Beautiful concave management here for Classic. That's a lot of Hydras and Ravagers, and you are fighting on creep, which allows the Zerg to close the distance very quickly. The Stalkers blinking back very nicely. But look at that. The Lings move down to the natural. They get even more damage, forcing Classic to multitask in a situation where he needed all of his APM on his Blink Stalkers to have perfect micro. Brilliant counter-attack here with the drop in the main for REYNOR. A second Drop-a-Lord attack of this match. +2 coming in for both sides. Charge will be added for Protoss. Being down now 17 workers after losing 9 workers early. Another, or 8 workers early. Another 9 workers now. It's costly. REYNOR's still got Hydras. He's got an Infestation pet coming in the way. Fungal would be a ruining effect on these Stalkers. If you can stop them from blinking back, so many of them already so damaged. Supply doesn't look terrible for Classic, but you got to realize with no splash damage and how damaged these Stalkers are, it's a very fragile position. Right side Zerglings find the gateway. The Stalkers, they just lost vision of the grass, and REYNOR just shoves through, punishing the lack of air units. There's no way to see through those sight blockers unless you're in on top of the sight blockers yourself, and that's where REYNOR with the Overseer is going to be favored in those engagements. Very nicely done. Not having Tachyon emitters really sucks here for Classic. That's a really, yeah, good point, chat. He still hasn't got it. Maybe he forgot it existed. He has the Dark Shrine from the opening. The whole point of this style, if he had 7.5 range on these Stalkers, what a different engagement this would be. I think he'd be beating this army, because REYNOR's not got Infestors out. His Hydras would be outranged by 1.5 range. This is really, really rough. He has to recall to the main base, uses the gateway there, but so many probes going down in that main base. These Ling run bys are just devastating. And an unfortunate key upgrade being forgotten. He did get shields, which was a good upgrade choice, but absolutely devastating to not get the Tachyon emitters upgrade. And obviously Classic's inexperience on the mod showing there. Whilst REYNOR was able to do things he's a bit more familiar with, right? Just play a Hydra Ling. He did get the Ravager upgrade, which is very cute. Just makes those bios land faster, forces the Stalkers to dodge them at a faster cadence rather than, you know, get a few shots off and only blink back at the last second. Second Evo Chamber Infestors on the way. Hive as well. REYNOR is almost max. Classic. He's going to break some rocks over there. Oh, you can break rocks to crush things that are on the high ground? I didn't even know that was a thing. So if your opponent drops a siege tank on the high ground, you can kill the rock tower next to it and crush the siege tank on the high ground. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's crazy. Zealot's trying to fight these Zerglings. Stalker's trying to rotate. What? Oh, you can cast charge. I forgot. Guys, you don't have to just charge on enemy units. You can cast charge. So you can charge away from the enemy as well. Oh, no. Oh, the hold fire lurker fungal. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Instant rewind, guys. Sorry, we have to instant rewind that. That is crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold fire. Release! Oh man! A massive double fungal lurker ambush. That is absolute insanity. Classic stumbles into that. Sees the Hydraling on the left. Shoves it on the right to take advantage of Reynor being out of position, but it was indeed a trap. And now, classic, the Zealot Stalker against an impending avalanche of Hydra Zergling. A few Ravagers behind as well. The Stalkers cannot hold on. The Zealots are just going to get blasted before they can do anything. Reynor losing his cool a little bit and shoving into a choke point, but he's got the numbers. It doesn't even matter. Reynor is going to take the series there. Sorry, the scoreboard flipped when I was zooming in and out. Obviously, that's a 2-0 for Reynor, guys. Very nice win there over Classic. And at the end of this game, guys, he was going to go for subderminal creep follicles, which allows Swarm Queens to passively generate creep. I don't think we really saw him use that in the previous game. He was also getting plus 10 Hydra upgrades. Even though he took the damage in the main, I really think the hatchery tech drops in the main were crucial. And something Classic's going to remember next time playing this mod is you got to have vision of the edge. You've always got to have like a pylon over here or a pylon here, a pylon here, so you can see those drops coming in. You can't let them unload 8 Zerglings and then just appear in your mineral line, because that did too much damage. That being said, with the position he had over here, I think we absolutely, you know, he was pushing from what, 7 minutes onwards. He easily, I mean, plus 1.5 range definitely takes priority over plasma shields. He easily had the money for it, and it's a real bummer that he didn't realize that upgrade was in. Because if you get both those upgrades, Blink Stalkers in the mid game are an absolute menace. GG, well played. Perfect lines through the Stalker ball. Yeah, so often the Lurkers will like shoot one on the edge. Reynor probably target fired. I would not be surprised, guys. I would not be surprised if he target fired that. Reynor Classic, patch clash 9. Damn, we were so many things in that game, right? Like the infested Terrans, I think, are probably the coolest thing. But some cool stuff at the back as well. Hatchery tech drops. I mean, the carrier dynamic was actually, the Phoenix were actually awesome. Regenerating Phoenix we saw. Classic had a pretty big advantage with that as well. Thank you, Sal Hudson, with the 4-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, everybody. Guys, we've been live for 2 hours. If you want to support the channel, support the best games in StarCraft, please consider tipping, subbing, or cheering. Danil Dimitrov with the £5 2 hours ago, being the one supporter today, other than Sol Hudson there with the 4-month resub. So appreciate you very much. Please do support if you can afford to. Reynor didn't get enough, so he donated more. That wasn't a donation, Patches. Those were revenge stalkers. He said, I've already lost so much. I need to kill this infestor to make sure he doesn't do it again. And then he left it on Reddit points anyway, so it was a donation. Hey, is that Iasono? That's like almost Iasono from our lovely Chinese Zerg player, but it's Isuno. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Pigsty, mate. Guys, don't forget to use your Prime subs. It is free of cost. It costs you nothing. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a sub for free. Let's say we wanted to watch Rotterdam. He cast this tournament live. It's helping support the tournament a little bit. We want to go give him a sub. We're sub to him. Let's go pick someone we're not sub to. Hope Saya, who's playing. What is he playing?
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Oh, Dawn of War 2. I was like, this is not Dawn of War 1. He's playing Dawn of War 2. Anyway, let's say we wanted to resub here, guys. We don't have the $9 to do it. Click that crown icon. Get a monthly free sub with Prime. Click sign up. You can connect your Amazon account to your Twitch account. And then you get a free sub every month. It'll give you the same perks as a normal sub, which means you can instantly rewind. It means you can, you can instantly rewind. I can do that because I've got Twitch Turbo. But you can instantly rewind. You get access to replay packs, emotes, and all the rest. And it does help support the stream. It gives us the exact same dollars as we would get from a regular sub. Pixel Shirk for the 6-month resub. Thank you very much, Iasonu, Sal Hudson. And that actually has activated a golden Kappa train. Whoo! Exclusive timed event. You wouldn't want to miss out on this, guys. Twitch with their advertising. Look at that. It says you can sub, gift, or cheer to level up. You can get a golden Kappa. Wow, it's the most valuable and rare of emojis. Oh my god. Patches, thank you for the 23-month resub, man. If you guys want the rare golden Kappa, you can contribute to earn this exclusive emote for 24 hours. Kappa denotes sarcasm on Twitch, for those who don't know. There's a lot of people who have what I would call below average social skills on the internet and on Twitch especially. And the great thing is a lot of them try to be snarky and sarcastic all the time. And the glory of Kappa is Kappa allows us to, even people with low social skills, let people know that they're trying to make a silly. They're making a jokey joke. It's fantastic. And if it's a golden Kappa, it's just, it's a Kappa, but with extra flair. Extra flair! Wow! So don't forget, we need 900 bits or 2 subs to complete level 2. Big thank you to Raxter and Patches for helping us complete level 1. We appreciate you very, very much. Ooh, how low would the average have to be, says JMReg. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. But I've been in Twitch chat. I've been in the general chat of strategy video games. I've seen some things. Raxter with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much for the love. A gifted total of 43 subs. Hey, I appreciate you so very much, mate. Guys, slap your bacon down and say a big thank you. We are on the scam train right now. Let me just duck down here and slap my bacon and say a bit of a thank you. There we go. All right, we've hidden myself, guys. We've put the invisible barrier up. Join me in a big bacon wave, guys. This is to say thanks to Raxter, Patches, Pixel Shirk, Iasonu, Sal Hudson, Daniel Dimitrov, and of course Marine Lord with the big raid earlier as well. Hot diddly damn, my bacon. How we doing, guys? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. We really do rely on support to keep the stream going. So if you guys are enjoying it, yeah, sub, tip, cheer. It makes a big difference. Those who don't know, if you want to support Pigfest, obviously that's going to be open once Pigfest starts, which is going to be not too long. Did you guys know tomorrow we have our first Pigfest qualifier, by the way, guys? That's right. Our first Pigfest qualifier is literally tomorrow. Like, bloody get after it, mate. We've got it. It's going to be this time tomorrow, 24 hours from now is literally when it's starting. Hopefully we have some good signups. There will be a very fun free-for-all to sort out the seeding once we get the top 4 players from it. So far we've got Rogue, Nightmare, Classic, Honmono, Zaun, Rex, a few people in there. But I'm going to say, bunch of top players not playing. SOS is in there as well. There's 4 spots. I mean, this is an easy chance for players to qualify. I know it's not the best time for Europe, but it is similar time to the Pigasaur Weekly, and we'll have another kind of last chance qualifier on a more EU-friendly time, just a few days before the tournament starts as well for the last 4 players. So make sure you get on that and let your favorite pros, competitive players know about it. Big, wait, wasn't there this bacon jelly you were showing on stream one time? Bacon jelly? Bacon jelly. Many years ago, we did a cooking 3 types of pig cooking stream. I think one of the things I made was candied bacon. I just basically covered some bacon in brown sugar and chucked it in the oven. It was too much. That, and then there was like pork, roast pork. The crackling was nice. I don't know about bacon jelly though. Bacon jelly? Jelly in Australia would be jello is what you guys would call it in America. That would be especially weird. Bacon jam is definitely a thing. Why is the hype train so silent? I need to pimp up the scam train, says Rexter. Guys, if we don't hit the next level, we will not be going to the Thomas the Tank Engine scene. Help me out. Give me money so I don't need to beg. Help me out. Give me money so I don't need to beg. It's 2k bits or 4 subs to complete level 3. I need to pee really bad though. So if you guys keep this going, I will be back before the hype train's over. We've only got a minute left. If you guys can join forces to keep it going, please do. 2,000 bits or 4 subs combined. Any contribution under those numbers will still contribute towards it. But if you guys all join forces to get that going to the next level, we will go to the Thomas the Tank Engine one. For the moment, though, I really need to pee. That's why I fucking go do a wee-wee, okay? I'll be back in a sec. Give me one moment. You guys do nothing about it? But that you decide to actually have good defense against? Jesus! You've got really tanky escape pods? You're a bunch of cowards! Didn't realize Protoss are just literally French people. Just retreat and surrender all the time. Jeez! Oh, the Zergling couldn't fit inside. He's like, I want to be one of the boys. Please pick me up. Please, can I go? Please, can I go? Mom. She's like, no, Jimmy, you're too young to kill SCVs. You can't come into the Terran base. Not until you're older. It's like, oh, I just want to go fight some Terran, man. Those lurkers getting very low. He's got a flank from more than one side, though. You can't be just covered in like this, I don't think. Can he do it? Can he do it? Those lurkers get stormed. They take a lot of damage. Man, there's just so many lurkers. Rogue is just massing lurkers on the front like a psycho. He's like, nah, man. Nah, mate. Immortal Storm only counters this if you have a sick flank. Good storms. Good storms. Massive engagement comes in right now from 2 sides. But the lurker count is wild. Can REYNOR clear it up? The answer appears to be yes. But how many units will he lose in the process? Those last Immortals are getting hammered down. The Oracles and Zealots coming in from the left will just be barely enough, and he breaks it. REYNOR with a stunning engagement to clear up the army. Whoa!
Mineral cluster expended. Mineral field depleted. New technology research process.
Oh, yes! I was hunting so hard for that, guys. So hard. I had to work so hard to get that. And here we go, Ultralink Bane, man. The snipes are so good, though. Clem's in and out micro. He's back and forth. This is the difference, man. When I watch Clem doing this, I'm like, if I stim towards that army, I lose my whole army. Doesn't matter how much I focus on it. It all dies. There's a giant army in the main as well. I don't know. Without infestors, without any comeback units, I don't know what REYNOR could possibly do here. The man needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull more than a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull Cyril's pet guinea pig out of a hat. He needs to pull something absolutely insane out of a hat right now. Man, that'll do it. What? What? No. What? She's got 7 barracks now. Looks like he's enjoying 7 rather than 8 barracks. Oh, these aren't well placed. I think you need those slightly to the right. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, but he walks over it. Holy moly. Sorry. Oh, man, I hope my filter max is on my mic, because I apologize if I burst anyone's eardrums. That was like 25 Marines. Oh, you know, I get so hard when I see Clem play on the stage. My baguette just gets so stiff. It's like it's not even 2 weeks old. You know when you leave your baguette for like 3 weeks and it just gets so crusty? That's when I see Clem playing Terran. That Marine micro is insane, TKL. I mean, I don't know if you understand. It is a monumental stiffy we are talking about. Yeah, well, okay, I didn't really expect it to be that graphic, Funker, but you know, you're a passionate guy. We're all excited here. We've been looking forward to this event, pouring our hearts and souls into it, so let's just roll with this and not talk too much more about your crunchy old baguette, because we got Cyril and Hero coming up in a second, man. It's gonna be a fight. Running out, they just don't have any hit points. And you know what else gives me a monumental stiffy, guys? Rextor! Heal Kalal with the 3-month resub, better to finish than Russian. That's true. Artifacts Dev and Rexter, guys, one on either side. I am the supporting beam in the middle of the Eiffel Tower. They are the 2 struts on either side, and I'm getting very, very happily double teamed right now, making me more erect than I've ever been. Thank you very much for the love, guys. I really appreciate you. Dude, that's crazy. We're on level friggin' 8. That's crazy. You guys are insane. 1100 bits or 3 subs to complete level 8. Thank you so much, guys. Normally going to drain the main vein, like my name's Saddam Hussein, in the middle of a hype train does mean that hype train does crash and burn. But you guys keeping us going there, I appreciate you so very, very much. So very, very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. So yeah, thank you guys. Absolute insane. We're going to be doing BYUN Solar up next. Pig, you coming home Story Cup 30? Highly likely. Obviously, I can't promise anything, guys, because it is so far away. But I will try very, very hard to be there, okay? Hopefully, me and Dot will both be able to be there. But we'll kind of see where we're at. I don't want to make a 100% promise, but I will say I will try very, very hard to be there, okay? But we'll see. We'll see where we're at that point. Yeah, a bit closer to the day. I'd say like once we're in 2027, I can probably confirm because it's April 2027, I believe. I want to fucking hang out so bad, man. I've only ever been to that one home story cup in the tropical island, and it was like I was so jet lagged the whole time and just like out of it. I was like, man, this is so weird. I'm coming from my summertime and I'm in this like it's cold Berlin, but then I'm in this like artificially humid tropical island thing. I'm like, what is happening? It was crazy. It was a great event, but it was just a bit of a blur, you know? Just there, like, I'm like, oh, I'm going for a swim. Now I'm casting some StarCraft. Casually Explained is here, hanging out, making dumb jokes the whole time. He's actually so funny, by the way. I think that was like the highlight of that home story cup was just Casually Explained, just making like fucking the funniest, dumbest jokes the whole time. I was just like, there is a reason why this man's YouTube channel is so endlessly entertaining. Yeah, that was a cool event. Very cool event. All right, guys. You know what? Thank you so much. Hype Train just went out. I appreciate you guys so very much. Appreciate your overwhelming support. Let's say thank you by continuing to cast. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Oh, right, guys. That's right. Another Patches mod game here from Patch Clash 9. We're going to be casting at least 3 or 4 of these in a row here on the channel. Just as a little aside, for anyone who's like, oh, so are you done casting live game? You only cast mod? No, not at all. Obviously, it's just this mod is fantastically fun. And I was casting it on and off, you know, just little bits here and there for the last year and a half anyway. So no reason to stop. Obviously, Patches prefers the 12 worker start. That's fine, but he's kept the mineral change. Was this mineral? Can you guys tell me? I'm not sure if Patches is still in chat. He was here earlier. Was this your mineral change before the live version? And did they copy it from you? Because I always get confused because they you know, or did you just go, oh no, that's like cool enough. I kind of like that change. So I'll keep what they did with the recent patch. I'll adjust mine to be the same as theirs. Let me know. I'm really curious. Anyways, it's going to be a 2 racks opening here for BYUN. So 2 racks Reaper guys up against Hatchery first. Remember, when you get to 3 lava, your hatchery keeps producing. You can have 4 lava per hatchery. Also, a lair and then a hive both produce lava much quicker than a normal hatchery. So you naturally get a bit more lava as the game goes on as a Zerg. But your queens are much worse at defending ground units. Especially 2x Reaper could be really problematic. Now, I've realized here, I wasn't expecting Reapers. I should have looked up into the Reaper upgrades on this patch beforehand. I think there's a special Tech Lab Reaper upgrade where they get like bonus damage against buildings or something. Or maybe their grenades do more damage and have less cooldown. I know there's some more powerful, crazy things you can do with Reapers. But on the base level, even without weird Reaper upgrades, let's just imagine the Reaper's exactly the same, guys, as the old 32-second Reaper. None of this 34-second Reaper business. The queens can't defend it on their own. You're meant to go roaches against this, in my opinion. That being said, there is a slight movement speed buff to Zerglings on creep before Ling speed is finished to help deal with things like this. But I know most Zerg players are used to defending with queens and Zerglings. And I think, you know, the rude awakening you might get is, especially if this was like proxy 3 racks Reaper, you need to immediately go into roaches because queens will not beat these Reapers. 8 Zerglings on the way, hiding a drone out there ready to take a 3rd base. Remember, queens only do 5 damage a hit, down from 8 in the live version of the game. They will not do well against these Reapers. Zerglings taking some damage. Nice micro so far, and he does back off. But these Reapers, especially if you commit hard, could bully. So far, though, only 3 Reapers. Does he build a 4th one? He's about at 50 gas. This is the important moment. Reapers. Ooh, they're getting good damage on the queen. You can see she does no damage, man. There is a ramp here, though, so this is one of the easier maps to defend this on. But look at how much she tickles. She tickles these boys. But it's only going to be 4 Reapers, guys, so it's not a big commitment. And Solar, I mean, his link speed would have kicked in anyway, and he was building extra Zerglings, so I think he was playing safe enough. If he wasn't building the Zerglings, probably would have been in trouble. Ooh, Reaper Grenade to take out the Creep Tumor, forces an Evo block there to save the drone and make it harder for the Reapers to chase those units down. That Queen does take a bit of damage. Zerglings, a little bit faster on Creep. And that 4th Reaper does arrive. 3rd Command Center is on the way. Factory comes down here for BYUN as well. And, ooh, gotta be careful with these Queens. They're starting to take a lot of damage. And going 4 Queens, not a terrible opening for Solar. It does hold on. You can use these for injecting, for spreading creep, same as always. And they've still got fantastic anti-air. Obviously, once Evo Chamber comes in, you can transform these into Swarm Queens for 50 minerals a pop. It will give them back their 1 base armor, which they don't have in this patch from the start. It also puts them from 5 to 12 damage versus ground, but it makes them a bit worse versus air units. So it's powerful, but it also does come with downsides. There is a later upgrade you can also get, so those Swarm Queens do create creep spread as they move around the map. So that makes it really powerful in late game, where you just always have 1 or 2 Swarm Queens with your army and you just throw creep down as you move around the map. Chat says, the concussive shell upgrade grants slow. The tech lab upgrade is bonus to buildings and light units. Ooh. Watch out, Reaper and Hellion here, dancing back and forwards. Sorry guys, just reading. There's, yeah, don't know why you guys are talking about concussive shells. So you guys saying there's a separate? Isn't concussive the normal upgrade? I don't know, sorry. Twitch chat are very bad at explaining things. I should not ask questions. Here we go. Reaper Hellion rotating around. 4th base coming up. Hatcheries down south, guys. Double engineering bay just came in. It's gonna have good upgrades behind it. 4th hatchery is there as well. Oh, the creep spreads really quickly off the hatchery. Look at that. The way it quickly tried to connect to the other creep. That was interesting. Does creep normally behave that way, guys? Where if you've got other creep joining and then this creep, it like senses the other creep is there and tries to connect itself as quickly as possible? Was that just random chance? Might have just been random chance. I'm not quite sure. Anyways, Spore Crawler comes in the main. There is going to be just a medevacs, it looks like. So 2 medevacs come forward. Marine Stim, 3rd Command Center. I don't think there's any big changes here. Keep in mind, Widow Mines have way bigger splash, a better splash range. You can also get drilling claws just off the armory. You don't need to leave a factory on a tech lab to get it. But Widow Mines take longer to build as well. For now, though, it's just Marine Tank. None of these units really have huge differences. Baneling speed will cost more to upgrade. And Solar going to play his very standard style against BYUN here. Bio moving in with the medevacs. He's going to try and focus the hatchery down. Oh, the medevac does pull back. Queens are taking some damage. And that 4th base does go down. Nicely played there. Really nicely played. Lings have forced the 3rd to lift behind it. But that's okay. BYUN's happy to delay mining off of his 3rd. He's getting amazing damage. And that carapace upgrade just a little bit too late there. It's finally going to kick in. Would have been such a good advantage in this scenario. Now, Solar's going to go take this northern base, but that's really hard to defend. I think he should retake this one as well. Solar, though, usually a player who only commits to 1/4 and plays a bit slower to take extra hatchery. So if he loses this one, which BYUN's now rotating to, this could be lights out very early in game 1 of this series. 7 Banelings are up, but Baneling speed is only now started. Remember, that costs 150 now. Oh, it's also, I think, same upgrade timing though, 79 seconds. So he's got to buy himself about a minute from now before this next fight fully happens. The Marines up top. Oh, look at this. He's going to try and snipe the hatchery and run away while distracting down here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so main army distracts, and look at that. Yeah, Marines do such good damage, and a hatchery, when it's not finished, doesn't have an armor. That 1 armor would have made a world of difference, but without the armor, there's no way. Even with the armor, it would have been tough, and that base going down, part of me feels like he should have stayed focused on this one, but you can see here the Hellbat morphs coming in from that side. 2nd factory on the 3rd. BYUN's pretty chill right now. His 4th and 5th barracks coming up. Does he have an armory? He does have an armory, so he should be going... Oh, yeah, he's got +2 armor, just no +2 attack. Classic BYUN. Going for the upgrades in a bit of an awkward order, as he happens to do most of the time. Marine Hellbat clearing the creep. Solar just taking punches, and it looks like he's losing this game pretty badly. Keep in mind this is Solar. BYUN is a player whose efficiency can just fall off a cliff sometimes. Solar's a guy who really is a slow burn sort of Zerg. Marine Hellbat Reaper dancing in and out. That siege tank, dude. He should hit that from the high ground with the Hydras, but there's no chance yet. Whoa, Swarm Queens are in. Look at these tanky lasses, guys. Remember these? They're pretty powerful, the Swarm Queen. They have an armor, so you know, they do a lot more damage, 12 damage versus ground. So they actually are pretty decent fighting units, and it's only 50 minerals a pop for each one. So that's actually kind of cool. Started an upgrade and then just cancelled one of the specialty upgrades. The Reapers are up here. That siege tank needs to unsiege and leave right now. They're like BYUN. He's going to try and just move the Marines forward, actually, to cover it. He says, hey, if your Hydras are going to come forward, I'll deal with it. Meanwhile, he's going to push the north. Wow, look at that. The Marines do get overwhelmed by the Hydras and Queens because the Hydras did overwhelm them. He's going to pick up here and try to dodge the Banelings. Quite a few of the Marines do go down, but that fourth base, oh, you can't afford to lose your fourth Solar. And yet Solar is going to lose that base. This medevac goes down. Fourth hatchery up top. It goes down. These Marines need to pick up, and they do at the last second. BYUN is all over this game. He is in an excellent spot. Solar has just been kind of contained, put in a claustrophobic position. Even there, that's a fine trade for BYUN, because BYUN's got a fourth base finished, even though it's not on location and mining. He's got it finished, and there was like an extra 4 Banelings to kill those 5 Marines, which is a perfectly fine trade for the Terran player, who's at about 2-to-1 inefficiency. Fourth base is now floating out. You do have to mine this gold mineral patch, guys. An amazing 5th base on this map. You've got to actually mine it, of course. Drilling claws is coming in on the armory, as well as vehicle weapons. 2-2 is almost finished for Terran. +2 carapace is already there for Zerg, though, so you do have to show a little bit of respect in that regard. But now that the Widow Mines come in, it gives you a bit more maneuverability with the army. Generally, Zerg doesn't want to fight in these slow zones. Very bad area for them to fight. Incredibly bad. And he's just going to maintain this position in the north, this BYUN. He can always break this rock tower as well to protect that siege tank from the left. Right side, 4th base, trying to rebuild. Hive and Lurkaden trying to come in, but it's not there just yet. The bio overwhelming. Banelings hitting those Marines very nicely. So BYUN's Widow Mines, they build a little bit slower, but they just have a bigger splash radius, back to 1.75, guys, which is very nice. That being said, the live version of the game where the Widow Mines fire faster, that change is not there. Basically, all of the new changes from this last patch are just not in this version of the game, in case you guys are wondering. Other than the minerals. Other than the minerals. I think that might be the only one. Zerg can't just spam Queens now? No. Queen spam opening was always one of the weirdest parts of StarCraft 2 in terms of it. Something that was, you know, kind of just the default for Zerg is, hey, it doesn't cost lava. They're a generically good combat unit in the early game. They shoot up, they shoot down, they're tanky as all hell. It was a very, it's always been a very like, oh, just commit to this one unit. I think it's, you know, both Greener and Patches have created mods that have interesting ways of getting around that. And they're still a useful support unit, and you can still get more use out of them with upgrades and things, but they're no longer the end-all and be-all that they were for the early game previously. I also love how big and distinctive visually these Queens are. They clearly are like, you know, hey, I'm a big fat lady. You better friggin' watch out. Gonna be going for Swarm Queen passive creep generation. That's that purple upgrade, guys. Takes a while, though, 100 seconds, so it's not gonna happen instantly. Hydroling Bane army is good size, but BYUN's army is massive, and Solar's just kind of stuck in his corner. He's been getting punched in the face for the last 10 minutes, and the last 5 minutes, I should say, and now Max Command Center is coming up behind. Of course, these are 400 mineral command centers, guys. But BYUN's still going to go for a mass of them now that he's maxed out. The Marine Marauder trying to fight. There's no Widow Mines with this army, so not the cleanest engagement for BYUN. His army and the top stims in at the same time. Those tech structures looking real vulnerable, but just goes for the fight on the Marines. And he's going to go for the Lurkaden. That's a crazy choice. To run in that deep and click on the Lurkaden is pure insanity. Man's been traumatized by Solar's Lurkers before. Does not want to let him get that tech up. He knows that a Lurkonitis in his production is one of the few comeback plays that could get Solar back in this game. Marines here stimming in the front at the same time. He double or triple drops even down the bottom. But BYUN is getting sloppy. Yeah, BYUN's seen the Hive Tech coming in. He's going, oh god, I've thrown games from here before. I better get a move on and finish him off while I've still got the advantage. Ironically, I think it's that desperation which is actually leading to him throwing away a lot of units here. This one's a bit of a better trade so far, but does he save the medevacs is the question. Would love to see abducts there rather than parasitic bomb. Speaking of which, he's got a Viper. He abducts, but he forgets to leave the Hydras there. Luckily, BYUN's not watching, and the medevac does go down. No Overseer to clean up the Widow Mine. These trades are sloppy. Remember, he was double the efficiency. Now, it's a 3 to 4 efficiency, right? 9,500 to 12,000. He's got mass command centers coming up, but this is a classic BYUN throwing his momentum away in a very inefficient manner. He didn't bring his Widow Mines with his pushes. He left them scattered and his siege tank in kind of not the best positions. He pushed on creep with mass bio with no Widow Mine or tank support, threw away a lot of units, and gave away his tempo at the same time. Now Solar, a player who's been getting punched in the gonads for the last 10 minutes, is in a situation where he's going to get a 5th. He's going to have a chance to respread creep and reestablish some semblance of control over this game. Now, he's building 3 Swarm Queens. He's building 2 other Queens. He's making 3/3 upgrades. Solar has a lot of time to recover in terms of like he needs to spend a lot of time recovering. He's still way behind in this game, but BYUN's going to need to show that very patient and technical late game, which he obviously is known for doing sometimes. It's sometimes getting overeager and just throwing his units into the meat grinder. So BYUN's got to chill out here. Got a bit excited. Got to take a deep breath and reset. These queens, you can see, look how fast they spread. Wait, what? I thought it would be a little snail trail. That's insane. Patches, calm down. What is this? I thought it would be a little snail trail and they'd have to put creep tumors on it for it to turn into a real significant spread. This is so good. What? That's crazy how fast they spread creep. Excuse me. Oh my lord. I hadn't really watched it in action. Look at it. Oh my gosh. You just run around and go throw creep tumors wherever you want. Yeah. You should throw it out here in the middle of the map and then fall back and throw it further back. But his whole army's in one position. That tank is still up here from earlier. It's finally going to get jumped on, but he's got no units in the south. This is a big mistake. And another Swarm Queen does get caught out there. Oh, and Solar, I mean, he had a chance to get back in this game. This is not like a super serious push. I feel like this was just a bit of an opportunistic dive, and Solar moved his whole army out of position for a simple double drop and gets massively punished. Loses his 4th, loses a bunch of drones on his 5th. It's a really hard position to engage because he's still got a massive army in the north, more units than he really needs for just a double drop. BYUN's able to trade on him while making mass command center, and this just looks like I think Solar was a bit too mentally damaged from the early game. And he's going to be going down. Now, these ghosts do not have a light tag, guys, but they only have 85 hit points. So they're a fair bit more fragile than the ghosts you might be used to. That being said, I don't think their snipe gets interrupted. They also don't have any buffs on their auto attack. This is the classic 10 damage ghost, plus 10 versus light units. The way it's always been for most of StarCraft 2's history. The Widow Mine! The Widow Mine! I love the way Solar pulled that with the Zergling. Dragged it onto the Reddit point medevac and got the kill there with 3 units inside. Unfortunately, Solar giving up that hatchery, that the chance of respreading creep recovering this game is gone. He should have had his army split half to the south, half to the north preemptively. But I have said for a while, one of Solar's few weaknesses in this matchup is essentially he does group his whole army together in high pressure situations. He will F2 to one side of the map, F2 to the other side. And only once he actually spots you coming from 2 sides will he split his army in many situations. Not always, but quite often, right? It's one of the big ways Clem gets value against him, even when Solar's beating him, is just pull the army to one side, and it's always the double drop stabs in from the other side and gets a big kill. Hatchery gets cancelled and replaced since it was slightly off position. I think this should be a pretty clean finish for BYUN. Changelings coming in. SCVs, tanks, and ghosts should be able to shut that down. You could actually let him unload here if you want to be really cheeky. Have the tanks and the ghost siege there, and then when he unloads, then you click the Nidus Worm and then snipe the lurkers down with a scan. Liberator does get taken out by Viper Hydra. These lurkers are going to go for a dive in on this base. They could do some good damage, but they're not going to have any support, and it of course is a very committed move. He should be throwing a Nidus up either here or here so we can try and evacuate. Good SCV pull away. There's always lots of infrastructure on the third. The third base is never a planetary, so that's why it's a great target for these sort of lurker attacks. But as the libs come in, you got to get out of there, Solar. Got to get out of there. Solar's staying way too long. You can't afford these losses. Loses most of those lurkers. I think that's about 8 dead lurkers so far this game. Ooh. Tank gets abducted down. Lings and Hydras take care of it. He's got the plus 10 Hydra hit point upgrade coming in here. Ooh, BYUN got, is that faster medevac unload? What's that, guys? What's that? upgrade. He's also got a purple knob. I don't know what... Can you guys tell me what either of these upgrades are? We'll look those up after the game and show you in the replay, but... yeah, plus 10 hit points, malignant creep, or whatever it is, where the Swarm Queen spread creep as they move around. Ling's going to defend the north side. The rocks do come down. I think this allows units to drop like twice as fast out of medevac, something like that. I forget what it's called though. Medevac's also dual heal with Caduceus, so now that they've got Caduceus, it's not only double energy regen, they can also heal 2 units at once, which is absolutely crazy. So medevacs scale very well to late game. Blue Flame, servos, plus 3 armor, plus 2 attack for mech coming in. Libera's not really finding the mark. Are ghosts 2 or 3 supply in this mod, guys? I think they're 3 supply. I could be wrong. Ooh, nice of darks. Solar's looking for damage. Oh, triple lib siege from the north. It's got advanced ballistics. There we go. The tank lib ghost mine setup does scare Solar back on this side, and Solar needs to send his Vipers up north with some Hydras, I think, to deal with this, but doesn't have them there. He's going to go for a Lingbane counterattack. The Siege Tank and the Widow Mine cleaning up a lot of those units. Oof. Some big shots going down. Guys, do these Siege Tanks have an upgrade to do extra damage? I could see like a really different Siege Tank firing animation. It's almost like they're setting the units on fire or something. What is that? That's crazy. All right, Lingbane Hydra coming forwards. The Vipers going to do some abducts on these libs. EMPs start to land. A little slow on the EMPs for BYUN. Nonetheless, you need really good trades here because Solar's just lost another 14 workers. The medevac's picking up. Night Swarm does stab in from behind. You can see those siege tank shots we're talking about, guys. I think that's just a graphical change to make the attack look cooler. I don't think there's any actual difference to how those siege tank shots are landing. But it does look pretty badass, man. I see that attack on my units. I'm freaking out, man. I'm going, whoa, that's scary, brother. Planetary blasting a bunch of those Zerg as well. Hydra Lingbane trying to pull away. Ghost sniping the Hydras. Lib's still up here. You got to deal with this, man. Where are the Vipers? Those Vipers need to deal with it. Solar's just ignoring this top base, and that's a real problem. He does have an expansion here. He's still got a few lurkers in the Nidus, but oh, snipes coming in on the south. Hydras, Lings, and Banes all getting sniped down. Another Nidus Worm goes up. The siege tank shuts it down instantly. That's going to be that, guys. Beyond smothering Solar from start to finish. I do think there was a chance to get back in that. But Solar needed to, especially on a medium, smaller kind of map like Sanctuary, I think he needed to be incredibly tight after BYUN threw those units away in the mid-game, pulling his whole army to the north, losing the southern base, and the mining on this base. He was already behind at that point, and that was just too much to ask. But you can see some nice usage on both sides. Indeed, this is Medevac's unload faster, guys. I'm not sure what this purple upgrade is just yet. Let's take a look. Okay, this is what people were trying to write, but they didn't. If you guys copy pasted that, that would have made sense to me. Concussive shells has been renamed to concussive grenade. Okay. All right, guys. So what I missed there is concussive shells is what he upgraded off of Tech Lab Barracks. It's renamed to concussive grenades. It additionally grants the KD8 charge a slowing effect for the Reaper. So if you want, you could get a slow. There's also a new upgrade, Enhanced Munitions, but you need a Barracks Tech Lab to upgrade it, and you need a factory. Takes 80 seconds, costs 100, and this grants Reapers a powerful anti-structure attack and increases their basic attack light damage bonus by 3 times 2. So plus 6 damage per Reaper versus light. I mean, Reapers normally don't have a bonus versus light. They just do 2 times 4 damage, guys. So 8 damage. Plus 6, going from 8 to 14 damage versus light on your Reapers. Really cool. Obviously, though, why are you still on Reapers if you've got a Tech Lab Barracks and a factory? You know what I mean? So it's kind of cool. Like, it opens up a chance for you to overcommit to Reapers and then transition them into a unit that's going to slaughter Marines, Hellions, Widowmines, Zerglings. It's going to do decent damage versus Zealots as well. Like, it's kind of a weird thing where you can kind of imagine with this upgrade, if you run like 10 Reapers in a base and Zealots are chasing them, they're actually going to kite down the Zealots. Like, you know, if you have a stack of these, they're going to start like one-shotting Zealots pretty fast. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure if it's actually good, but that's really cool. And especially if you get actually a slowing grenade as well, that's really cool. Patches in chat says, a comp some people have played is Reaper Cyclone. So they're using the slowing Reaper grenades and the bonus damage and then Cyclones. And it's like this fast kiting composition with slowing grenades. Oh my God, that would be so frustrating to play. It's hard to execute, but very cool. They've also increased the cast range of KD8 charge, the Reaper grenade by 1 from 5 to 6. Okay, that's awesome. It can no longer be targeted on a unit, so now it's easier to be precise because it's going to throw exactly where your cursor's aiming rather than just it selecting a unit and throwing it at the base of that unit. Awesome. Was there anything else I didn't talk about here, guys, with the upgrades and stuff? So that's just concussive grenades, is what that is. I don't think so. I think everything else we talked about. Awesome. Crazy game. Very good play for BYUN, though. He just got a bit too in control from earlier on. Solar needed maybe faster Bane speed or something like that. Took a bit too much damage and fell behind. GG, well played. BYUN takes game 1. Where's my water? Hey, can you show the Swarm Queen creep spread ability? I can't find it in the notes. You just go Control F Queen, you'll probably find it. I don't want to look at the changes down the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. Subdermal creep follicles. Cost 150, 150, research time 100. It allows the Swarm Queen to passively generate creep as it walks. Yeah. I forgot about this upgrade, by the way. I don't think anyone's made this. Have they, Patches? In these games? Because if you get that, then they become a pretty good tanky frontline, right? 3 armor. Like 3 armor Queen against Bio. Obviously, it kicks in kind of late, and then there'll be a prime target for like snipe, and siege tank shots and widow mines will still do good against them. But against like Marine Marauder, anything like that, it's like Zealots even, like, damn. Those units with lower attack amounts are going to do really struggle to get through that. So kind of a cool upgrade. Yeah, I kind of want to see people use these a bit more as like a core frontline unit mixed in just to see how it plays. Like, I think it takes too long to get the upgrades on time, so it's probably not overpowered or anything, but yeah, awesome. Also, you can devour a worker to produce 50 energy, which is interesting. Has anyone done that? I feel like ain't no one going to be killing a drone to get energy. I guess that's like a real emergency defensive situation, right? It's like you're literally getting killed by an all-in and you're like, okay, I need another transfuse. Eat drone, do another transfuse. And if it's a short cooldown, you could eat multiple drones and then be like, ah, heal, 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 you know? And try to like get the hold up that way. All right, guys, really quick ad break. Game 2 versus BYUN Solar. It's coming right on up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yeah. This is game over and lights out in game 1 of the semifinals. Because his mules are mining on the left, that's why Q is still in this game. Sorry, guys. I thought I timed that GG perfectly. I was like, he's 100% about to GG as I say that. You could tell I kind of just left it hanging because I was like, I am confident on this one. But there we go. There we go. I think it's because on most maps you can usually just never let them get a 4th base. Dot's turning nods. She's playing with my titties. What are you doing? Oi! Stupid. Stupid Dot. I'd smash you with mango. Wait, I smash you. Stupid. Stupid. Yeah. Is she here? Is this, am I getting her? I'm getting her, right? You guys remember there was that real deranged psychopath in this? At some point, I remember I was trying to impersonate the guy because the guy was a super fucking weirdo. He's like, "You sound fucking Asian." Like he was just real, like the homeless guy that shouts at people to go back to their own country really aggressively. He kind of had that energy. Oh yeah, there it is. That's it. I think it was at this point where, while editing this video, I was like, I think I need a haircut. Like, this was me impersonating him, the player, and I really feel that should be a GIF, by the way, guys. I should really. The Zergling Ravager Swarm Host finding insane efficiency. Look at that! Oh my god, that was cinematic. Oh man. No. So this guy's like, why do bugs always benefit Zerg? And he's forgotten about this. So what you could do is you could make a command center and load up to 5 bunkers inside. So this guy made 5 bunkers on one base, loaded them with Marines, loaded them in his command center, and is now sending a goddamn 25 Marine loaded command center to float across the map. Look at its damage output. It's got 25 Marines inside it. On 2 behind it though. Has created chase too far is the question. His oracles are derping out here a little bit. One moment, guys. Dot just locked herself out. She has to go to a doctor's appointment. She both didn't bring her referral and locked herself out without keys. It's too much. He's going to just try and hold his natural. He might have to pull out of his main. Ling's going into the main. Mass, Ling, Queen, all in. If these bunkers get up, it's game over. Oh, the wall off. The wall off's so sick. Maru. 300 IQ Maru. Double eBay wall off. He knows if he gets these bunkers up, he's fine. Raise the depot as well. Anything you can do to survive. Pull every SCV. Pull every SCV right now, Maru. Maru's pulling every single SCV. The Marines are going to get inside one bunker. The other bunker, they will not be able to get inside. The Queens are unloading. They transfuse. Nice transfusers going down. The Lings doing great damage. There's not enough damage for Maru. The Lings are going to work. It's going to work. Even with that, because he broke the wall off. There's no firepower left. He's into the main. The depot doesn't go up. Oh my god, the gamble. The crazy gamble from REYNOR pays off. Oh my lord. What? Wow. GG, well played. Just going ham on these drones. For those who don't know, you might not be familiar with these sayings. Going ham, it's a term that actually originates because I used to be the best player in the world at killing drones. All right, guys, how are we doing? Oh, I accidentally loaded the replay. My bad. Let me go back to the start of the replay. Here we go. All right, let's continue. How are we doing? Monk, Fresh Monk, Paradoxical, Tricon, everyone. What's up, guys? All right, guys. Game 2. Solar in the top left side of Old Sun Temple, getting the cross map spawn. He'll be happy about that. BYUN, no doubt, will not be as happy. in the bottom right. We'll see if BYUN... Is BYUN going to do Command Center first? Because he's loving that on 8 workers on these big 4 maps. But I wonder, yeah, with 12 workers... I mean, it's a good build, always. Command Center first, never a bad build against Zerg, I don't think. But it was never his flavor back on 12 worker, or very rarely. But yeah, no, big 4-player map. I mean, effectively 3 players, because you know you never spawn horizontal. It's either vertical or cross map. And we'll see how we go. Solar also doing a greedy build. 17 hatch, 16 pool, probably. Pretty standard stuff, but as expected. He's not really microing his drones. It's a little surprising. You can see they're all going walkabout. He finally fixes it there. Nice. Good job, good job. And he's on 18. Oh, he's going to go gas before pool as well. Yeah, I think that makes sense on this mod. You want the early ling speed. Because the queens themselves aren't going to stop Reapers very well. And good chance of Reapers or Hellions or something coming out. Barracks goes down. So it's command center into barracks. Into double gas, no doubt. He could go gas and then second barracks. I'd say that's pretty rare these days. Usually you'll see, yeah, 1 more SCV and then take the second gas. Overlord gets to the top side. He sees no command center, so we'll be pretty sure it's cross map at this point. You'll just confirm by entering the main and seeing no wall off. You'll go, oh yeah, you got to be cross map. It means there's a lot of room. It means it's going to be really hard for BYUN to like press him. Mech is like absolutely an option. I do think mech is an option. I got to admit, guys, I can't remember if there's many mech changes. I know that Hellbats have, I think it's an upgrade to do tons of extra damage to shields. So like Hellbat's bio is meant to be much better at clearing zealots. But I don't know about this matchup. So, oh, man, dude, I thought I read all the changes, but like there's so many different things. Yeah, oh man, should I pause this cast? We're gonna pause this cast. Pretend, guys, there's no pause. Let's go read these changes because I forgot them. There's too many things, so I was focused on the PvZ a bit more, and I skimmed the Terran ones, and now I'm like, I read a bunch of things, but I've forgotten them. Let's take a quick look. Hey, we know the Widowmine change. Cyclone builds faster, lock on slower. Lock on damage gets bonus from upgrades. Lock on doesn't ignore armor. Lock on damage kind change from spell to range. New upgrade, Hurricane Engine increases cyclone movement speed from 4.725 to 5.4. Okay, so it starts the same as the current Cyclone, but then it maxes out at being much faster, or a good bit faster. Cyclone lacks proper scaling. Weapon upgrade scaling has been added for lock-on. Attack scaling should work both, so attackers lock-on damage has been changed to range. Yep. Falling by on attack upgrades will now help the Cyclone's lock-on damage. After armory is finished, has been added to bring the Cyclone speed closer to the speed of the Hellion to improve their synergy. Longer lock-on cooldown is mostly intended to nerf the Cyclone against units like Zergling, where Cyclones should not be as effective. Okay, that makes sense. Blue Flame just naturally gives bonus damage versus shields. Yep. 10 hit point higher life on the Hellbat. Hellbats don't get wrecked by Archons. That's what that's for. Is the Archon the only unit with bonus damage to biological? And the Spore Crawler, of course. Is there one I'm forgetting? I think it's just that. Yeah. Archon hates living things. Infernal Pre-Igniter, yeah. Movement speed's a little bit faster. Oh, so Hellbats are just buffed around the thing. They're easier to move and shoot. They take up less space. They move faster, and they're 10 hit points greater. Ooh-wee! Very good. Obviously, we can get the upgrade to save siege tanks. We can also get Crucio Dampener. Okay. Yeah. Thor, ground attack speed. Much lower. Okay. So similar thematically to Green Earth's one. Yeah. The DPS is lower. And it's way worse against small units, but it's gonna like burst big units a bit harder. It's gonna have a bit more splash. Yeah, I mean the splash is I hate that they changed the splash. So the Thor does so little against Mutalisks these days. I think it's like, it's such an unimpressive unit against Mutalisks when your opponent knows how to micro them correctly that it's just like, why is, you know, I think this is a no-brainer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we got it. All right, guys, totally immersion not breaking as we continue this cast here. All right, so Hellbats, guys, have, I don't know if we'll see mech at all, but Hellbats have 10 more hit points, they move faster, and they only take up 2 slots in a medevac now. So Hellbats are like just buffed around the whole thing, and Blue Flame gives +5 shield damage, so that's the bonus against Protoss. Looks like 3rd CC will go down here momentarily. There's also an upgrade for Cyclone that kicks in later on. You need an armory before you can get it, and it will give them movement speed boost. That just makes them so the Cyclone's pretty similar to the current Cyclone, but then there's a upgrade that gets it closer to the Hellion movement speed so that late game it scales a bit better and can micro a bit better. Speaking of scaling, they've also changed Cyclone damage in this patch. So, and don't be surprised if he just plays Bio. This is BYUN, guys. Hey, he's playing mech. Awesome. Awesome. I mean, it's the correct call. It's friggin' big map. He doesn't even know if it's vertical spawns, by the way. He's just making this decision because he knows it's going to be big, long map, by the way. But yeah, the Cyclone's attack is no longer spell damage, so it's affected by armor, but it also scales with upgrades now. So the lock-on damage actually scales really nicely as you get attack upgrades, but if you don't get any attack upgrades, your opponent gets armor, it will fall off, which is cool. Evo Chamber very early for Solar. I think Solar should be thinking about mech. He should be sacking this Overlord through. Problem is, with 2 Marines, if they move over there quick enough, they can deny this, but the Marines are like hiding quite far back, and if they let the Overlord see the second factory, this is a disaster. I think BYUN messed up. He's got to lift the factory and fly it to the right. Hide the factory. Hide the factory. Lift it. Fly it away, bro. Ah, never mind. It's all going to get spotted anyway. Yeah, his Marines needed to be waiting on the edge to have any chance of denying this, or he needed to build his factories further over to the right. Either one of those would have been good. I think this is a tragic mistake because, guys, Solar is now going to all-in you with Roach Queen, or just pure Roach Ravager. So for those who don't know, guys, Solar is actually quite weak to mech if he doesn't know you're going mech. Problem is, the only good mech players tend to use it a lot. Guys like Gummio. Solar knows that they're going to do it a fair amount of the time, almost always scouts it, and once he scouts that you're going mech, or he just assumes you're doing it, he will always kill you with a mid-game all-in. He does not like playing late game against Protoss. He does not like playing late game against mech. He just kills you in the mid-game. And if he knows about it early enough, usually he takes an economic lead and then just does a crazy Roach Ravager timing. If you're relying on Banshees to defend, he'll bring Queens with it. If you're going pure ground like this, you better build siege tanks pretty early. You could go for Cyclones a little bit, you know, build 4 Cyclones, get Magfield, but interestingly, he cancelled Magfield. I think BYUN should have enough experience against Solar to know this. Like, you have to start tanks now or you're dead. It's going 5 factories, double armory. His factories are idle. He starts tanks. He knows. Okay, he knows. Just 2 Cyclones with no upgrade. This is actually how you have to play this. Solar is so predictable in this scenario. And yet he has an insane win rate with this counter strategy, which is what's so funny about it. He's going to take the hatchery down here. Also mine this one open to get that base open. Carapace coming in, Roach speed. I don't expect any more drones in this game. I could be wrong. He's going to make 4 Swarm Queens. And I'm already wrong, guys. He made 1 more drone. But I expect a huge Roach Ravager all in. You're going to need a nice wedge of tanks in the middle here. Defending the 3rd and the natural. Barracks is going to float forwards to give him some forward vision. Infestation Pit, 2nd Evo and more drones. It's cross map and Solar decides to not all in. What is this? And what would he use Hive Tech for, guys? I see a lot of people play against mech. REYNOR loves to rush Hive against mech. Makes adrenal glands. Nothing else. Maybe a Viper or 2. REYNOR's the man who will play Ling Ravager against mech for 30 minutes against Maru and take him on and toe-to-toe, which I think is one of the most insane decisions ever. But when you've got REYNOR's micro, you can sometimes pull that off. Oh, he's going Rapid Expulsion. So Ravager Biles will come down much quicker, guys. The land reduces the land delay for Ravager Corrosive Bile. Very cool. Tank count's growing. 4th command center's on the way. As long as BYUN keeps making upgrades in command centers, it's kind of good. The problem you're going to have for BYUN is 4th base is there, but then where's your 5th, right? Even your 4th is stretched out. Your 5th is going to be here probably. And then you kind of just have to focus everything on trying to secure this bottom left corner of the map. But counterattacks on the right side are going to be really hard. You don't want to expand to 2 different directions at once. I see a lot of Terran do this. They go here, 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 here. And it's basically just giving the Zerg the pick of the litter. They're like, oh, which undefended base do I want to kill for free? Like, it gives them such easy trades. So as a Terran, you got to be very focused on basically locking down one corner of the map and then trying to have like an extra planetary and a few tanks or something to guard against counters on the other side. If you can get to the middle and control the tower, that's nice, because it does limit Zerg's movement, but that's very hard to do on such a vast map. He's going to scan the main base. He sees the hives on the way. Neural parasites coming in burrow, and we've also got that creep upgrade, guys. Subderminal creep follicles. That's one of those queens. Will spread creep as they move around. So he's going to go for a mixture of a few swarm queens to get creep everywhere. Cover the entire map in creep. Roach Ravager with some faster biles, though roaches aren't going to scale too well. Banelings mixed in to help clear hellbats and things. Good idea. And then I guess the neural parasite infestors obviously can be game winning if the Terran doesn't realize you're going for them. If they realize, it's very hard to catch Terran off. Ooh, speaking of which, what about ravens to spot those burrowed infestors, guys? What does the raven do? Oh my god, I can't remember what Patch's raven is like. Ooh, that might actually be important. I didn't think it would be important for this matchup. But I guess I should have researched. It's super changed. It's the repair drone raven. Do you need a tech lab for it? I think it's still a tech lab raven, right? I know you had like, it was able to spam auto turrets before, was really nice. It is a no tech lab raven. Okay. Guys, bifurcated incubation. Roaches are going to become 1 supply. I forgot about it. I've won a lot of games against mech on this mod with this upgrade where roaches are so bad at this stage of the game. But suddenly, if they only cost 1 supply, they're not that bad. Now, problem, Ravagers are 3 supply. Same as always, which is even worse on this mod, though, because you think about it, these 7 Ravagers are going to be 21 supply. The 16 Roaches are only 16. So you can understand, every Ravager is an immense drain on your supply. Infestors over here. Baneling's trying to roll forwards. The Infestors pop up. They're looking for the fungal. This is a really interesting situation. You can try and roll some Banes into the 3rd. Oh! Terrible micro for BYUN! BYUN, what are we doing, mate? Also, this middle of this map is usually a no-go zone. Speed zones are really good for Zerg and really bad for Terran, usually. So it's kind of crazy that BYUN's trying to bully Solar off the middle of this map. I thought he would just avoid it, but he's going to try and fight for it. Roach 1 supply upgrade's not there yet. Banelings get 15 SCVs! Holy moly! He does F2 his army over there. A few Lings coming in from behind. The Hellions should be able to deal with that. Cyclone's tanking decently there. 2-2 upgrades are almost done for the mech, by the way. The tanks, will they see these roaches? Yes, they will. Dude, those tank shots look so cool. It really makes you fear it more, doesn't it, when you see those tank shots land? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, the Roach Ravager takes some big damage. The fungal biles are okay, but these Ravagers are getting jumped on. Solar's got to be kind of careful here. That being said, BYUN's going to take a bit longer to remax than Solar is. Biles come down really quickly. The Infested Terrans, remember, those cost 20 minerals each, guys. Those are not free units, so you got to be really careful. But they don't cost supply. So they are powerful in the lack of supply, but they aren't free. Mass Command Center is coming in. BYUN's going to try and expand north. He should focus all of his expansions there, and he should try to reinforce this base with the Planetary Fortress, in my opinion. Queens are getting pushed back. The Infestor Lingbane Ravager as well. That queen does take some big damage. Oh, the Swarm Queen's starting to go down. Remember, these are your mobile creep platforms. It'd be really nice for him to have spread some around the corners of the map and already have creep on these bases. But Solar's not quite used to that. If you just have a queen just wander around, pooping creep tumors there and there, on a big 4-player map like this, you can just completely restrict your opponent's movement. Now, guys, there's a bunch of upgrades that have come in here for BYUN. He's actually got the Tankivac upgrade, but he doesn't have any Medivacs, so that doesn't matter yet. He's building Medivacs now. The thing is, when you pick up a siege tank into a Medivac on this patch, it will put it back in tank mode. It'll take it out of siege mode, so you can't keep picking it up and dropping it constantly in combat. But he does have the upgrade for it. He's getting the speed upgrade for the Cyclone since he doesn't have that yet, and he wants the mobility because it's such a big map. It's hard to deal with these Banelings. These Banelings causing him problems right now. A lot of the SCVs go down on that base. These tanks in the middle are slowly dealing with the rally, but not completely. He really needed to have some tanks spread across these bases rather than just on that forwards ridge. And this is a huge attack. Look at how many roaches there are. 28 roaches on the map. He's only at 175 supply. The 1 supply roaches, man. The 1 supply roach upgrade is such a good turning point in late game on this mod. It allows the Zerg to swarm in the late game with those less efficient units, but having so many more of them. Roaches getting in that base. BYUN's losing too many SCVs. He's got a lot of command units. If he just had 2 or 3 tanks spread over here, I think this would be a totally different situation. Chadhammer and her buddy over there, 34 kills on one, 18 on the other. The Lings are finally going to jump on top. But, oh my god, they are struggling. There's not enough because they're clumping around the corners. And even Chadhammer's sidekick, her work experience student, do end up getting taken, getting some good damage there. So she's on 44 kills, 21, 15, 44, and 24. Wow, that's a lot of kills. But the economy damage is real. Solar doesn't have a huge bank. Remember, he's not able to max right now. You actually need 105 drones sometimes if you're going to keep trading sloppily. Like, this is something that I learned the hard way playing this mod as well. Same situation where I was like, I got a huge economy. Building roaches on 90 drones already feels crazy. But then they're one supply roaches and you realize you can build so many of them. You actually need an immense economy to keep it up. BYUN supply is still very scary. The Cyclones now have the Hurricane thrusters. They move a lot faster. He's got some really nice upgrades. He's also got the upgrade which makes the siege tanks do less damage to friendly fire. 75% less friendly fire from siege tanks, which is going to be really big. Often in the late game, a lot of Zerg catching tanks on their own is running Zerglings on and making the tanks shoot their own units. But 75% less splash damage friendly fire is actually a huge reduction. It's that nice campaign upgrade. The other one is magnetic hulls, allows you to pick those siege tanks up if the medevacs do start doing that at all. BYUN's back to a new base. He's on 70 workers. Remember, these mineral lines do take a bit longer to mine out. Hellion Cyclone coming on this side. He's going to scan, clear out the creep tomb. He's got to be careful to not get surrounded. So you could try to lock onto the hatchery and then run away, or you could just be like, nah, he's going to be here, get out of here, and I think that's the right call. Hellion Cyclone on both sides of the map simultaneously. There's no infestors out there right now. Hard for Solar to get spellcasters in position for this sort of stuff. The biles are very quick, remember, and getting used to the cadence of dodging those is so different. Biles do take out a Hellion as well. Man, you got to love all the just creativity with all these changes. 3 Hellbats load up. They're going to go for a little drippy droppy. That's going to be very annoying for him to deal with. Those Lings go down, and look at this. I don't know why we've got 2 medevacs. Probably only need 1, but it is what it is. There's a lot going on right now. BYUN Cyclone Hellion dancing around the map. He's got those medevacs still just idling. Could maybe get Corrosive Bile down. Vipers, of course, can abduct siege tanks. That's been reverted, thankfully, in the live version of the game as well. Ooh, new upgrade coming in for Zerg. I don't even know what that one is. Cyclone's getting a cool lock on. What is that, guys? Oh, he's getting the Ostoderm growth. That makes Swarm Queens have +2 armor. That will help against the Magfield Cyclones. It's mostly against Marine Marauder if you're committing heavily to Swarm Queens. I think Solar's kind of just clicking all the upgrades as he's not quite used to this mod. Spores and Roaches clean up the Hellbat drop over there. These Roaches, Ravages, Banes getting cleaned up. He should keep a few Swarm Queens. Like I said, keeping a few Swarm Queens spreading creep in these corners and replacing them constantly. Hard to get used to, but it's such a big boost. Creep spread is, of course, so massive, especially against a mobility-focused comp like this. The Cyclones are one of the units that can actually use the speed zones to their favor. And you can see the lack of friendly fire with that siege tank upgrade from the campaign. Really nice there for the Terran player. So one supply Roaches obviously are struggling right now. Units lost tab still 6,000 in Terran favor. Spy is coming in now. One of the best upgrades in late game is actually Sundering Glaives, guys. It gives +9 damage to armored for Mutalisks, which means they wreck Cyclones, Thors, tanks, all the things. Most Terran things that Mutas struggle with are armored, right? Other than Widow Mines. So it's a massive upgrade, but without any upgrades on the Spire, I don't think it's going to be very valid. Broodlords might be more of an option. Now keep in mind, oh, still dancing in the middle. It's kind of crazy. The siege tank here is giving it a good control, though. I think Solar needs to give up on mid-center control. It needs to go around the flank a bit more, maybe. But yeah, Greatest Spire is going to come in. So the Broodlord, Greatest Spire. Broodlings basically don't have a timed life. Similar to Infested Terrans, they actually just lose hit points over time. So they still effectively have a timed life. But rather than them just being at full life and then instantly popping after 20 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever, they bleed out steadily. So you'll see their hit points go down, so they become weaker and easier to kill the longer they are out. Cyclones do snipe stuff. Oh, also Broodlords have +15 versus structures. Right, I was laughing about that. I was like, do you hate planetary fortresses? Patches, aren't you a Terran player? Cyclone Alien getting a nice lock on. Hatchery's going to go down. This is an awesome dance, man. How often do we see Zerg actually able to do stuff in late game with movement, right? Normally Zerg has to swap to being a Protoss player at this stage. The funny thing is, even with the one supply Roaches, he's still getting overwhelmed by the Cyclone Hellion. Like, obviously BYUN's out trading him right now. But I love the fact that Soul is, like, relatively competitive. And you can imagine, if he had a Burrowed Infestor pop up at any of these points to catch either side, or anything like that. And he's going to have Broodlords, which could crush this northern flank. Depending on where those Broodlords are morphing, they're a bit far out of position. You can imagine, I think that with a few adjustments and a bit, especially if you're spreading creep on those sides with Swarm Queens, like you can imagine, give Solar some time to cook on this mod, he's going to do some crazy stuff. By the way, did he just kill his own unit with that Siege Tank? I think he did. Anyways, Cyclone's going to run into this corner. He's got some Siege Tanks, Hellions, and Cyclones there as well. Cyclones running behind the mineral line. The Zerglings should take care of those bad boys. These Cyclones getting jumped on by the Ravagers. A little bit of friendly fire from the Siege Tanks, but not too much. Roaches do clean up the top right corner. Both players very low on money, struggling to max out. I love the action here. The Viper gets caught up front. Big mistake for Solar, leaving him out in the open. The Broodlords finally arrive, guys, and that's the real kicker. Finally, Solar gets Broodlords. For those who don't know, there was a period about 2 years ago when we were playing a lot of Site Delta, where BYUN started playing mech for the first time in a decade. And I'll tell you, he was smashing Solar and all the top Korean Zergs, all the Zergs in the world. Pretty much every game, he would get ahead with mech, start smashing them. And the moment they made Broodlords, oh, he managed to get 5 Broodlords there, guys! Massive Cyclone flank, Solar, caught in the open. No! Well, this is not going to be like those games. So what would happen years ago, right, is he'd be so far ahead. The Zergs would eventually, out of desperation, make a round of Broodlords. And you have never seen a mech player more incompetent against Broodlords than BYUN in his first month of playing mech. It was kind of funny to watch. He was actually like kind of the best mech player in the world until Broodlords hit the field. And then he would just get absolutely annihilated. Like, he would lose 200 supply army and then another 200 supply army to 6 Broodlords. It was hilarious to watch. It was actually kind of comical. But you can see he's fixed that. The Cyclone ambush, the Vikings come in. He's way more used to dealing with it now. He's way more comfortable. And you can see the experience building over time. And I love to see that because, you know, BYUN did used to be a little bit of a one-trick pony in regards to being a hyper-aggressive bio player. But he's become a late-game god. He's become a guy who can play mech and do all sorts of things. Unfortunately for him, Solar finds his planetary down the bottom. His most important base gets taken out. He needs to land a new orbital there right now. He's going to float his main base. I feel like he should have used this one because he's only got minerals here. These are his only mining minerals. Oh my god, Solar might actually do this. That snipe is game-changing, especially with fungals and neurals available. If he goes and like burrows infestors in, that could be really big. Solar's going to bait a few more scans out here as BYUN cleans this up. Ooh, this is very close. Army supply is way ahead for BYUN, but right now income is miles ahead for Solar, and he's got map control to a certain extent and the threat of burrowed infestors. There are no Ravens in this game. He could build them, but he's probably not used to them, not needing a tech lab, so he's not thinking about it. And I think these burrowed infestors may be game-winning. Here we go, Roach Ravager, Ling coming forward. Bit of a crazy angle. Feels like Solar's just headbutting, and that's, yeah, pulling back is the right choice here. That was insane. If he just kept A-moving across the map, that looked... Had a bit of a Platinum League feel to it. Watch out for the fungal, though, BYUN. BYUN gets baited to the middle, but he dodges the fungal. Pulls back really nicely. Great lock-ons from the Cyclones. So many Roaches going down. Mauling Bane behind it. There's only one Siege Tank backing this up. He's got to stay just out of fungal range. That's really... Dude, his play is so good right now. And look at this. He could chase, get a few Infestors. It's well worth losing a Cyclone or two to kill an Infestor. Really worth it here. BYUN's got his new base up mining at the bottom. He's also landed a base up top, so he's got 2 bases mining. As long as he keeps Solar's attention here, he's good. Whereas a few Lings could ruin him. A few Lings on these edge bases would be absolutely disastrous. This base as well, only one tank guarding it. If you get some Lings up here, BYUN's day is going to be ruined. And this is something Solar, he now pivots with the Zerglings, but BYUN's nearby. Army comes through the middle. BYUN's going to be careful. Watch out for those fungals. Cyclone's getting caught. A few Lings get caught over there as well. This base being untouched is crazy, though. Solar's distracted up north. BYUN does not have the ability to defend an economy right now. Solar has a great economy, but BYUN temporarily has, in the most fragile and indefensible position, an economy that's almost as good right now. And actually, with the Liberator Harass, it might even be as good. Amazing Liberator Harass coming in from 2 sides. That Spore Crawler will take care of that one. Remember, Spores take a bit longer to kill Libs right now because this is 15 damage rather than 20 a shot. This is the old Spore Crawler, not the new one. This Liberator Resiege is massive distractions here for Solar. Tries to go for a Link counter, but he runs into this army. You can see Cyclone Alien kiting on both sides so well. Excellent engagements here for BYUN. Solar, he's bleeding out so many units. He's down 11,000 in the resources. This Liberator, oh my lord, 19, 20 kills. It's a game-ending Liberator Harass. BYUN able to sneak a base down the bottom. Solar needed to be smothering him with Zerglings. This base is almost completely mined out. If he didn't have this base, he'd not be mining for these last 2-3 minutes of this game. But with a few Liberators and a distraction, constantly skirmishing in the middle, trying to fight for Watchtower vision. So Solar, only now does he have the pressure off him enough to send the link counter. BYUN defended this base through fighting in the middle and keeping Solar occupied. The fights in the middle might have looked a little scrappy, a little sloppy even at times, but they were incredibly calculated, very smart moves. And look at this, BYUN's Liberator harass is so good. Solar does come in. He's going to deny a few mules, biling down the command center. But look at that, Infestor's caught in the open. There's too much going on right now. And 2 of those Infestors go down very quickly. The Liberator finally dies to these queens. Meanwhile, Lings are here. But look at that. BYUN realizes he's exposed. He leaves a bunch of Cyclone Hellions, so he's no longer exposed. And BYUN is mining that base on the bottom very healthily. But Neuroparasite does come in. This army could get pushed back. There's not that many Hellions here. The fast bile is so effective for the Roach Ravager army, though, isn't it? It's so effective, man. Awesome play on both sides. What a fantastic match, dude. This is so sick. It's so cool to see this. I mean, for a while now, I feel like a lot of players haven't really shown up to as many of like these sort of fun tournaments like Patches and other players run. Like a lot of the 6K guys, a few of the 5.5 guys will show up, a few of the high GMs, semi-pros. To see such a good turnout to this event and see the players really engaging in the new tools in this mod is actually really cool to watch. You know, this is awesome. I think being thrown into deep waters with the new live game patch that's just been so wild and all over the place with its changes, I think it's pushed players out of their comfort zone, and they're willing to hop in here and play an experimental patch on a tournament. And it's led to some amazing games. BYUN smothers the army. There's no more fungal to keep it back. Oh my god. Oh my god. He crushes Solar's army. Solar goes in with a counter on the right side. But that was a crushing fight on the south, and what an excellent series that for BYUN. Playing cross map takes down Solar. Solar had some success with those one supply roaches for a while. I guess in hindsight, the Broodlords could have come in earlier, and getting those 5 broods caught there unsupported was a huge problem. I think you want to make your broods and just immediately like thrust through the economy of BYUN as quickly as possible. But yeah, other than that, we had faster Ravager Biles, one supply roaches, both really big for Zerg. We had, I think, a lack of creep spread. I think one of the big things, if I were to play a lot of this mod with the new changes, because I haven't played with the Malignant Creep or anything like that. I keep calling it Malignant Creep. I know it's not called that. I'm just going to call it Malignant Creep because I'm going to forget all the names. But the Swarm of Queens, if in that mid-game stage, like I said, you know, you had 10, 12 minutes, or even before that, like, look how much map control Solar has at this point. Imagine if there's a Swarm Queen here. She's just running around, poops a creep tumor, runs up here, poops a creep tumor, runs over here, poops a creep. Like, you're going to have creep dominating the sides of the maps. It's going to make it much harder for BYUN to counterattack, to chase. It's going to be easier for you to surround him. It's going to give you so much information about where he is. It's a lot of APM. It's going to be hard to get the hang of it, but it could be really good. BYUN lost a lot of workers, right? He lost a lot of bases. But hats off to him for trying to control the fights in the middle as well as he did. And actually making this such a tough match for Solar. Takes him down 2-0. Patches, awesome patch clash tournament today. GG, well played. He used it once around 12 minutes, the tank evac. Oh, he did use the tank evac upgrade? Did he move these guys at some... Oh, he did! Okay, so he loaded 2 tanks, and then he just unloaded them and moved them slightly. By the way, guys, what happened to Chadhammer? Sorry, guys, I need to know what happened to Chadhammer here. How long did she survive? She a raw game? Dude, if she was alive at the end of this game, that's crazy. I doubt she was. She got another 4 kills there. She didn't get to be part... it's funny, because these tanks were here. Solar just refused to go near them for like the next 5 minutes of this game, right? She's on 52 kills now, so she's got like another shot off on a few lings. What makes these tanks so special? Well, this tank is Chadhammer. Chadhammer is a character, Sergeant Chadhammer. She's a siege tank pilot. who she is always in charge of in any Terran game, the siege tank that is on like the high ground ledge in the position where it's like unlikely to die. And you know, all the other tanks are like sieging in more risky positions and getting traded a lot more, but there's always one tank that just sits often on like the cliff above the third base where every Ling run by, every Zealot run by, it just sits there shelling units. And that's essentially what happens. Oh my god! She got neuraled and she killed her buddy. Oh no, and now because she's going to get unsieged, she might get like F2'd somewhere. She survived. She got neuraled. She killed her buddy while getting mind controlled by the evil Zerg. Dude, did she survive the entire... No way Chadhammer survived the entire game. Oh no, she's on the front line. She's on the front line. She's exposed. Oh my god. Dude, did she survive the whole? No. There's no way. It's funny because she's not even that like part of much fighting. It's great in a game with so much action because she was often holding like a middle strong point. She kind of just didn't get many kills after that first few minutes of her being on the ledge firing. Where she's just there's like this fight. Okay, so she gets another shot off. She kills another 3 units. It's just every now and then she gets like a single shot on the Zerglings and Solar runs away. The moment he feels Sergeant Chadhammer's gigantic Crucio shot cannon, he's like, yeah, nah. No, the Zerglings? Okay, they don't go for her. No, she survives because the Zerglings went down there. These guys ran in here. She survived. Guys, I think she survived the entire game. Look at this. Oh, wait, no, because this army retreats up here, doesn't it? Oh, no, I think she dies just before the end of the game because wasn't there an army right here at the end of the game getting surrounded? Oh, no, she's going to die just before the end, I think. Or was it down here? Maybe it was down here. Oh, the Lings! No! Just before the end of the game, guys! She went down to a few Zerglings just before the end of the game. She had 60 kills. Oh, that's so tragic. She literally was on that ledge for so long, the other ledge, got neuroparasited, had to kill her apprentice, that siege tank next to her. And then she moved over here, sieged up there, got a few more kills, and dies 30 seconds before the end of the game. Absolutely tragic. But she fought well for BYUN's great Terran Empire. Quit the replay before she dies. If you don't play it happening, it didn't happen. So I gotta say, it's just a shame that there's no variety in this patches. 2-0 into 2-0 so far, and these are the recommended games that were supposedly good. It's just pretty bad. I don't know, patchy. 12 worker start seems bad, man. Seems bad. These games were so lame. 2-0s. There was no action. It wasn't close. It wasn't back and forth at all. Fun games, dude. Fun games. Jokes aside, that was fucking awesome. It's so refreshing to see them using so many new things, isn't it? Like, what did you do? Have these guys, is this the first time all these guys have played on it? Because I'm very confused. They're like, all the players are making new, is it, I think it might be because they've been forced to play the new patch and all their builds have been fucked. Where like, it's like, it almost feels like the players have been like forced out of their comfort zone. Because normally I expect BYUN to just use 0 new tools, you know what I mean? Solar's played twice before, Reynor in Classic first time. BYUN has also played before once, but I don't think he read anything. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, no, they're all clicking new buttons. I wouldn't say they're super purely basing their strategy around it, but they're at least adding the upgrades to the existing strategies. I think as well, because your mod is a little bit more familiar to the players compared to like Green Oat's mod is a bit more out there. You get to see players look a bit more lost, I guess, if they're on something like Green Oat's mod that is so drastic. Whereas yours, it's like there's all these things that add longevity and complement existing strategies, right? You have a lot of upgrades that are like, you're doing this strategy, you add this thing, and it gives it longevity. Roach is now 1 supplier, you know, these things can turn into this, these things can turn into this, these guys can have, the Cyclones get that movement speed, they get a bit of a boost, the tanks stop friendly firing each other as much. So it's kind of nice, because like it is something where even StarCraft 2 pro gamers who like don't really want to learn anything new, they're like, wait a second, I click this one button, and it makes the strategy I've already done much better. And they're like, oh, I guess I'll click it then. You know, it's like you've basically neural parasited the pros into using your changes by making them just nice little subtle adjustments that add things to things. Tank upgrade got changed. It used to be minus 60%. Now it's minus 70% to only bio and light. Oh, it's only bio and light. Yeah, I remember. I saw you change the number. I was like, about time you changed the number. But it's also, they still do full to siege tanks. Ah, so dropping on tanks is just as powerful, but it does less to marines and stuff. That's so smart. That's really cool. Yeah, so Hellions will take less damage. Bio will take less. Okay, that's smart. That's actually really cool, Patches. That's very clever. That's good design, my friend. Yep, Hellbats, Hellions, Bio, Widow Mines. Okay, very cool. You know what's the weird thing, Patches? Is that Widow Mines don't friendly fire Widow Mines. It's a real weird one, isn't it? And Disruptors don't friendly fire Disruptors either, right? Banelings should only friendly fire. No, should only not friendly fire other Banelings. Make it fair. All right, guys. So that means we're going to be going to the upper finals, which is going to be a best of 3 or best of 5. I think this is the best of 3. I think only your grand finals is best of 5, right? Or is it actually best of 3? Okay, and then is grand finals best of 3 with bracket reset? No, it's best of 7 with a 1-0 lead for upper. Okay, makes sense. Cool. All right, guys. So REYNOR versus BYUN now in the upper finals. Yeah, reset thing sucks dick, Patches. Don't. It's not hype. Yep. I used to be a big bracket reset fan as a player. I was like, give me my full life. I was like, you got a life, I get a full life. You know what I mean? But from an entertainment point of view, it's a bit anti-hype. Lings should be able to morph into Scourge or Banes for variety. That's fucking stupid. 4 prime... Guys, everyone type 1 in the chat if you agree with me that 4 prime hybrid is stupid as making a dumb suggestion. And type 1 even more if you agree that the better suggestion is they're only allowed to do that if they're on a cliff. You have to find a cliff and you have to morph it, and then they have to like kind of like jump off like someone doing like a little wingsuit thing or whatever. They go, ugh! But there's a 25% chance that they fucked up. Their wings didn't evolve good enough, and they just fucking smash into the bottom of the cliff, like what is it in ancient Rome where they throw them off like the Tarpeian rock or whatever it is, right? As like the execution form, they just chuck them off the cliff. It's like, that's the risk. There's like a 1 in 4 chance that the unit, yeah, just goes splat. Yeah. You have to have, there's got to be, Lemminglings. There's got to be a risk involved. You can't just give them Scourge off Zergling without there being, you know, that's the one thing that Zergs miss. I always thought Zerg should have a bit more like Warhammer Orc and Goblins, or same in 40k, Orcs and Gretchen to it. You know, a bit of that Gork and Mork randomness, you know? Like, there should be more dice rolls in a lot of Zerg things. There should be a lot more, like, you know, like you A move, but like your ultras should all have like a rage meter, where if like an ultra hasn't killed an enemy unit, like the longer it goes without killing it, its rage meter fills up, and like there's a higher chance of it will just like need to kill something, or because it gets too angry, you know, it's all roided up and shit. It's like, and it'll just turn and just fucking kill some friendly units nearby to like sate its desire to murder. You know, like there should just be a few more like metal things, like very gamble metal is the best way I would describe Warhammer Orcs. It's very metal but very gambly as well. It's both casino. It's a murder casino essentially. Yeah, but if you time it right, you get them into battle with the enemy right at that same point, and they get extra strong when they're in that rage mode as well. But it's dangerous because if your opponent pulls back while you're chasing them, then, you know, and they avoid the fight, your ultras are just going to turn on your own units and kill a bunch of your own things. Give Ravagers a siege mode where they can load in banelings like tank shells. Oh, that would be sick. Random chance exists in Warcraft 3. In SC2, there is none. Yeah. That's true. I like a bit of randomness. I think a bit of randomness is quite good. Randomness is fun. Well, it can be, it's frustrating as well, but it's fun. A little bit is. So for Warcraft 3, it's just the range of damage, right? It's a bit random. Constant dice rolls with your attack ranges. How about when an Ultra burrows, the map is edited around it, making it a big lump hill, and then a Hydra can be on top, it could be considered high ground? No, smart. I like the Baneling Ravager cannon most of all, though. I want to lob Banelings at someone. The Brood War uphill. I prefer the Age of Empires 2 uphill advantage to the StarCraft 1 uphill advantage, personally. AoE 2, it's like you do 25% bonus damage attacking downhill, and units attacking uphill do 25% less damage, which I think is cool. But in StarCraft 1, it's like 50% mischance, or it's not even exactly 50%. It's like, I don't know, 46.3 or some random fucking number. So it just ends up being a little bit of a crazy interaction, like a little bit of randomness here and there. That, though, when you miss 6 shots in a row, you're like, ree! It's all fun and games for Terran until a Ravager starts yeeting Banes at your ass. True that. Christopher Big, who's the first player outside of the top 20 of lifetime earnings in SC2? Please don't look it up. It's too easy. If you obviously, that's boring to look up. So you're saying, what you're saying is who is the 21st lifetime earning StarCraft 2 player? $21st. Probably about. Can you give me a clue? Is it about $200,000? Maybe 300,000? Maybe a bit more than that. Maybe 300,000? 450K? Okay. Showtime? How close was I? Guys, you guys guess as well. Don't just be me, guys. Guess. No one else wants to guess? None of you guys want to play? We know someone 21st player in the world. Showtime's 26th. Your guess is TY, GG Machine, Snoot. It's not GG Machine's like 16. He's not won 450K. 450K is you've got to have had quite a long career, you know? It says Cure. I don't know. Scarlet's higher than you think. Scarlet's probably won $600,000. Could be special. Maybe it's special. It's like special, or it's. Oh yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. All right, tell us, who is it? Does the winner get a KFC lunch? July's over. 1st of August. Sponsorship's over, baby. Maybe Oliveira. You good? Special is 22nd. Oh, I mean, those are both pretty good guesses then. Who's one higher than special? Like Kelizer? And what, by the way, what are you going off? A Ligulac earnings or a different website? Oh, it's Parting. Parting's a tricky one. Because Parting earned a lot of money in the early days, and then, yeah, and then not quite as much for a long time, and then started earning again. Just a Ligulac? Yeah, Ligulac's pretty solid. So we can look at it here. It's Parting, Special, Pult, Scarlet. Oh, I thought Scarlet would be higher than that. I don't know why. I thought Scarlet would be like up here at 550, 600 something. Neeb's just below 600. He was the highest foreigner for quite some time. And then these kids came over. Cyril, almost 2 mil. Clem, almost 1 mil. Reynor, almost 1 mil. So Maru, Dark, Rogue, or Beasts. Hero, Classic. I was wondering where Classic would be. Zest. Classic's good, man. Classic's been consistent long term. As has Solar. TY, Beyond Zest. Nice. Oliveira and Showtime down here. Yeah. Snoot had a pretty short career. Like, Snoot's actually a god, guys. $379,000. When you think about Snoot didn't really start winning real money until End of Wings 2012. He started like winning a couple tournaments, I think, and then basically retired less than a year into Legacy, right? So he probably only had about 4 years really winning money, maybe less than that, and the prize pools were much lower there. Yeah, you would have guessed higher. there was a few big tournaments in the early years, but if you didn't win a BlizzCon or one of the first GSLs that had $100,000, you were winning like, you would win like $10,000 for winning a DreamHack, and you had to beat like 6 GSL champions to win a DreamHack, to win 10,000 euros. Like, it was, prize money was shit. Snoot would grind so hard, he'd get like 1,000 euros for beating like three top Koreans to get a top 8 kind of thing, you know? Yeah. Scroll down. Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Scroll down to me. I mean, I'd be a fucking ranked billion. I won fuck all money, guys. I was a terrible player. Not terrible, but definitely not world class. I have many excuses for it, though. Many excuses for it, you know? You know, most of the guys who won the money in the early days had pretty big esports history. They'd all competed in StarCraft 1 or Warcraft 3 and that sort of stuff. It takes a long time to build deep RTS experience. Look at the 2026 earnings. Yeah, it's a shame. Don't have the big prize dumping because of EWC and stuff. Obviously, it's going to be a big drop. Yeah. Who's on page 2? Yeah, Keller's just above 200. Not bad, not bad. Nanoa, quite a lot considering how short his career was. Cool. Cool. Nice. Good times. Go last place. I don't know if does this jump to the last place? $1? Guys, there was a Chinese tournament that gave $1 prize pool to everybody. What is this? There's some Chinese tournament that gave $1 to everyone who signed up. And some people played multiple of these, so they have $2 or $3. No. Oh my god. That's so funny. That's so funny. Got a couple Aussies on here. Actually, is that a Kiwi? I can't tell if it's Aussie or Kiwi. That looks like Kiwi. This looks like Aussie, right? No? Wait. I'm forgetting my own flag. Wait. That's we don't have the big. No, we do have the big star. Okay, the big star is our one. Oh, I get confused, man. Yeah, it's red stars and no big white flags. That was a Kiwi flag, right? I think it was. This one I think is Kiwi. I can't tell if it's red stars or white stars because it's so small though. Australian flag is cooked. I mean, we should just use the Aboriginal flag. Guys, what is that? Does this person not have a country? Oh, it's Alpha Star. Wait, like is in the AI? $5, no country? What? I'm so confused. That's hilarious. Get that bloody Union Jack off our bloody flag, man. There's so many flags with the Union Jack on it. It's crazy. That's why it gets confusing. Alright, guys. We're going to do BYUN REYNOR best of 3 upper finals. This will be. Even you have higher tournament earnings? Nice. Yeah. I remember there is something like the first time you earn money playing a video game, it is really cool. I remember earning like $5 or something in a tournament, and I was like, yes. I mean, it's just EWC, right? Seal Blue. It's EWC, you know. Big difference maker if there's $1 million prize pool. So we're actually, I think we're doing better than last year outside of EWC, right? Or was EWC not quite $1 million last year? Was it only 750K or something? Maybe they lowered the prize pool last year? 2024, it was $1 million. I guess what my career earnings are? On a Ligulac, probably like 25K? 25? Probably 30, maybe 25 to 30. It could be as low as like 20K, maybe 15, depending on what it picks up. The Ligulac wasn't around since the beginning, but something like that. We can look it up. A Ligulac pig. It would be probably 20K. It says $30,000. $30,000. Okay. Maybe that picks up more than I thought. Maybe that, like, they went and backdated, like, old Wikipedia things automatically with this. Cool. Lots of losses. Hey, we beat Honmono last time we played him. Forgot about that. What's my rating? Oh my god, so low these days. Oh, it just drops further and further, brother. Further and further. Keeps dropping. BYUN is my arch nemesis? Yeah, BYUN plays too many tournaments, brother. BYUN's the, Well, he dropped that game to my Protoss, so... If you lose a game to a caster's off race, it's not really my off race, but I'll call it my off race just to rub salt in the wound, then you basically, like, you know, he could beat me 57 series in a row. He still dropped that one map to me. My Protoss, and therefore I win. It's about as live as your dick. What the fuck? That's a weird thing to say. How you doing, Jules? Thanks for hanging out. Seb, Sorry, Love Bond, Hail Kal-Al. Everyone, thanks for the subs, guys. Let's go. Alright, guys. 12 Worker Madness on the Patches mod. Patch Clash number 9 here. $600 online tournament with a crazy series of changes. That's right. Reynor in the top right, BYUN in the bottom left, and of course, 4 lava. Able to chill on your hatchery. Spawning pool first goes down, so it's a 14 spawning pool build. He's going to build a drone there. Interesting opening for Reynor. Now, could be quite good against the command center first, but BYUN, we expect to do 2-Rax Reaper here. It's what he did earlier in this tournament on the same map against Solar. Put on some heavy pressure. We'll see if Reynor can withstand that. But I think a 14 pool is going to be kind of weak against it because there should be mostly a wall off. Maybe you can dodge the Reapers and run inside and like distract them for a long time. I'm not quite sure, but normally you're going to be needing something a little bit different to get going. Obviously no gas here. He's just going to build one more drone, it looks like. Feels like Reynor is really gambling on some sort of build he expected. I would imagine a command center first from BYUN. And not getting that. Does he build 2 more Zerglings, guys? Yeah, 8 Zerglings. He's going to do an 8 Zergling pressure here. And the drone will go to the natural. So like I said, you can get 4 lava on your hatchery, whereas normally it caps out at 3, and only lava injects can add to that. He will go for a hatchery behind. The problem is against 2-Rax Reaper, remember, Queens cannot defend this. You need either Roaches or Ling Speed. You're not going to have Ling Speed. Reynor will need to immediately pivot to gas. And he's still building Zerglings. Oh, no. Oh, no. He really is not wanting to run into 2-Rax Reaper. Oh, he was probably busy playing his match earlier when BYUN was playing Solar. Didn't see that game. And this is, I mean, BYUN's such a king of command center first on the 8-worker start, but on this start, me no likey. That being said, if the Reapers are out, run away, and he gets inside, that could be good. But if BYUN quickly cancels, builds an add-on, he might be able to wall him out. So BYUN has no idea what's going on. Maybe these Lings can get in and still do damage? Cancel, like kill the command center, kill a few SCVs? The Lings should be coming in right now. Oh, the Reaper's about to pop out, though. Dude, wouldn't it be funny if that Reaper popped out and got instantly surrounded? Reaper's going to arrive at the other side. See that incredibly late hatchery. Roach Warren is already on the way. Reynor sees that Reaper. Honestly, I think he should have just gone in already. Because now BYUN sends the Reaper home. This Reaper bounces the Queen, goes in there to dance around. Does he see the Roach Warren? He doesn't see the Roach Warren, interestingly. This Reaper moves out, but he's just outside. He's baiting the Zerglings in. The Lings, they see another Reaper popping. They're waiting. They want the Reapers to all go to the other side of the map. But BYUN waits just outside of vision. And he says, "Nuh-uh, you're trapped in here, boy." But he didn't build an add-on. He should have built an add-on. He didn't have 25 gas. Ah, okay. Doesn't matter, though. With 2 Reapers, you can volley those Zerglings down. He loses 1 SCV on the command center, 1 on the factory. Roaches are building. Got to get these buildings building as quickly as possible. The Lings go back in for the command center SCV. Reapers are splitting up in the main base. You can see those SCVs take a bit of damage, but the Reaper will clean it up. No problemo. And that SCV barely alive. Oh, okay. He's going to save them all. He saves them all after the initial 2 losses. Gets his reactor in Tech Lab. These Reapers need to get across that map. They need to see these Roaches coming. It's a 4 Roach pressure with 2 more binders. So 6 Roach pressure. He's not pulled off gas, so I think he's going to make at least one Ravager. Factory is not quite finished. Tech Lab and Reactor not quite finished. Reaper about to jump into these Roaches. Roaches walk through the grass there and reveal themselves. Droning has begun behind it, but can he do enough to delay BYUN? BYUN quickly hops off and starts building the bunker, and then he says, you know what? I don't know if I even need it. He's going to go for concussive grenades. Now remember, this is a combination of concussive shells, but it also makes the grenade from the Reaper do a slowing effect. There's another Tech Lab upgrade you can get that gives a massive bonus to light for the Reaper's regular attack as well. Bring it from 8 to 14 versus light units. Not useful versus Roaches and Ravagers though. Tech Lab will get taken down. There is a Marauder out though, already doing a bit of damage to these Roaches. One of them goes down, not the best micro for REYNOR. Would have been nicer to pull that Roach back. Still trying to just pick off the reactors and the depots. He's still got 2 queens up, injects going down. REYNOR's going to try to drone up, but desperately needs to find some damage. These grenades come forward trying to hit these units, but ooh, BYUN a little bit sloppy, loses a Reaper. And has he started? He's not started depots. BYUN is in supply block town right now. I mean, I know he's got a siege tank, but he is massively supply blocked. Very late to start those depots. He doesn't have any depots right now. He can't even do a supply drop. Often you do supply drops to get out of the supply block at this point, but BYUN can't even do that. But look at that. Oh, he grenades the Ravagers. REYNOR not looking for a second. That was a really cute move there. And the siege tank will siege up. I'd like to see him move that tank further forward, actually, but he's in more of a defensive position. There we go. He's going to move the tank forward. Try and build these add-ons now. That barracks, I think, is going to lift off so we can see the Overlord hiding on the pillar. She will fly away, and the Marines should be able to finish her off. A little bit of micro for BYUN. And, of course, he does take that Overlord out. Double engineering bay goes down behind this. He's got a 3rd orbital morphing. He should be ahead in this game, you would think, but remember, he doesn't really have a fluid counter pressure. REYNOR will be able to take a 3rd. He's got Ling speed on the way, a 2nd gas and 3rd gas coming up. One wonders if it's tempting to just go for another Ravager Ling assault. I do think he's built too many drones to do an early one, so he'd need to go for something like Carapace if he was going to do that. But he's building a Queen, some Roaches, some Zerglings. This looks a little half-baked for REYNOR. Yeah, he realizes, wait, I have way too many drones. I better at least make Carapace. But in that case, I think he should drone his 3rd as well. I think he should do like a 55 drone, because Carapace is going to be so delayed. If you don't build any drones, you're just leaving money on the table. But he's building more Zerglings right now. And you're never going to breach this ramp, right? You need to wait for BYUN to move out to take his 3rd. That's where your window is. So if you mass units right now like he's doing, you're kind of setting up for an opportunity that, in my opinion, does not exist. But let's play devil's advocate. 7 Ravagers run up, one-shot the bunker. I think you need to one-shot the wall off first, and then run in, one-shot the bunker, flood around with Zerglings, overwhelm everything. Double upgrades are good, but this is a very Maru-coded response. He's like, I got 1-1, I've got Stim, look at me. But it's like, wait, you've only got 2 barracks. And you've only got 1 siege tank. 2nd siege tank only now. Like, there is a way you could brute force this, just because BYUN is being so incredibly greedy. He's also slightly supply blocked here as well. You can see his barracks aren't producing right now. Needs to get these depots going. So BYUN needs to fix his macro, and these 3 barracks are all just going to be building reactors, so he's going to be very behind on units. Ideally, BYUN swaps this starport off, builds a reactor, puts the barracks on the reactor, so we can at least get a 2nd reacted barracks, so we can go from 3 to 5 Marines building at a time, which will really help him, and yeah, you can see he's doing just that. Big all-in follow-up here for REYNOR, guys. Built the Evo Chamber, didn't use it for anything. Kind of went, nah, it's too late. The Evo Chamber did get spotted, though, so BYUN, from what he's seen, should think, oh yeah, you're making upgrades. Oh, he's going to do a 16 Zergling drop in the main. That's really cute. I love that idea. Yeah, slow overlords. They'll have to come down here and try to drop on the edge. The depot will see it coming. But a really cute move to create an extra prong of aggression. And these guys out in the open. 1-1's not quite ready, but it's almost there. Stim Bio started stepping back. The Zergling's getting a big wraparound. Ooh, the tanks do quite a bit of friendly fire, but he does target them on the Ravagers now. 1 tank in the open, the other tank. No, the Biles just missed. REYNOR just dropped 6 Biles on a tree. He completely missed the siege tank. He finally managed to snipe it down, but only after a big delay. Big bis micro moments here for REYNOR in this game. Drops a few Biles on his Zerglings there, trying to kill a depot that's building. REYNOR's got to clean this up. He's got Carapace, drones, and a layer on the way. I think this is enough damage for him to transition, but he wants more. He's going to go for the add-on. Does take care of that. Combat shields has been denied, which is a huge upgrade. The Ravagers have great range damage as long as they got Zerglings to tank. You don't want to lose these Ravagers, though. The Marine Marauder trying to take good engagements, but Remember, every stim is sacred. You're not getting those back. Bile's coming down across the front. He's going to try and bully him back. That siege tank firing from the high ground, taking down some of the Zerglings. The depots are falling as well. BYUN at the same time. Massive double Ling drop in the main. Huge damage coming in there. REYNOR with a double Ling drop. That's why he wanted to keep the aggression up. He wanted to distract so that BYUN did not notice the drop in the main. And that ends up finding massive damage. Really huge commitment here for REYNOR, and BYUN a few little supply blocks, just a little bit too slow to get his unit production up and going, and he was completely blindsided by this, and that's the downside of not having any counter pressure. No lib to scout, no single medevac poking around. He just didn't have his finger on the pulse of the game, and REYNOR, he went balls to the wall, Ravager Ling. He still doesn't have roach speed, nothing else, and he's just going to go infestation here and go, no doubt, like Infesta Zergling is the way to play this, and go for a quick hive. It's really smooth. You don't need roach speed. You don't need ranged upgrades because you're just going to use Ravagers. You don't need any more roaches. And you just make lots of Zerglings to defend. This 5th base should get denied by the double drop, I would feel like. But it doesn't matter too much since he's up 20 workers. Really nice aggression here for REYNOR. Keep in mind, guys, Ravagers morph faster in this patch. They nerfed Ravager morph time a few years ago. Patches has reverted that. That's the only real change we've seen so far. We haven't seen any specific upgrades or anything like that. Obviously, Command Center is back to 400 minerals. All the old patch changes are reverted. Or all the new patch changes from the most recent patch are reverted. I don't think there's anything other than the mineral patch change to, what is it, 1200 and 1600 or whatever it is? I think that's the only thing. That's the same. Marines trade there, not the most efficient trade. Carapace really helping REYNOR out. He's got plenty of units ready. Oh, Hail Mary Biles, but does it a little bit too far in front of those medevacs. Second factory comes down. 63 drones to 56 SCVs. 5th barracks? I think a reactor there would be excellent. Where else does one go? +3 armor. Hello. Okay, BYUN +3 attack. Much more important, my friend. Problem is that hive timing. Hive timing's pretty crisp. Feels like BYUN here has to make a decision on which style he's going to play. He's going to either stop building siege tanks and get like more aggressive with widow mines and stuff. He'll add concussive shells, or he's going to really turtle this out and just drag this to the late game. I don't know if he's too keen to do that though. Normally not BYUN's forte, but REYNOR does despise slow, kind of no movement, turtley late games. REYNOR is much more of a movement-based player. He likes to just be trading non-stop, skirmishing, running around the map. Through his multitasking, his mechanics can really excel. Oh, good point from chat. I've not seen anyone mule the gas. Yes, you can mule gas, guys. I think it mines... How much does it mine, guys? It's like 20 gas a trip or something insane? Some crazy amount of gas you can mine. So you can do weird builds where you basically... You could do like a sick battlecruiser rush or something. 16 per trip, says chat. Yeah, you could just do like you don't even need gases on the natural for like sick battlecruiser production. You could just mule your gases or something like that. It's worth 1.6 extra SCVs mining, says chat. Okay. I mean, that's still pretty big because you don't need to build the gas in the first place. The fact that you could do a build where you just drop like 2 extra mules on gas, but you save the money from building the gases early on and everything like that, I don't know, it feels like it'd be pretty big. Watch out, BYUN! Oh my god, he waits way too long to pick up. He had so much time to prepare, and now instead he loses all 16 Marines and a medevac. He's immediately going to pick up and redrop the same angle, realizing, well, you won't expect me to be there. +3 Carapace, Adrenal, +2 Melee coming in, and the Ultra Cavern. REYNOR's on 77 workers. He's got a big army out here. Will his Zerglings see this drop? Tries to go for a drop inside the main. The missile turret will spell disaster for the Overlord, but a few Lings drop, which already causes a good distraction. Widowmine's firing on the right side, not really getting any big shots off, and not having that bio at home is going to be devastating for BYUN right here. Loses 16 Marines on the map, and then immediately loads up another 24 Marines. Lings coming in, clearing up the 3rd and the 4th at the same time. BYUN has to do wild damage with this double drop to make all of this worth it. And I don't know if he's going to be able to. Only loses 14 SCVs, which is nice, but he can't really pursue this army. It's Fungal Ravager. We'll wreck him. REYNOR loses his 4th base, but he's got a 5th base he can transfer workers to. He's going to need to pick up and get out of there. BYUN has to realize there's burrowed Zerglings at his expansion. That Widow Mine, though, nice hit. These medevacs just kind of standing there AFK for a little bit, and I feel like, dude, We're going to see the SCVs transfer back to the third. These Zerglings with Adrenal and +2 now could kill them almost instantly. Unburrows just 3 Zerglings to start with. Not the best play there for REYNOR. If he waited, oof. Obviously, he can't see what we can see. Probably thought, oh yeah, might as well do a bit more damage. And BYUN does scan. Good move. Oh my god, he only left 2 Marines there. That's like 30 Zerglings. It's because there's an army coming on the front and because these guys are getting distracted. He's not got enough Marines to defend, but the medevacs are actually holding the line. Fungal comes in on the north. Zerglings, Infestors, Ravagers jumping on top. Ultras are going to try and clear that base. The Marine Marauder. Holy moly. A Marine Marauder mine does hold on for now. BYUN, he's refusing to go down, but it does feel like he's being a bit of a punching bag in this match. SCV's trying to fight Zerglings is a little like sending children into the prison yard to fight the biggest, scariest looking guy. No, that is a 6-year-old. I don't care if you give it a box cutter. It's not going to do well, mate. Weird analogy, but I think it suits. SCV's fighting 3-3 Zerglings or 2-3 Adrenal Zerglings. Infestors there, going to throw another Fungal. Big Bile comes down. REYNOR actually losing a few units. Honestly, he's not rebuilding his 5th. He's kind of playing this like an all-in. This is a weird thing for REYNOR to not just macro up. I think BYUN's in such a desperate holdout position. Carapace is almost there. He's going to attack just before Carapace. Infestors will lag behind. They're not going to be able to land any of these Fungals. But once he pushes BYUN back to the ramp, then he could go for the Planetary and Fungal him if he comes back down that ramp. There is a Siege Tank on the high ground as well. This base gets ransacked, which makes that attack well worth it. Gets the depots, gets the reactor on the factory. Factory needs to cancel and lift off right now, otherwise it's going to go down. These are Adrenal Zerglings, one of the highest damage units in the game. But not quite able to. Double drop going into the main as well, and this just feels like BYUN, man. He's hanging on, but only by a thread. And as long as REYNOR keeps macroing and doesn't just tunnel vision, like REYNOR, he's going 4 Dropper-Lords right now. He's making a cool healing upgrade, right? Like, where's the healing upgrade? That's the Ultra Lifesteal. But if he just takes the 6th base, respreads creep, actually resets right now, builds a Spire, a Baneling Nest, goes Bane Speed, Corruptors, there's 0 path back into this game. Because he's all in on like Ultra Ling 69 workers, he wants to 69 with BYUN really badly, it does give BYUN a chance to maybe get back in this game. Dropping on top of an Ultralisk, guys, is absolutely one of the decisions that has been made in this StarCraft match. That's a crazy choice. Gets 3 drones and keeps most of the bio alive, so shockingly is somewhat effective. It's a mostly Marauder army. The Marines are needed. 100 Zerglings are very good against Marauders. He needs more Widow Mines as well. Widow Mines, remember, have bigger radius, 1.75 in this mod, but they do take 26 seconds to build rather than 21. And oh, BYUN with a slow reaction. He was distracted down south by some Zergling run by, I think it was. And Fungal's coming in, the Ultra's coming in. Good fights for REYNOR. Headbutting into the Marauders, but I think with the Fungal, they can't really start a step back correctly. Bile's not quite killing those libs, but getting close enough. The Marauders are out of hit points. They have to pick up and fly away. The Ravagers come in from the other angle. Going to take out both of those Liberators. 3rd base gets ransacked for the 46th time. Zerglings drop in the main at the same moment, and REYNOR all over BYUN in that game. Fantastic gameplay for him. And really just came back to the start. I was like, man, it seems like he's got a bit too many workers. I don't know if he can just commit to another Ravager Ling attack. You know, it's going to be a bit hard. Like, I don't know, BYUN obviously is going to outscale you over time, but BYUN just had no idea what was happening. And I think you could argue if he, rather than focusing on establishing his 3rd, was pushing out with his bio more aggressively, he could have got wind of what was happening, pulled back his tanks to his natural ramp, delayed mining the 3rd, given himself time. Because what does he need time for, guys? He just needs to let 1-1 finish, let shields finish, let these 5 barracks come online. It feels bad to mine off just 2 bases with 55 workers. A lot of those workers won't be efficient. But REYNOR's only on 46 workers. You see this army out here. You know he's all in. He's not got a lair. He's not got a carapace. You just need to not give him a good fight. But REYNOR had the narrowest of timings, and he made it so worth it with this one. Really well played by REYNOR. 46 worker timing, which, yeah, it meant the timing was narrower. His army wasn't hitting as fast as it could. But it was actually kind of perfect because, remember what I said, he's never going to break BYUN on the ramp of his natural if his whole army's there. He has to wait for BYUN to take the 3rd. That's where the window is. And it actually timed out nicely. We might think, well, the extra workers, it's kind of a weird, narrow timing you've got. But it does mean his follow-up, when he does macro out of this, is actually way better. And of course, the big thing is while all that fighting was happening, the slow overlords were coming in, guys. And he just kept pushing the front, and the Overlords are like, okay. And BYUN's so focused on the front, I don't think he even noticed this, or if he did, he was like, yeah, just too distracted. And you could see a lot of SCVs die in the main base as well. And I think he loses some buildings, maybe? Let's see. Doesn't lose any buildings. Tries to load up and get away, but BYUN chases him down. Either way, amazing play there for REYNOR. Got a big advantage off of it, and then seals the deal. What is the total gas mined per mule? Don't know if anyone's calculated that. Patches didn't respond, so I'm sure he's not sure. Love Bond, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate your sub before that. Appreciate you. Alright guys, I think I better play an ad break because I don't know when ads are going to play and I don't know how long these games are. Game 2 coming up. That was a nice game 1 for REYNOR there. Next map, Eternity's Edge. It's a big boy map. See you guys in 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Killing a lot of workers to going ham, and something I'm very proud of to change the vernacular here in StarCraft. Definitely a true story, guys. Friends. Okay, Viper's coming in. Let's see what he finds. Ling's coming in from the south. I like the Ling wraparound. There's a planetary in this engagement. Exposed on that side. Baneling's going straight through the Hellbats and into the worker line, taking the planetary out as well. Oh my god. That was awful positioning for Maru. It was picture perfect for Shin.
Research completed.
Oh my god. Holy moly.
Guys. Oi guys, don't forget to subscribe so I can afford a couple Fosters. I'm getting thirsty, and you know I can't live every day without a Foster's in my hand. Also, don't know if you guys have heard, grocery costs have gone up, and every day I gotta toss a shrimp on the barbie. It just costs me too much. So I can't afford me Fosters and me shrimp on the barbie unless you guys donate me some dollary dues. Yes, please, hit me some of those donations. Did you guys know I'm sending $200 to the winner of this tournament no matter what? That's right. And I'm gonna lose money like I do most weeks, especially because I haven't been able to commentate these ones live in 2 out of the last 4 ones in the last month. So if you guys want to help minimize my losses and toss a few shrimps on me barbie, don't forget to use that ! tip button in the Twitch chat, and it's in the linked comment on YouTube. Help support the tournament so I can keep on running these. Thank you very much. Alongside Stegosaurus, of course, absolute bloody legend that he is. Being in dire straits, because if Dark can mine the middle bases, which he's mining that left side, he might be able to win. If he keeps denying this, he's been very slow to take the right side base. He still hasn't fully saturated the left and taken the gases. These are both big mistakes, I would argue. But you know what? He's just everywhere. He is everywhere. Shades of Dark versus Maru on Neo Humanity from Masters Coliseum. I know that's an online tournament, not a big LAN. A lot of people forgot it happened. Go back and watch Dark versus Maru on Neo Humanity and watch Dark hit Maru in 17 angles simultaneously and Maru just unable to keep up. This is that game. This is that game again. This is exactly what Dark's specialty is. You give Dark momentum, he has a fat smile on his face. He is flowing into every single opening. And look at this, burrowed banelings. Oh, please resaturate this mineral line. Thank you very much. Get ranked. And then he reburrows them again. He's going to do it again on the mules that just dropped. Clem watches. He drops 5 mules and the banelings instantly kill them. I mean, don't. There's still big windows. Like 25 zealots, no zealots. Oh my lord. I don't know how, if Hero attacks 2 places at once, I don't think MaxPax can possibly defend. He blinks. Oh my god. Okay, MaxPax trying to get out of there. He's got a stasis trap on that right flank. He's going to freeze. Oh my gosh. Holy blink of the Death Lord, man. What in the hell? Blinking forward Hero. Struggling. There's so many stasis traps on this map, guys. There's 5 stasis traps still out there. Stalk is poking forward. MaxPax knows with his Zealot Light army, he needs Archons as the follow-up. He's making Dark Templar. He's going to morph those into Archons, or think about it anyway. For now, it's Stalkers, it's Stasis Traps. Can he defend? Good Blink Micro. Stalkers are so good defensively. Zealots are good if he's hitting the natural, if he's hitting the main, if he's elsewhere. But if Max is in one position, blinking back perfectly, he will trade far better over the long run than Hero. Hero needs to overwhelm, or he needs to get those Immortals on top of those Stalkers. Oh, he blinks it as Stasis Trap again, and now... Oh, the snowballs! Oh, you're gonna kill my children on their way to work? I can punch your children as well. Say those High Templar before getting... Oh! Can I do an instant rewind? I want to watch that again. Sorry, guys. The underlying racism that threatens, or worse, to creep into the SC2 GOAT discussion is not cool. Come on, Glakavan. Guys, don't even... Can we just be honest and stop being so politically correct? We all know what people are just fucking... They don't have emotions. They look different to us. They don't speak our language. They're impossible to understand when they try to speak English. They don't speak our language. They don't have emotions. And they're called Finnish people. And we love them anyway. We fucking love them anyway, okay? We love Serral. We loved Elfie back in the day. We loved Wellmu. They're a bit weird. They're a bit different, but they're fucking great, okay? And they're very good at StarCraft, and we're okay with them, okay? We love our Finnish people. Dude, I mean, you defended your economy. You're still on 83 probes. I feel like Jizzard's way ahead. Oh, Hungry Ultras. Hungry Ultras is playing his favorite game called punching children in the face as they walk past him on their way to school. Oh, my lord. Guys, and this just tells... Okay, the Protoss government finally sends some people to intervene. You just imagine... So I figured, hey, let's look at the VODs of one of the most high-level PvTs we've seen recently. I'm sorry, Hero. I didn't mean to use... I didn't know that was going to happen. I literally just opened the VOD at a random point, and the most Hero thing ever is happening. I'm so sorry, Hero. I'm so sorry, bro. Oh my god. Alright, guys. Don't forget to support the upcoming Patch Clash circuit. That's right, guys. If you go over there, click on that Patch Clash link in the chat. 5K circuit just got announced by Delphus and Patches. So if you guys go over there, click the link. It's info about the mod. It's going to be 8 monthly cups featuring a $405 prize pool leading into a big final event. There'll be a $2,000 plus circuit event. It will be invite only. Top 8 in standings will be invited to participate. And you guys can help support these tournaments using Matcherino, Ko-Fi, and the rest. Chat says, but Serral speaks in English. Spot the European who's up late in the chat. I don't know about you have Serral talk. Someone from Arkansas. They ain't understanding what Serral's saying. Why is he speaking so funny? You know, it's hard. You gotta translate things into American sometimes. It is what it is. But yeah, check it out, guys. So there's the circuit there. You can register, how to watch, and a whole bunch of info. There'll be standings on there once the events start happening as well, so it should be a good time. He's like, oh, the mutas, and I don't, I'm not sure if we're in a good position, you know, and people will be like, what the fuck? What language is he speaking? I don't understand. Saturday or Sunday will be announced for end of the month. Might be Patches Mod Cup on Monday, though. Nice! Isn't there a tournament literally tomorrow morning as well, guys? Patches? There's a tournament literally tomorrow as well, guys. That's still happening, right? In like 18 hours from now, I believe. So if you guys want to sign up for that. That's the Swiss Weekly by Hushang. Jesus Christ. The Squad Shang Community Tournament, which is going to be on the Patches mod as well. Oh, you got a link. All right, I just grabbed a link as well. Nice. Yeah. I just had a piece of butter, of bread with dark roast peanut butter. Is Ratjar around today? Because I have pickles. I have peanut butter and I have bread. It's very rare. Ratjar's the guy that loves peanut butter and pickle sandwiches. He's been telling me to eat one for ages. Even if he's not here, you guys remind me after a few games when I take my next break, I will make a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. We'll review it on stream. He reckons it's the best food ever. I think it sounds weird, but hey, it might work.
And I've Googled it. Apparently it was quite popular in the Great Depression. People had no money. My English is bad, but I understand what Cyril speak. That's what I'm saying. Sure. If you have bad English, it's really easy to understand Cyril. But if you're like a native speaker from the middle of buttfuck nowhere, you're like, I can't understand him. He's speaking weird. You know what I mean? He's speaking funny. Sounds more like a Dracula. Sorry. Cyril does kind of sound like Dracula, actually. I think there are so many weird Finnish accents. Elfie sounded like Cyril actually is, like, I would say the most normal Finnish accent I've ever heard. Like, if you hear, like, Welmur had a hilarious accent. Elfie had a pretty funny accent. Those were quite a few good ones. What kind of pickles? I mean, I normally just have dill pickles. What other... All the other pickles are bullshit. None of these, like, sweet burger pickles and stuff. That stuff's dumb. Dill pickle's the only pickle, in my mind. Alright, guys. Beyond the bottom right side of the map. Reynor in the top left. It's a turn to these edge. It's a big boy map. And we'll see how the players adapt and adjust here. Reynor, honestly, didn't feel like he did that much damage with his Rotary Ravager, but he seemed to cause enough havoc with the Zerglings that the tank wasn't out that early, got the depots, disrupted BYUN's build. BYUN was a little slow to rebuild depots in the main as well, admittedly. I feel like definitely BYUN maybe could have handled the initial pressure a little bit better, but he was still in a pretty decent spot. But yeah, Reynor found that timing, got ahead. This time around, BYUN's going to open with a depot on the high ground, and it looks like a command center first. I think he's basically saying, hey, there's no way Reynor goes for an early pool pressure 2 games in a row. So I think I can definitely get away with command center first this time around. And he'll even build it on location. You can play safer and build the command center on the high ground, but obviously, if you're going for an economic build, you want the economy. You don't want to take time to float it down here. You want to get this up mining as quickly as possible. This current patch, what's the weakest faction? I mean, I'm a bit of a hater towards pro Protoss players right now. I think Protoss has some really big tempo advantages if they use the new gateways, and I've watched quite a few of the top Protoss players refuse to use the new gateways and learn how to do it, and as a result, they are struggling a bit. But I think the moment they learn how to do that, I think their builds are going to be much better. And I think Protoss has some pretty fantastic tempo advantages, which keep them in a very competitive position. But PvZ seems to be this like blind spot for a lot of the Protoss players. I'm seeing essentially very low-level Protoss execution, in my opinion. Some of them are doing a bit better in figuring out how to defend in PvT, but it's still a mixed bag over there, where I see plenty of people rushing Warp Gate far too quickly. So I think all races kind of have overpowered BS to lean into right now. I'm curious if Zerg is actually the weakest one on the live version of the game. But of course, this is Patch's mod, so let's not talk too much about that, or I'll get confused about what version of the game we're talking about. We'll see what happens. We were just talking about pickles, and chat says, until you've had a legit sweet and spicy pickle chip, or 9, get out of here with that dill pickle. What is a pickle chip? You just mean like a little slice of pickle? You're calling that a pickle chip? Or do you mean like crisps, like a packet of potato chips that's spicy pickle flavored? That's not a pickle. That's a pickle flavored chip. That's a very different thing. Yeah. Like what are we even talking about? Yeah. The sliced pickles you get in hamburgers are pickle chips. You guys call those pickle chips? Don't think anyone in Australia calls them that. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could. I'm sure it's fine, but that's just a bunch of things thrown together. Like this is like a thing where people will be like, oh, it's like, what cheese do you like? And they'll be like, oh, I love spicy habanero cracked pepper something, and I'm like, those things are just things that are thrown into the cheese. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a big hater of this, guys. A massive hater of this, like, let's just throw 10 things into an existing food and claim, like, that's, you don't even like the cheese. You just like the random things that are thrown into the cheese. There's no reflection of the actual cheese flavor there. Massive all-in, guys. It's a queen drop Zergling Flood. Let's go. Let me know in the comments all your thoughts. It's like people getting Tim Tams that aren't even real Tim Tam flavored. They don't even get the original Tim Tam flavor. Guys, he's got to finish that depot. Okay, he does start finishing the depot. The original's the best, almost always. Anyways, I do like those pickle chips I had in Canada. Marines getting inside the bunker. Hellions there as well. Oh, can he get the repair off? You gotta get the repair. A few of the SCVs are getting blocked, but only a few of them. The Marines and the Hellions, if they get focused by the Queens, that could be a big problem. The Lings are dropping across. REYNOR getting this round in the bunker. But actually, he didn't leave enough Zerglings on the top. Can it repair? Can it repair? I think it can. I can think, no, it goes down. Oh, but he picks up the Marines. BYUN goes in, gets the evacuation with the medevac, barely gets to the high ground. Can he hold the high ground? The medevac trying to heal. The SCVs are being pulled. This is massively all in. BYUN's still up in SCVs. The medevac drops, the Overlord, sorry, drops the Queen and the Zerglings on top. He's trying to hunt down those Marines. The medevac's still alive. He's got to repair that medevac. That medevac is everything. He's down to just 3 Marines, guys. 3 Marines, not much ranged firepower. The SCVs, Drilly boys, assemble! And they will hold the choke point. The Hellion needs to move south. The Hellion and Marines need to kill the Zerglings, not the Queens. The Queens are a lower priority because they are so tanky, but the depot gets up. REYNOR manages to get it up there, and the Viking and the Marines will push this away. He sees which Overlord has the Queens inside. He's going to chase after it. They drop off on the low ground. These units are fine. He raises the depot just in time. And BYUN will hold, but it's only 2 command centers. And there's another Dropper-Lord coming. Guess what, guys? He's going to make a new Dropper-Lord, it looks like. But actually, no, he cancels it. Starts Carapace and droning. Okay, so REYNOR changes his mind. REYNOR's going to chill. His Queens just transfused each other. You can transfuse off creep in this mod, guys, which is very cool. Gives some more aggressive potential. I think BYUN, if his bunker, he kept targeting Zerglings instead of letting it shoot the Queen, it would have been a bit better. It got broken when there was almost no extra Zerglings there. And if he just focused 2 or 3 more Lings down, I think the DPS would have fallen far enough for it to be really good. Oh, transfuse at the last second. REYNOR barely keeps it alive. BYUN's Viking has to go across the map. Factory moves over there. Oh my lord, moving an SCV to the low ground is a little bit of a crazy decision. He's got plenty of Marines and Hellions on the high ground. He should be fine just now. Viking's going to loot back and use that with these Marines and Hellions to try and defend. Probably wants to repair that bad boy. Hellions and Marines moving out. You got to be careful. These guys don't have stim. This is still a weird situation to find yourself in. He wants that natural mining, but on only 25 SCVs, honestly, I don't think it's that urgent. I think BYUN easily could have stayed on the high ground much longer. He's got an SCV repairing the Viking, which now lands. Of course, the Viking wants to not get hit by the Queen's anti-air range, because that has a much longer range than its anti-ground attack. Queen's getting jumped on. He's going to pick up and try to load these Queens away. Transfuses the Overlord, and REYNOR just says, nah, the better part of Valor is to live and fight another day. Sometimes it's about backing away from the bad fight rather than overcommitting. That being said, he loops his Queens back around. He's going to go for the drop, but BYUN senses it. REYNOR drops his medevac there, but that means he's got to be careful, man. He's got to run away. I want to run away. I want to simp away. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Nova Simp Shrine there. The Overlord does make it away there as BYUN respects the counter drop pressure. And these 2 Overlords actually come in as distractions. Who's ahead? You guys let me know in the comments because I have no idea. He's going to play mech. Because he's going vehicle. That's got to be a troll, right? He's doing this to trick the Overlords, yeah? There's no way he's actually wanting vehicle weapons this early, is he? I mean, there's no 3rd command center. Okay, there we go. 3rd command center goes down. Oh, Ling Drop's going to come in. And BYUN's army is kind of F2ing around the map. There's mass Ling on the map. REYNOR is actually going all in, guys. He's building a spine crawler right now. He's making 1 billion Zerglings. He's got +2 Carapace coming in. Ling Drop runs into the Viking, but there's a few Hellions there. And with the Vikings shooting down the Overlord, Hellions and the Marine will take care of the Zerglings. Zergling in the main. Will he get an SCV is the question. The answer is yes. 2 SCVs for that drop. Not a lot of damage, but it is something. Oh, Depot barely gets up. That's nice. That's very necessary. The Hellions going to chase these Lings down. REYNOR kind of just sat on 35 drones here, massing Ling Bane, but he's been pinned. BYUN is kind of not got caught off guard. He really wanted BYUN to overcommit to a counterattack and then backstab him, but it's not able to work. Hellions coming forward. You don't want to commit to a fight here as BYUN. You just want to poke around, keep him on his toes. He's going to go Banshee Speed. He's already got Banshee Cloak, which for some reason has a slightly different graphic. I imagine to differentiate it from Ghost Cloak. 2 more factories coming in. Interesting. So BYUN's on a Hellion Banshee mech style. Will we see him pivot into Cyclones now and just stay full mobile, full battle mech? Spire's on the way, and none of this army shoots up except a few of the Marines. The Banshees have also cloaked on his side of the map, which is a little dodgy. That's a lot of Queens. Remember, Queens have amazing anti-air. 10 anti-air damage on this mod. Up from 9 in the live game. Banshee flies in and does nothing. So this Banshee commitment was a little flaccid. And he's only now floating a third out. It kind of feels like BYUN's transition is about as awkward as they come. He's not dropping mules. He's just banking energy. He's making random upgrades one at a time. He's going 5 factories. I don't really like this setup, and it kind of feels like he's not really taking advantage of the hold that he had earlier on. No Magfield just yet. He's going to go Blue Flame, cancels it. Now he makes Magfield. REYNOR's still on a mass Zergling Baneling force. Playing Mutiling Bane versus Mech is awkward. Hellions kind of beat the heck out of Zerglings. Committing to that fight is absolutely insane. I don't think BYUN could kind of believe what he was seeing for a moment. Baneling drop comes in, though. Gets 8 SCVs. That's why the Lings were committing. Was a distraction, but still think he paid way too big a price for just 8 SCVs there. The Hellions going to counterattack. Should be able to deny that 4th base. I think if he stays there, he could deny that. They don't do a lot of damage to a hatchery, but they do some. And oh my gosh, he's going to get killed by Banes. You're kidding me. Oh no, so many big Bane hits. Almost half the Hellions go down. Similar units lost tab. 10 Mutas on the way. There's only 1 Viking, 10 unupgraded Marines, 2 Cyclones. BYUN needs to get a move on with his production, and his SCV count has also just been idling. He's not building SCVs off this 3rd command center yet. It really does feel like BYUN is not comfortable in this game. You can tell he's kind of like, oh god, it's the lack of forward positioning. He doesn't have Stim Marines pressuring and clearing creep. He's not in his comfort zone. He is building an engineering bay, though. Seeing the Mutalisk is really helpful. Overseer's coming back with that as well. Banshees should just try to buy as much time as possible. So the further he lures these Mutalisks away, the better. And he does. Now keep in mind, these Mutalisks are not quite as fast as the current SC2 Mutalisk. You might notice it's a little bit slower, but they have extra range. So these are a 4-range Mutalisk. They also have slower life regeneration. It's a bit more like the StarCraft 1 Mutalisk. They can dance around the enemy units, shoot from, without getting quite as exposed. It's not quite as brutally fast and constantly regenerating as the SC2 Mutalisk. It's a bit more micro-centric in terms of how do you want to get value out of it. Cyclones can deal with it. Now there are 6 Cyclones. There are turrets building. 4th command center is on the way as well. And BYUN, I mean, he's got Hurricane Thrusters. That's the Cyclone movement speed. Magfield's already done. It's not in a terrible spot. He does have 2 medevacs and a few Marines in the main. Which, funnily enough, I think the Mutalisk can beat the heck out of because they don't have Stim or anything like that. But looking at that, usually your pattern recognition just says, oh, I don't want to fight 10 Stim Marines and 2 medevacs. Mutalisk already goes down there. REYNOR. It's a bit different using these Mutalisks to the live version game. When his Zerglings just clicked through the army. Was that an F2 or they somehow just ended up on the hotkey with his Mutalisks? I think he just messed up his control groups. A little sloppy here for REYNOR in this game, guys. The Overseer goes down. He's lost a Mutalisk without really doing much damage. Only 3 SCVs, and these Cyclones are going to trap him in the corner. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. I can't remove that pop-up there. It's very rare that you're on the edge of the map like this and you can't center the units anywhere else. A few more Mutalisks do go down. 4th and 5th base are now up, but they're not mining yet. Oh, actually, sorry. He does have a 4th base on the Rich Gas in the middle. Never mind. I was like, that's crazy late. Hive is up. No air upgrades other than +1. So it's Ling Bane, no Adrenal. REYNOR is kind of just massing Mutiling Bane, but he's not progressing the upgrades. It feels like he's in a state of arrested development right now. Wants to claw his way back into Mutiling Bane as if we're only 8 minutes into this game, but that's what we're looking for. Okay, Sundering Glaives. He's going to do it, guys. +9 damage versus armored targets for Mutalisks. This is such a good scaling upgrade for Mutas in late game. Mutas are hot garbage when you get to max supply and your opponent's got, good anti-air everywhere. But this gives them +9 damage. Basically double damage against armored units. It is huge against Cyclones, Thors, tanks. Oh, this little Marine mine drop on the front is adorable, by the way. These unupgraded Marines that BYUN probably should have thrown away by now. Just kind of doing random stuff with them. Can you guys tell me, do Terran buildings count as armored? Because they look armored. Like, is a missile turret armored? Are all their buildings armored? Like, how does... I actually have no idea. So I think every Terran building is armored, says chat. Yeah, because Immortals shred them, Marauders shred them, right? I think just most buildings in the whole game are armored. Yeah, all buildings in the game are armored, says chat. Okay, cool. I should know that. I should know that. Every single building is armored. Never mind. Okay, good to know. Yeah, that means the mutas are gonna shred command centers, turrets, everything. So it's really powerful in that interaction, but he's not got a massive Mutalisks up, and he's not taken his extra 2 gases yet, so it kind of feels like Reynor's stuck on Massling Bane with a handful of mutas, and he's adding a cool upgrade, but both players feel a little unfamiliar in this situation. Now keep in mind, BYUN's Cyclone Hellion is going to micro way smoother with that Hurricane Thrusters upgrade he went than in the live version of the game, but is that enough really to make a big difference? Maybe. I think the Widowmine adjustment is great, by the way. Like, amazing. You should get Drilling Claws as well, because if you can kite with Hellion Cyclone and have a spread of Widowmines are really the hard counter to Mutiling Bane, especially with the extra splash radius they get on this patch. Hellion Cyclone trying to pull back. Hellions try to morph into Hellbats on the front line. Gonna need a lot more Hellbats where that came from. 6th and 7th factories are building Banelings! Sorry guys, we only caught the aftermath there, but that is an empty mineral line that was once full. 54 workers for Terran, 82 for Zerg. The thing is, the Zerg composition is so crap in terms of the Ling Bane. Hellions with Blue Flame, Widowmines, hard counters Ling Bane. Really badly. So the Mutalisks are where the value needs to come from. There's only 14. And even though they do have that Sundering Glaives upgrade, there's 3 turrets there. I mean, they can kill the turrets pretty quickly, but oh, there's Widowmines! Oh my lord, but the Baneling flank is nice on the army. Beautiful Ling Bane flank. The Thors getting surrounded. The Cyclones trying to micro around this bottom edge as best they can. The Thors are actually holding impressively well. What the hell? There's only +1 melee against +2. +2 armor on the Thors. By the way, I'm not sure, did they give the armor back to the Thors? I'm not sure how much armor a Thor has on base. Is it 1 or 2 on this patch? It might still just be 1 like the live game. Baneling's chasing after those Cyclones. Widowmines do go down. The Lings are struggling to kill these Thors. No Adrenal Glands finished just yet either. Oh, the lack of upgrades for Reynor really hurting him here. His Mutalisks come in, guys. The powering of Sundering Glaives. 3 Mutalisks. The power of Sundering Glaives compels you. It compels you. No, it's doing nothing. It's 3 Mutalisks. He went for a big upgrade, but he didn't have the upgrades building for the mutas all game, and didn't really have the snowball of mutas because he'd already lost quite a few. He's lost 26 mutas this game, and look at, they do way more damage, right? Way more damage, but I think this is not the best case. First of all, Mutiling Bane not amazing against mech, but especially in a game like this where you bled too many Mutalisks out early on to the Cyclones. Yeah, we haven't seen any Swarmos. Now, Roaches aren't bad, guys, but if you're going to go Roaches, you need to go for the 1 supply upgrade. He's queued that up after Roach speed, so it's going to be a long time till that kicks in. He's going to make 15 Ravages, which are 3 supply units. Very, very expensive for Reynor. That will finish his max out. He's got a Ling Bane counter down south, though. I love the idea to take the gold so that if Terran focuses too much on the top right around the watchtower, you mine the gold and punish them for being so single-minded. But unfortunately, BYUN almost immediately splits his army and finds it. Oh, planetary! Massive Widow Mines! Almost every Baneling gets blown up by the Widow Mines. These Banelings on the right side could take out the planetary if he commits onto it, but he's got to commit onto it. The Biles are mostly going after the Cyclones and Hellions. Does get a lot of SCVs there and a planetary. That was a really, really messy trade because the Banelings at the bottom side didn't do that much. But this base snipe was really big, and BYUN was behind on workers for so long. It looks like even a messy trade like that is, I think, a good enough trade. Reynor's down 10,000 in the trading, but he's been mining so much more for so long. BYUN's not been able to defend his economy. Remember those Baneling drop earlier as well? There's just been so many attacks upon the Terran income, and yeah, the Lings are going to get in on that base again. It's only an orbital. A bunch of Cyclones gets around. Remember, Cyclones also have a slightly longer delay between lock-on cooldowns, which means wasting a lock-on on something like a Zergling rather than a Roach, a Baneling, a Ravager is especially costly on this mod. So the Cyclones really need the Hellions to clear those Zerglings out, creating a bit more of a distinct role for the different 2 units. Cyclones get surrounded. Yes, they kill the hatchery, but at the same time, 10 SCVs died on the 3rd, and you got to say, 82 workers to 4 drones. 82 SCVs have died in this game, and with bifurcated carapace coming in, or bifurcated incubation, I should say, which I guess means you get 2 roaches for within the one utero, right? Within the one egg, which isn't, I mean, you still build them one at a time, but Kind of makes sense, the name. 2 for 1. Start making twin Roachis. He's going to go for the Crucio Dampener, guys. Now, the Crucio shot cannon friendly fire from the siege tank when it's sieged up will do 75% less friendly fire to bio and light units. So if you get Zerglings on enemy tanks, they're still going to do full damage to their own units. But it does mean, like, you know, bio, Hellions, Hellbats, Widowmines started stepping back will take a lot less damage from siege tank friendly fire, which is actually really cool. Because you still have the really cool... Oh, if I drop Marines on your siege tank, you're still going to do big friendly fire. But, yeah, if I'm just running at you from the front, okay, you take less friendly fire on your Marines as they start to step back. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Now, BYUN's hanging in here, and REYNOR's not really transitioned, so he needs to just keep blowing up planetaries. He's got the Infestor right there. He's looking for a big juicy fungi. Oh, he finds a base exposed out in the open. Honestly, just biling the repairing SCVs would be really nice there. Banelings will blow them up either way. Really well done. Bottom left side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. BYUN. BYUN. Oh, big fungi. Lingbane rolls in. Very nicely done. Actually, some of the Cyclones of that movement speed buff do get out. Ooh, REYNOR walks into those tanks on that ledge. And they do let their presence be known. But another 20 workers go down, another planetary, and a whole lot of Cyclones. And REYNOR can trade like this all day. He really should be taking this base and maybe even this base on the north. Kind of keep expanding along the edges just to punish BYUN for turtling up. There's always a chance, though, with the supply only being 40 apart. REYNOR only up about 1,500 minerals in the bank. He's going to go for rapid expulsion, guys. Means the Ravager Corrosive Biles will land a bit quicker. But remember, the Ravagers are 3 supply each, so... Stats-wise, in a raw pitched battle, the Ravager doesn't really pull its weight. Having the same supply as a siege tank. Obviously, the siege tank is going to let a lot more damage get thrown out in the middle of the fights. Lings will deny these gases. Well worth it. Anything left sticking out is a prime target. Cyclone Alien does pretty well. Got scans to clean up the Burrowed Zergling. BYUN does not have abundance in this game, guys. Got 1 planetary, 3 orbitals. No money to even build anymore. His main's not moved out. He's making 3-3. And he has to look for the most efficient of fights. REYNOR, wisely, goes for the Greatest Spire. The Greatest Spire would be excellent in this game. It's hard to trade super efficiently. And, yeah, if you've got that out, it's even harder. Burrowed Zergling. Oh, what is this, guys? This is a graphical glitch? You guys see this? There's a little shield line here. What is this? What is going on? Oh, there's, like, wind on this part of the map? There's, like, lines in the wind. Oh, that's weird. Alien Cyclone Thor getting jumped on. Mass Ling coming in. Viper's blinding, clouding the tanks on the right side. The Cyclones trying to pull away on the left. The Banelings back away. The Ravager Ling continues forward. The Ling's going to drag a lot of friendly fire onto those siege tanks. 2 of the tanks do die to Biles and friendly fire. These guys have to pull back from the siege tanks. The Cyclones looking for the punish on the Ravagers. And the punish they will find. So many Ravagers going down. That is absolutely deadly. Remember, Ravagers are not cheap. They cost as much as a Mutalisk. 100 minerals, 100 gas. 3-3 now kicks in. BYUN, I mean, I love these fights. His trading's amazing. But his level of economic infrastructure is bad. But the bases are starting to mine out for REYNOR. REYNOR's having to take these more dangerous bases. He's still not taking this one up north. And this base was never going to be reliable. This was always going to be a, maybe I get lucky and get to hold this base. REYNOR's building more drones. I mean, he's got, it looks like plenty of minerals across these bases for the next few minutes. Long term, he's got to start thinking about that gold base needs to keep getting rebuilt, and that top side as well. For BYUN, these minerals, about 600 and 100 to 400. This base is pretty fresh, but only a few mineral patches there. This third base is getting incredibly low. Most of the patches will be gone in the next 2 minutes. This base, really important. BYUN needs to focus everything on the north, though. If he takes this command center as well, it's a disastrous decision. You cannot expand to both sides of the map at once. As a Terran, you naturally are less mobile. Right now, this bottom side is almost entirely unsupported. 4 Cyclones is not going to cut it. Those Banelings can roll in, blast the repairing SCVs, allowing the Lings to finish off the planetary. +2 melee and Adrenal is in, but you know what? Oh my god, he actually saves it. Sick hold for BYUN. Wow. 13,000 resources out in the units lost. Saves the base. He can repair that back up. Go back to mine. He's constantly rebuilding SCVs. He's adding tanks. Uh-oh. He sees the Broodlords, but he's got 8 Vikings and 20 Cyclones. So if they get caught too far forward, the Cyclones lock on. There's no ship weapons upgrades. which means the Vikings, you would say, kind of suck if you had +3 carapace, but you don't have any carapace upgrades for the Broodlord, so the Vikings are still fine. Cyclone Hellbat coming in here. Zerglings, no match for those Hellbats. Remember, guys, Hellbats have 10 more hit points, 145 hit points. They also have a little bit faster movement speed. You can see they're a little bit faster, so the Hellbats are a little bit better here. Cyclone Hellbat gets surrounded, but the Hellbat's doing some really good splash damage. If there was like 3 more Hellbats in that army, I think that's a devastating fight in BYUN's favor. But you could see, even with +3, those Zerglings survive 1 Hellbat shot on red hit points. If there was just 2 or 3 more Hellbats scattered through that fight, complete game changer. Still no +3 melee. He's got all the roach upgrades, right? He's got, you know, 1 supply, rapid expulsion, Muta +9 damage. Terran has less friendly fire, Banshee speed, Cyclone speed. There's still a few specialty upgrades out there. Patches, do you have the repairing buildings upgrade in your mod? See, Patches is hanging out in chat. And I know Greenert, I think, has that one where the buildings will auto repair to half-life. Fire suppression system. Ooh, these Vikings doing really well. It's a real shame we didn't get to see the Sundering Glaive Mutas do well, because I've absolutely one-sidedly destroyed games with Sundering Glaive's Mutas, guys, on this patch. So REYNOR did not find the value. REYNOR can be a bit knee-jerky as well. REYNOR is the kind of guy where he might go, oh, the Mutas suck or something, based off of one game like that. Hopefully he gives him another chance if he plays more of them in the series. Vikings get caught by Fungal. Oh, now and Parabomb! The Wombo combo. I do like that the Vikings one-shot the Viper, but he loses all but 1 Viking. Luckily, he's got Thors, so they can deal with these Broodlords. Now, you can actually build the Thors in high-impact payload, by the way, in this mod, guys. So you don't have to swap them as they pop out, which is really cool. It's usually the default mode you want them in, unless there's Mass Muta out. Hellbat Cyclone going to get surrounded down here again. The Banelings. Oh, these are not biological. Banelings do less damage to Hellbats. That's the big change I forgot to mention, guys. Hellbats are not biological. Banelings do not absolutely obliterate them the way they do in the live game. So Hellbats are way better against Ling Bane. It's kind of a shame BYUN's not being able to establish that dominance on the south side, which he should have been able to, but he's just been a little light on Hellbats each time. Siege tank on the watchtower. Chadhammer, she's got 30 kills. She's going to get taken down, though. REYNOR is sick of her holding this position. She gets 35 kills before she goes down. At the same time, the Thors rotating around here. The Broodlords do not want to stand and swing with those Thors. This gold base is very important for REYNOR right now. He's got over 3,000 minerals a minute, mostly because of this base. Like, this base, he's actually not fully mining off. That base is oversaturated. This base is running out. That base is run out. He's finally taken this one, but like I said, he desperately needs that top base mining, and he's got to try and mine this base whenever he can. But the Hellbats, dude, look how good these Hellbats are. They move faster, 10 more hit points. And yeah, I mean, they no longer one-shot Zerglings like they did a few years ago, but you've got these other bonuses to them that make them still very powerful. Really nice Hellbats, man. I like it. I kind of like it. Uh-oh. Broodlord's coming forward. Man's gonna take some damage. Gotta be careful if the Cyclones manage to lock on. Those Broodlords will go down really fast. It's more the Thors that they're worried about, because there's only 4 Cyclones right now, though. You can see the income for REYNOR's drying up, guys. He's not fixed his income. He's so focused on the fighting and the map control, and that's a real problem for him the longer this game goes. He finally remembers +3 melee, +2 range, Neuroparasite, but a lot of Zerglings got roasted, and BYUN is just outlasting him. 15,000 resource loss difference. He's so focused on the gold. He's not taking this base. He could have mined this base, I think, this time as well. I'm a big fan of trying to sneak hatcheries up, even if you just sneak like 5-10 drones there. But this gold base, early in this map pool, REYNOR kept trying to take this base and kept throwing games taking it. I feel like it's a base where you take it just to pull them out of position, and then you punish the Terran elsewhere because it's such an awkward spot to fight. But look at the value BYUN's getting. His Thors come forward. Where are the Broodlords? He catches the Broods in the middle of the army. The Thors venture deep into enemy territory. This is a crazy move forward, but there's just so little army for REYNOR. BYUN is going to fight back in this series. What a kind of messy and interesting series this has been so far. Big attack in the bottom left as well. The Hellbats moving in and roasting. REYNOR gets taken out. His attempt to go Mutiling Bane there, feeling a little bit flaccid. Those Widow Mines and turrets shutting down his Mutalisk. He'd already lost a few to the first wave, and he abandoned the Mutalisk tech that he'd invested so much in. had a few moments where he was blowing up bases. BYUN had a much smaller income. The Broodlords coming out was a good call. He wasn't quite able to capitalize on it. GG, well played. BYUN there. Ties up the series 1-1. Banelings have bonus damage against light, not biological. Oh, good point. Right, so they still take the bonus to light. So it's only against Archons that changed. Sorry, I got that one confused. Yeah, I did get that one confused. Thank you. Because I was like, it looks like they're taking less damage, but not as much as I would have expected for that change. That's the 10 hit points confusing my brain. I was like, but they are taking less damage, so that must be right. I'm like, no, it's because they 10 hit points is just a little bit of a less of a fraction of the bar going down, you know what I mean? Oh, Medivacs can't heal them as well. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Of course, that makes perfect sense. You need Ravens to heal them. Right, Ravens are the Medivac of mech. The Mechivac. Oh my god. Can you change the name from Raven to Mechivac? Officially, Patches? Mechivacs, let's go. They don't evacuate mech though. The Medivac still evacuates as well as Mediing. Oh, right. It would be the Medimech, right? Or the Mechimed or the Medimech, right? To make it make sense. That's true. It would need to be able to pick up siege tanks if it was able to, if it was called the Mechivac. That's true. Yeah, there's a second plane with a fog texture on it. It's a cheap way to have fog without the hit on the PC. Ah, that's cool. Alright guys, so a few little corrections. Obviously, Banelings don't do bonus to biological, they do bonus to light. So they don't take bonus from... they still take bonus from Banelings. But because they have slightly more hit points, it is a bit less of a percentage of their life, okay? So I got confused on that. That's obviously stops Archons doing bonus damage to the Hellbats. It also means Medivacs can't heal Hellbats. But you can build Mechivacs to heal them. Mechivacs, of course, my nickname for Ravens on this mod because they have healing. So Ravens can heal all of your mech units. Unfortunately, they can't evac them. They can't actually pick up mech units. But yeah, Ravens can heal Hellbats and tanks and Thors and all that sort of stuff. Medivacs cannot. So it's kind of like, hey, look, your Hellbats don't get healed, but they are a bit stronger, a bit faster, all this sort of stuff, which is really nice. And the fact that you can squeeze 4 into a Medivac and drop them is very powerful. Now, Ravens don't directly heal. I think you've got the healing drone ability, right, Patches? How much did you make it cost? 50 energy or 75 or something like that? I think this is the same one they put into either the live game or one of the PTR tests, maybe around 2017. I remember there was I remember it was when Estrella first came back to the game. I think Estrella kind of was finishing school or focusing on college or something for a bit, and he kind of left the game. I remember he came back, and I remember he just came back and playing a bunch of games with him on that map. But yeah, it's 50 energy for the healing drone. Drone has the same healing as a Medivac, for spending 50 energy. Which is what, 150 life? I think it's 3 life per 1 energy, right? But then it regens its energy as well, or... It's cool because the drones are more of an area control healing. They can't move. They do get biled down as well, so it's kind of fun to see those interactions. Oh, that's very cool. Hatch gas pool for REYNOR, or hatch pool gas perhaps. No, it looks like hatch gas pool. That's pretty damn early gas mining, right? 2 barracks Reaper for BYUN. He's going to try and mount some early pressure on Rainfall. Is this map really good for Reapers? Like, I don't think you can jump up and down this ledge because there's all these doodads here. So, like, where can you even jump, guys? I think there's a little ledge there. You can jump up and down. I think you can jump anywhere on this ledge as well. Okay, so there's a few ledges around. Then, obviously, you can jump up and down these bits on this side. Okay, it's not too bad. And there's one ledge to jump in the main, but it's a very narrow ledge into the main. Reaper's going to come in, find some damage. Remember, guys, Queens only do 5 damage versus Reapers. They are not going to shut it down, but Zerglings, as you can see, are slightly faster on creep in this mod. Helps deal with Reapers initially a little bit. On this mod, I basically, in ZVT, always open Roach Pressure. I just do a pull first Roach Pressure, because that shuts down any sort of Reaper or Hellion aggression early, and then I macro behind it, and that way I'm not having to rely on Queens very much at all. And also, because you get up to 4 lava on each hatchery, while you're being aggressive, often you do stack lava, but you have extra lava to dig into when you do start spending your money after something like roaches that costs a lot of early aggression. See how little damage the queen does, guys. She has easy pickings for these reapers. But with only 2 of them, obviously can't quite finish her off just yet. And indeed, it is only 2 reapers. So talk about a minimal commitment. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They both just went down though. You can't rely on queens to defend. This is like, in my opinion, rule 101 of this mod is do not rely on queens to defend reapers or anything like that. You know, that's why I always go roaches nice and early, and I rely on that big buff you get from 4 lava being able to get out on each hatchery to get back on it. It's kind of cool to see REYNOR get punished for though. I think a lot of players, they get away with this just because people don't pressure them quite as hard as they maybe could. And now we've got a nice little Marine Reaper pressure moving out. I think he's just looking to poke around, create threat. He doesn't really want to commit here, but he's already got that second, or third barracks, I should say, with stim and shields coming in. Gonna go for an early NG Bay, third gas. Really needs to keep the SCVs up though. Little gap in the SCV production. REYNOR still has not droned his natural, and where are his queens? They do not exist. He's got an early carapace. He's only got 1 queen out right now. He's building a second one, needs a third, but those queens are expensive losses. And he's going to go for an early burrow. Burrow does upgrade a little bit faster in this patch. He could use that, of course, to burrow Zerglings on these expansions. He's going to go for a Baneling Nest also. So he will be trying to potentially use burrowed Banelings, but BYUN's not going to give him time. BYUN might just kill him. Honestly, I mean, what can you defend this with? You've got no queens. Another Zergling or 2 goes down. You got 17 lings. You have to make just mass Zerglings to try and defend this. The Reapers poking forward, but they're always close enough that they can retreat to the safety of the Marines. More Marines at home as well. Oh, BYUN's got to be careful. He's got to keep his units together. You need to bring these lings in with a full surround with only 2 queens on front. Those queens do almost no damage. They can tank good damage. They can't really do damage. REYNOR's trying to catch BYUN, sleeping on the lings around. Combat shields is almost here. Third base is going to go down. He doesn't even attack on creep into the natural. He's just going to go to the third where he can hide in the mineral line. Queens can't get there in time. You can't afford to lose this third. REYNOR's going to try to fight this, but what the hell could he possibly do, mate? He just can't fight that. And he realizes. And I think it's the right call to let the third hatchery die. Now he looks for the fight with the broodlings coming in. He gets a good wraparound. Is it enough? The lings get a good angle. The queen's helping with a little bit of range damage. And it looks like it is a nice cleanup for REYNOR. But of course, it's a REYNOR who's stuck on 2 bases now. He's going to rebuild his third. I think he should drone even while waiting, even if he just long distance mines in the meantime. His queens need to go back, start injecting, saturate his gas, and try and get up a +2 carapace and a melee upgrade and play a very streamlined low gas style. I think for REYNOR, stay 2, maybe 3 gases for the next 5-10 minutes of this game, and just look for a mass amount of Ling Bane, as many counterattacks as you can possibly go for. Oh, that's suspicious. And REYNOR, he was going to try and get a burrowed Baneling hit. The fact that his burrow, that reveals his burrow tech. BYUN sees those 2 Banelings. He knows you're going to be burrowing Banelings, so he's going to be very careful, which means they're just not going to work against someone as good as BYUN. So he loses 2 Banes. His burrow tech is basically hard counted at this point because BYUN knows about it. He's on 2 base. He says, I can't do anything here. He has to tap out. GG. BYUN with the comeback wins 2-1. Ooh-wee. Is it Roach necessary? I usually play Ling Bane. You can play Ling Bane. Just opening a few roaches is just the easiest thing to do. If it's heavy Reaper pressure, you can make Swarm Queens. You need an Evo chamber for Swarm Queens, though. You can buy time for Ling Speed, but you just have to be more careful. His Queens just shouldn't have been as far forward. He should have been further back and used the Lings to dance. Like, you can buy time with the Zerglings for sure, but it's just so much easier to use the Roaches, and you get such a big advantage out of the lava when you do those aggressive Roach builds. But that's for average Joes, you know. Patches, can you allow the Viper to consume enemy bio, or is that too strong? That's fucking hilarious, Joseph. It's not like it's a very fast damage rate, is it? What is the damage rate on consume? Because normally it's like 150 damage over 14 seconds on the live game. Yours is 200 over 20 seconds. Which means actually, yeah, they could take on like a Marine or a Marauder pretty quickly. Yeah. You want to suck my Marines? suck my kiss, as the Red Hot Chili Peppers would say. Guys, if you're enjoying the day, please do sub, tip, and share. We've had 2 very generous gifted subs today in Rexter and Artifacts, but if anyone else wants to help us out, please hit the biddies, hit the tippies, hit the subbies. We appreciate you guys very much. We're trying to get back to 1,000 subs right now. It's a struggle. It feels like every time we get a wave of subs, other subs expire, unfortunately. So, yeah, please do support. Help us get back up there. And see how we go. Fuck me. I know who this is.
Question. What kind of code is best? False. Barcode. Fact. Barcodes eat beats. Barcodes. Beats. Battlestar Galactica.
What? What are beats? I mean, I love a good beetroot. But Battlestar Galactica. What are you talking about, Battlestar Galactica? I love Battlestar Galactica, by the way. Guys, how have they not have they not remade Battlestar Galactica? Actually, have they remade Battlestar Galactica in the last couple of years? Because I'm like, they've remade everything. And Battlestar Galactica is fantastic, man. It's so good. That was The Office reference. Ah, I've only watched the British Office. I've seen like 1 episode of the American Office. My man, my man, REYNOR, BYUN, upper bracket finals, patch clash. Dude, we saw so many things in that game, didn't we? So many things. What do you think was the most, what was the key unit or upgrade in that series? Or the BYUN Solar series, guys. I'm just writing a few notes down in case we chuck these on YouTube, which I probably will. Trying to remember what happened in these games. So we had this last game, of course, which was Rainfall, was just Reaper aggression. Reaper aggro. We obviously had the wasted Mutalisks. Other than that, what else did BYUN really utilize there? It was just good Cyclone Hellion positioning, wasn't it, guys? It was basically just the 1 supply Roach, failed Sundering Glaives, and then it was just BYUN just kind of outlasted him and beat the Massling Bane down with like Hellbats and Cyclones, and pretty generic, right? And just caught the Broodlords with the Thors, which I should have rewound for that, by the way. And game 1, of course, was where there was the Ravager aggression. The Ravager Ling Time kind of got REYNOR ahead and took control of him there. Yeah, the mines on the 4th base were oof. And that Mutalisk wave was already pretty uninspiring. Because it was like 14 Mutas incredibly late. And it was like, but they have Sundering Glaives and there was 3 missile turrets. I didn't even see the Widow Mines until they started tracking. And I was like, wait. I was like, I don't even know if this is going to be good against 3 turrets. They might have to just fly past. And then the Widow Mines killed everything. And I was like, okay. I don't know how well the remake of the Battlestar Galactica remake would have worked, honestly. They announced a reboot a couple years ago from the guy behind Mr. Robot, but it died. I mean, yeah, I think the last Battlestar Galactica show was so good, man. What was that, 2007? When did they make that? It was such a fun show. It's always funny when they do these very good reboots, like, because that was a show from how long ago? Like very old, the original show, right? Kind of like Westworld. And I always wonder what the original shows were like, because I'm like, the original shows would have been so technically restricted because they were made so long ago. It must be like going back to the original Star Trek series or something like that. It was 2003 to 2009. Yeah, you got rid of the Ram Ranch attack on the Ultra, but you're giving the Broodlords the Ram Ranch. Cool. So guys, what about that BYUN Solar series earlier? I guess That's the other one that I'm curious about. BYUN Solar was like, it was BYUN's mech kind of just wrecked him, didn't it? Like BYUN's mech was insane. It was like basically the fast cyclones was crazy. Oh yeah, he got dual healing medevacs in game 1, right? Alright guys, so we've got now BYUN versus REYNOR are also going to play in the grand finals. This is an epic best of 7 series. So what we're going to do is we're going to play an ad break right now. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Wait guys, I already said thank you. I thought it was $11.11. That's $111. What? I didn't even realize. I was like, oh, thank you. That's cool. And then I got distracted by Battlestar Galactica. It's $111. Holy shit, guys. Can we slap some bacon and say thank you? I should have said a bigger thank you anyway, but I got distracted because I was like, man, it's been so long since I rewatched Battlestar Galactica. That was a great show. Fuck me sideways. Ah, everyone slap your bacon, say that. You guys already did, but please, let's do it again. Sync up with it, please. Oh my God, I'm the worst. Bacon. 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 Wait, what? You know, Oh wait, is the spinning one lowercase bacon for the spin, isn't it? No? Oh, it's just pig bacon. I still do iPig out of habit sometimes. I'm so demented. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a wet piece of bacon. Dude, I thought $11.11 was generous. Oh, $111 is insane. Thank you, dude. You friggin' freak. My man. My man. I really want the patches and the green earth mod in one. Yeah, I wanted the same. I got them both drunk at a DreamHack and I made them touch their modded peens together, but then they were like, no, no homo, and they ran away screaming. It's kind of lame. I agree. I was like, you guys need to just get comfortable with yourselves and just fucking rub those mods together, boys. Let's start a fire. Because I've already got a fire in my pants playing either of your mods. No, it's cool. They're good friends, guys. And they talk together and they share ideas. And like sometimes they take one from the other's mod. And Patches is really nice because he's actually a map maker, like proper map maker. Greener's just a player and lover of StarCraft who basically like gets there with his duct tape and just starts like, you know, he's like gluing sticks together to build like the mod, and then like Patches is like, okay, this is how you actually implement the thing, you know. Let me help you there. Whereas like Greenert just finds like the way to just duct tape some shit together. He's like, it kind of works, you know. Whereas Patches actually understands everything inside the map maker, like the editor, really well. But Greener's mothership is better. I can't remember the difference between the two. I always just get confused between the two mods because there's so many changes. I'd say Patches is a little bit less huge initially, but I think over time Patches has become crazy. I think Greener's had a really big influence on Patches by slowly. It's like just he's a gateway drug. Because like you know this because the document's 74 pages now. That's how you know. Most of it, admittedly, is the changelog, I think, at the bottom, showing kind of the progression of changes. Is like, no, it's only the last 20 pages is the changes. Still, it's definitely gotten more crazy over time. Patches was a bit more conservative, and I keep calling it more conservative, and then I remember like how many things you've added to it over time, and I'm like, oh yeah. There's a reason why every time I play it, I'm like, oh, I forgot how much I like this. Like, oh, this is even more fun than I remembered. Because I'm like, oh yeah, you added that. Oh yeah, you've added that. Oh yeah, you've added that. Oh yeah, you've added, you know, like it just, it's sick. Patches, I don't understand the Swarm Queen. How do you defend in ZVZ or versus Void? You don't make Swarm Queens, Joseph. You just use the regular Queens for anti-air. Yeah. Swarm Queens are specifically turning your Queens into an anti-ground unit. Yeah, the normal Queen is better versus air. So you just make Swarm Queens to kill ground units, yeah. Yeah. Because you get one more damage on the regular Queen versus air. So the regular Queen's actually better versus air. Yeah. Green Knight's Mothership does 400% DPS, and Patches has a pylon field. Very cool. The Infested Terran upgrade, borrow them to keep them alive. It's fucking hilarious. It's cold storage. Literally, Patches is like, you guys don't know it, but Patches is he's one of these Silicon Valley billionaires. He's like, oh yeah, I've already spent $1 million, so when I die, they're gonna cryogenically freeze my nuts in my brain. And then like, once they have the technology, they'll bring me back to life and shit, or put me in a computer or an android or something, you know? Like, he's just like, yeah, well, it's totally normal. We're like, that's fucking weird behavior, man. He's like, you know, if I have to burn down humanity in order to live forever, I will do it. You know? It's good time. The original reason for +5 hit points was just so you could start it before having borrow. Oh. I like it. I like that change. It's cute. The Infested Terran is hilarious. Seeing Classic just derp his army into it was really funny as well. I'm just like, bro, these, like, you don't need to do that. He's like, I'm going to build Colossus. Do you think Colossus would have been good, Patches? I feel like if he had 3 Colossus with range and the fire upgrade, and he just keeps, like, kiting back and staying out of fungal range, like, he could be fine with that. Do the eggs probably aren't light, though, right? Like, they'll basically, like, two-shot the Infested Terrans. They just won't really kill the eggs, right? Tosses kind of got wrecked, not gonna lie. I watched the games and I was like, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Have you considered making your gateway production good, by the way, Patches? So Patches, can you let the people in the chat know, by the way? If you guys don't know, Patches has had like the gateway option for a while. And initially, it was like, you'd go from 20 seconds with warp-ins on a Zealot. He was like, oh, I'll make it 19 seconds. So if you leave it in gateway form, you save 1 second. And I'm like, bro, you're giving up having gateways. Like, that's not enough. You need to make that more. And he's like, oh, okay, pig, I'll go 18 seconds. I was like, bro, no one's going to use that. And he's like, oh, well, I guess I'll make it 17 seconds. And he's finally bit the bullet and made it 16 seconds. And then you look at the live version of the game, and they're just like, by the way, guys, it's literally fucking 14 seconds to build a Stalker or an Adept. It's like fucking 11 seconds to build a Sentry. It's absolutely insano mode. And all the Protoss players are like, we're still not going to use it. We're still not going to use it. Like literally at this point, I feel like you just can't convince pro Protoss players to like use gateways. There's just this thing where like for that, like it's like, they're just like, no, don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. On your mod, I look at it and I'm like, oh, there's no way any Protoss player on your mod is going to use the gateways because it's like such a shitty benefit compared to the live game benefit, you know? Most of the Protoss games I watched in the event were still Oracle openers only, says Patches. Yeah. That's you, Fusion? Oh man, so many Protoss players are like that. I'm like, well, guys, fucking, it's such an obvious gate in the live game. What are you doing? You can't be, like, it's such a good tempo boost. There's no other way to play, man. Look at Patches, guys. Patches is like, oh, people still are building Oracle every game. You made the Oracle cheaper, dude. The fuck? You also made Stasis Ward more obnoxious. These are the 2 most cancerous changes I've ever seen. Use on the effect of stasis, now ignore collision. Oh, so you can't force field with stasis. That's good. That was the most obnoxious thing ever, that you could force field someone out of their main with a stasis trap or something. That was proper bullshit. And sometimes it even backfired on Protoss in weird situations where their zealots couldn't get at the enemy. I think that's a good change. I think these 2 changes are shithole changes. It's the first negative thing I've had to say about your current Patches out of like a billion things I've read today. Yeah, there's no overcharge though for the Oracle. I mean, you can still chrono it. Chrono is still pretty. How much energy do you get from chrono? 1 chrono, by the way. Have you done the math on it? It's probably like 25 or something, right? I imagine. Or like 20, 25, and 23, yeah. So it's yeah. Whereas it's like 50 in the live game, right? Yeah, it's 23 over 20 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, chronoing workers is obviously going to be way better payoff. Yeah. Wait, your chrono's not changed though, right? Your chrono's the same as the live game, isn't it? Like you haven't done anything crazy there. Or you can chrono a simulator, right? Yeah. But chrono's the same otherwise, yeah. But like, but, I mean, you haven't done like a 25 energy chrono or anything crazy like that. Yeah, yeah. So Zealots have 10 more shields, but the same hit points, right? So Zealots basically just get 10 extra shields. Adepts get 10 extra shields, but they lose... Or 10 extra life, sorry, but they lose 10 shields. Amplified Plating is just a 20 hit point Adept upgrade for their life. Makes them 160, same as a Zealot. Okay, yeah. What do you mean 3 less than regular ground units? What the fuck? Patches. You know a Zergling has like 6 sight range, right? I think it's 7? Zerglings can't see shit. Zerglings are actually really bad at scale. That's a lot of vision for the Adept Shade. I don't know. It's fine, I guess. It's fine. It's okay. I kind of like the limited shade vision personally. That's one of the changes. I don't like things just seeing everything. But yeah. Yeah. That change in reasoning are old. I don't really like it personally, but that's just me. Yeah. Cool. All right, guys. Big REYNOR BYUN series coming up. Let's make sure we go into it with full energy. It's a best of 7 finals. So BYUN just won that series. He will start up 1-0. So give me 5 minutes. We're going to make a pickle and peanut butter sandwich. We're going to review it on stream in the next like 3 minutes. And then we'll start that finals, okay? It's going to be a super normal thing, guys. I think we'll just do a single piece of bread, peanut butter and pickles on the one side. Like we'll just fold one piece over. I've got like the most generic white Wonder Bread as well. It's going to be a good time. So it starts up 1-0 for BYUN. And they're going to start on lockdown. Ooh, interesting that. Ratjar's not here, so you guys are going to need to clip this and we'll share it with Ratjar whenever Ratjar's watching. For the last 3 years, Ratjar's been telling me a peanut butter and pickle sandwich is the best thing ever. He'll just randomly talk about it in chat. He's not quite as weird as... Is it Donatello? There's like... I think it's Ray Donatello, the guy in chat who's always talking about corn dogs. He's not like the corn dog guy. Like the corn dog guy is genuinely... Like, I do worry a little bit for his physical and mental health. Because he actually like will drop in and he's like, oh, my doctor said I can't eat more corn dogs. Because he was like, for months, was like, I eat corn dogs every meal of the day. And I'm like, I don't even know if it's a bit. Like, it's just, if it is, it's so committed. I'm impressed. The guy just like literally is just like telling us about every way he eats corn dogs and all he eats is corn. Like, he has super unhinged energy. Yeah, you agree, Monk, right? Like, Ratjar seems like a really cool, nice dude who just has one weird thing that he likes sharing. He's like, you guys should try it. It's pretty good. You might be surprised. And we're like, it's fucking weird, but you know. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. Give us a minute. Peanut butter and pickle sandwich review coming right up. Random point, okay? This is not me hating on Hero. I love Hero. Oh, Adept's gonna get... Oh! Oh my god, the micro! What am I looking at? I'm not even commentating. It's so well microed by both players. What did I just witness? I wish I commentated that. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Dude, you could not micro any more virgin than this. There's like literally so little sex that is being had by someone who micros a probe this hard. Like, I understand, like, something like, what? So what? Like, how can it be less than me? I don't get laid. I play games all day. Trust me. There is a level of not sex you can be having. If you micro your probe like that, like, you don't even have time to light a candle before you touch yourself. That's the level of micro Maples is fucking displaying right now. Like, get the fuck out of my base, dude. Like, fucking get romantic with yourself one day. Stop cheating yourself out of that connection you could have to your own right hand, man. Shrine. I think it was in the qualifiers, wasn't it? Wasn't it like Mana vs. Spirit? Dude, guys! Do you know how rare that is? He just did the minute micro move. For those who don't know, that is insane. No one can pull that off in real games. Prince F is the only person in the world who can consistently do that. You have to be pixel perfect, frame perfect to land the grenade. You have to throw the grenade so it goes off the second the shade finishes before the Adept can attack. And it needs to land between the Reaper and the Adept so the Adept gets bounced away from the Reaper. Otherwise, when the bounce animation finishes, the Adept can still hit you and just kill you. Clem. That is, like, we've seen him and other pros try it so many times. It almost never is timed correctly in an actual competitive match.
Position would completely be blindsided by tank pushes.
Your face is woefully out of position.
I'd say that might be one of the easiest things to fix, but...
You're one of the easiest things to fix.
But for some reason... And
You're a reason. Sorry, guys. This is my new game called unmuting other casters and then saying nonsense at them. It's a fun game.
Talk to me, boss. Let's do this. I'm going in. Not a problem. All day long.
Mineral field depleted.
Waiting on you. Bandit. Ready to raise some hell.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man. The earliest. So, because we harassed him, it should be a little bit later. If we recall now, he shouldn't be able to get me, but we distracted him. Oh my god, again! Again, that's so... do you know how hard it is to actually get that picture perfect 2 games in a row? 2 games in a row, I got the recall bugged out by the perfect grenade timing because I'm leaving it too long. That's actually wild. Normally that's like 1 in every 15 games. Lurkers on your ramp is going to be a massive issue for Clem to pull his whole army back. Ling's attacking a planetary. Mass repair will come in, but the Banelings are going to say, no, 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 silly boy. Your planetary is a deaditary. You know what I'm saying? It's like hereditary but dead. It's just planetary but dead. It's deaditary. I don't know what I'm saying. Neither do you. That's okay. That's my job as a commentator. Clear, concise conveyance of information. Hydraling Bane there is in trouble. I think it's time for Dark to pull these guys back. They are gonna get sandwiched. He might be staying a bit too long. The Lurker gets focus fired. The Hydraling Bane trying to jump on top, but he's bringing in a massive reinforcement from the right side as well. That Lurker, an Overseer, causing big problems. Clem still has not taken care of that Lurker. It's doing massive damage. The Lings kill the rebuild of the command center, and this might just be a game-winning move. Dark here on the map that's terrible for Zerg says, lol, terrible for Zerg. You just activated my superpower. I play way better StarCraft when I'm behind. And the great thing about this map is I don't need to mess up my build order to be behind. I'm behind from the start because you get a free gold base. Who should we leave it like that, Dot? Should I leave it? I kind of want to leave it, yeah? All right, guys, I've done negotiation with my wife/producer. She's allowed me to agree to let Reynor's face cam stay like this. We had it cropped from when he was using his phone at the internet cafe. He's back on his proper webcam, but she's allowed me to leave it for game 1. We are going to see into the eyes of Reynor here in the bottom right side for Basilisk because he plays against Showtime in the top left. Hello. Oh! Oh my god, that was sick! Oh god, guys. I forgot to buy range on the tower you guys are pointing out. Yeah. I don't have the range upgrade available on my overlords. Please kill the tower, guys. Please kill the tower soon. We need to kill that tower right now before I lose any more overlords. Otherwise, we're dead. The wasps are on the wrong side. They're not protecting me. The wasps aren't protecting my overlord. Oh no! We're gonna lose another overlord. Oh, we got the tower debuff. Perfectly timed tower debuff. Perfectly timed tower debuff. I was never stressed. I was never stressed. I am so good. My first tournament win. I knew it. These were strategies I practiced. I don't care how fancy you are, though. Can you stop that many? That's a lot of Ravagerling Bane, man. That's a lot of Ravagerling Bane. Oh my lord. The Immortal out front. The units are pre-spread, but is that enough? Trying to pick up Ravagers, but only one at a time. The Psy Storm. The Psy Storm is big, but there's only like 2 of them. Oh, the Banelings. The Banelings in the top left. Banelings did clear out half of that mineral line. Nice Storms on the Link Bane. Zealots going forward. There's more Banes where that came from. Phoenix are getting hit by Biles. The Creator Phoenix Micro is insane. Dude! Creator does it again! Another epic hold with the Phoenix. Unfortunately, the Immortal moves in, but he saves it. Drop, and dodge. Drop and dodge. Oh, the Bile does take out the Phoenix. Creator almost gets 300 IQ style points, but it was still pretty damn cool. You know what? They went too deep. Oh! How's that feel? Oh, I'm sorry. A bacon meal? I'm sorry. I don't think you're allowed to eat bacon, Mr. San Diego, Mr. Broccoli Pizza, Mr. Vegetarian Vegan Cucks. Take your social justice and get out of here, Mr. California. You coming in here for the bacon? You know I cause heart disease. You're gonna eat one strip, and you're gonna fucking fall over doing America's favorite pastime, heart attacks. That's right. You're gonna join the statistic of how most people die in the United States of America from goddamn heart disease after eating one little fucking bite of my bacon strip, mate. You're gonna put your tongue on that salty pizzazz, and you're gonna be like, ugh, fucking, ugh, you're gone. You're out of here. You're out of here, Estrella. Estrella, more like Fia Estrella. You're fucking dead. Escape. Once 1-1 finishes, it's going to be even upgrades for a long time. Finally, Dark sends a big Ling run by. If you can get up the ramp, that could be very powerful. Hydra Bane tries to run forward, but Clem's on point. That tank positioning is real nice as well. Ling run by comes in. Dead Fourth Command Center, no cancel. 400 mineral snipe. Really juicy there for Dark. Banelings connect with a few Marines, just can't go too deep. There we go. Oh my gosh, the Marines go a little bit too deep. The Medivacs as well. And he gets flanked. Dark.
And we're back. What's up, guys? It is time for the much-awaited test. Ratjar, one of our beautiful moderators and regulars for years, has been telling us peanut butter and pickles is the best sandwich, the most underrated sandwich. I thought he was trolling. I googled it. Apparently, it was popular in the Great Depression because people didn't have much food. So, funnily enough, I actually had 2 types of pickles in the fridge. Dot randomly went and bought baby cucumbers that are pickled, which are kind of like sweet. But I've got one piece of bread. It's got dark roast Maver's smooth peanut butter on it. Beautiful. It's the best. It is the best peanut butter there is. We've got dill pickles in the other side here. So I think we're going to start with the dill pickles. Let's give it a go. It's okay. Honestly, the pickle kind of gets lost in the peanut butter. It's nice though. The moistness of the pickle kind of contrasts. Actually not bad. I don't know if I'd ever crave this. I don't know if I'd go out of my way to make this. I don't think in the future I'm gonna be like, ooh, I'm gonna make another one of these. Now let's go to the other side. We got the little baby cucumbers, which are just, it's like a sweeter pickle. Prefer the other one. The dill pickle's better. And that's just my preference in general. Like, dill pickles are the best kind for burgers and everything as well, in my opinion. This peanut butter is so good. I feel like I could put anything with it and it would probably be decent. It's fun. What a weird combo. Who thinks to do this? Do you think he was high when he did this? Or it was just I think if you're a bachelor and you're hungry, all you have is bread and you look in your fridge, all you have is pickles. But for some reason you don't just want a peanut butter sandwich. So you're like, let's try it. Sweet pickles are the worst. Yeah, they're just not as good. They're just not as good. You broke, you want some texture? Yeah. It's either high or whatever was in the fridge for sure. Maybe drunk, yeah. Sweet pickles aren't as good. I should have put more dill pickles in and just put the sweet pickles on the very edge. Let's go back to the dill pickle section. A genius. Is that what you're saying, LK Dragon? A genius. I was randomly bored one day when I was like 18 years old, and I decided to pull some things out of my cupboard, throw them together into a sandwich. No, we won't play the whole video. It's fine. It's not that uncommon of a pregnant craving. Really, Gungadi? Oh, is that a thing?
peanut butter and pickles. Really? I haven't heard of that. Damn, that's random as shit, dude. I needed food anyway. I skipped breakfast this morning, guys. I went to all-you-could-eat Japanese barbecue yesterday and ate a shit ton of Wagyu. So I was getting really hungry. And I know we've got a big best of 7 between Raynor and BYUN we're going to cast. So I was like, I better eat first. And I realized, hey, we've got bread, peanut butter, and pickles all in the house at the same time. Finally time to test Ratjar's obsessive recommendation. Peanut butter, protein powder, and honey. Why protein powder? I'm fully off protein powder these days. Dot still has a bunch in the cupboard of like her flavors that she was having previously, so I should probably finish them. But I tend to just eat a lot more chicken these days. But I used to have a lot more protein powder. Yeah. My favorite usually is just peanut butter, banana, and honey. Peanut butter, banana, and honey is like such a top tier sandwich. I had it for breakfast yesterday. It was yesterday morning. You know what? That was pretty satisfying, guys. Not gonna lie. Don't think I'll ever have it again. But it wasn't terrible. Weird combos. I remember my parents left me and my older brother at home while they went on a family holiday. Because they would always take us on family holidays, and all we wanted to do on like school holidays was play video games and like read fantasy novels and stuff. We finally convinced them to leave us at home so they could actually go and enjoy themselves. We're like, we know how to feed ourselves and stuff. Like, let us fucking not come on the family holiday. We're just gonna whine the whole time and be annoying. And then they left us there, and I remember I was just like, I get to pick what I eat. And I remember one time there was like a carton of custard. So I don't know, was I drinking it out of the carton? And I had olives. So there was a jar of olives. And I was like watching TV and I had a jar of olives. And I think I was eating the olives with a fork and then drinking the custard out of the carton. It was one of the combos of all time. And my brother was just like, what the fuck are you doing? He hates olives as well. And I was just like, I was like, this is actually great. How old are you? I was probably like 12. Oh. Big, how often do you use the assigned fingers for your hotkeys, and how often do you use other fingers? Well, I think I always use the assigned fingers. And keep in mind, Master Eagle, I use the right side of the keyboard with my left hand. So it's not the assigned for normal typing, but for using the core, absolutely I use all 5 fingers. I would say pretty much perfectly correctly. But that's because I used to, when I played for the first 5 years of my StarCraft 2 journey, I played with like mostly 2 fingers. Plus my pinky just sitting on control and shift. But then when I learnt the core, I learned how to 10-finger type properly. Learned how to use all the fingers. My pinkies and like my ring fingers were really uncoordinated at first, like super uncoordinated, because I just wasn't used to using them. But if you learn to 10-finger type, it's just training. You pick it up really quickly if you do it half an hour a day. And then like, you know, I 10-finger type pretty poorly these days because I don't do a lot of typing. Like I'm a little slow, a little unco, but I'm pretty decent with it. Yeah. Drinking custard is legendary. There's something good about you. Drinking custard is satisfying. I love pickles, even those small sweet ones. Pickles for the win. Pickles are nice. Better than fish fingers and custard. Chicken fingers and French fries. Yeah. Yeah, we ate a lot of like meat pies, microwavable meat pies, instant mashed potato, like the dehydrated flakes, and frozen peas and corn were like the things me and my brother would like always feed ourselves with if our parents were like working or whatever. What was everyone's like childhood food once you learned how to feed yourself that like your parents would either like leave you to make yourself or heat up, or you would eat? It's either that. Also, the widest thing ever, we would always have a shit ton of crackers in the house. So whenever we came home from school, we'd always be so hungry. We'd just eat like a metric shit ton of like, I guess Americans, kind of like, I think you guys would call it like a saltine cracker, right? What's a saltine cracker? I think like, pretty sure one of these. Yeah, basically like this sort of thing. Just with like peanut butter, Vegemite jam, whatever the fuck we had in the house. Usually vast amounts of cheese. You know that like cheap big block of tasty cheese or whatever it is? You're like, it's technically cheese. You're like, is it though? Sometimes cream cheese, random. We'd just put the most, Saladas would be the brand in Australia. The Salada crackers, and you put the peanut butter and you squeeze them together, and the fucking little worms of peanut butter or Vegemite and butter squeeze out of them. Yeah. The amount of that shit that I consumed growing up, crazy. Yeah, we wouldn't normally have many. I don't know why. We would never really have cold cuts on it. I don't think. Maybe occasionally we'd throw like ham on there with cheese or something, but yeah. Could eat Marmite. It's basically the same. Yeah, Marmite's just a not as good tasting version. Is Vegemite the most Australian food there is? Vegemite, fairy bread, beetroot on burgers. So what most Australian foods would be canned beetroot, fairy bread, Vegemite, obviously. Lamington, which is just a sponge cake with chocolate and coconut on the outside. The best ones have a layer of cream in them usually. But if you have a good fresh sponge you've made at home, Lamingtons are amazing. Like I made Lamingtons and they were actually god tier. I've never made a sponge cake before, but I made a really good sponge cake. Woohoo! It was really good. But normally you want ones with cream in it because otherwise you're buying a store-bought one. It's like going to be a bit older, a bit drier. You want that cream layer in the middle. Obviously sausage sizzle. It's just a sausage slapped in between a bit of white bread with some onions on it, and tomato sauce would be the standard way of eating it. None of this shit. Mustard, get the fuck out of here with your mustard. Mustard doesn't belong on a fucking sausage sizzle, man. You can have it on a sausage sizzle. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But yeah. If I'm eating a hot dog, I'll smother it in mustard. But if I'm eating a sausage sizzle, I'm like, nah, just fucking tomato sauce. Grilled onion? Yeah. The onions will be all like a little bit burnt and stuff, you know? Like some of them are a bit caramelized, some of them are a bit charred. That's probably a bit of onion there that stayed on the barbecue a bit too long and it's fucking turned into just pure eradicated carbon at this point, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's the best way to do it, man. It's good times. Did I miss any, guys? Oh, and just for the Kiwis. Guys, any Kiwis in the chat? And the best Australian food, a pavlova, invented in Australia. Like all great things that we definitely didn't steal from New Zealand. I actually don't know. Did we steal this one from New Zealand? I know they say we did, but they say we took everything good from New Zealand. They're like, that's ours. We had that. We're like, no, it's ours. Shut up. Pavlova is amazing, actually. A good pavlova is very good. So pavlova, essentially, it's like a meringue type thing. So this looks like cream. This is not cream. This is it's like a meringue, but it's like if you get it right, it's the perfect mixture of kind of crisp on the outside, but it's like chewy. You kind of like I've had a lot of shit pavlovas and they suck. The good ones are like it's like this perfect chewy texture and it's very, very good. But it's very easy to fuck up a pavlova. I've never made one. I've eaten a lot of shit ones and I've eaten a few really good ones, and the good ones are absolutely delicious. It's really good. Pavlova is great. Yeah. Butter with rainbow sprinkles. Oh yeah, that's the fairy bread. Yeah. Fairy bread it's literally just, I mean, it's not even butter. It's got to be the cheapest, like most generic white bread, usually with some sort of really shitty margarine spread or something, because you know, fat's evil and going to kill you. They're like, oh, instead, you can't have saturated fats. Instead, we're going to have industrial fat grease offcuts or whatever, you know, effluent that we've dyed yellow to make it look like butter. You got to use some of that shit, you know, which was healthy according to our mums growing up because they'd been tricked by the anti-fat marketing, right, of the, of the 80s and 90s, like, fat's the devil, butter's bad, eat this fucking grey sludge instead that we've dyed yellow. So you want that stuff, yeah, and then it's just sprinkles, just hundreds and thousands we call them. They're just coloured sugar balls, same as sprinkles or whatever. But yeah, it's good stuff. They're great. Every time I'm at a kid's birthday party, I always eat one of the fairy breads. This is how you know someone is like has basically given up on joy. Like, you know how like you can tell when your friends have given up on life? They're like, oh, I'm an adult. I just have to pay to my mortgage and be a slave now. That's all I do. And you're like, you know when like there's no joy left in anyone's life? You can tell because if they're at a kid's birthday party, if they don't grab one of these triangles of fairy bread and chow down on that mother trucker like they're still a 5-year-old having the best time of their life, you know it's over for them. They're done. You're just like, yep, the joy has left their life. Yeah, you're 30. You turned 35 this month. You're having fairy bread for sure. Happy birthday at a time, Epic Geeky. You gotta smash the fairy bread. I often smash multiple triangles of fairy bread. By the way, you got to do triangles. If you do any other shape for the fairy bread, it's very wrong. Yeah, the spark has left their eyes. Ratjar, guys, Ratjar's in the chat. Ratjar, did you miss it? Do you know what we just ate on this plate, my friend? Ratjar's the guy. Do you know what? There's some brown smears left from peanut butter, some dark roast peanut butter, some crumbs of white bread, and the little scraps from 2 different types of pickles. One dill pickle and one regular pickle. Yeah, you can rewind in the VOD, go back in the VOD. It wasn't terrible. I don't think I would make it again. I had 2 types of pickles. Normally I prefer dill pickles. The dill pickles were indeed much better than the other ones were just like, it was kind of like a sweet pickled baby cucumber, not as good. The dill pickles were good. It was a weird texture, I guess. Kind of like the moistness of the pickle with peanut butter, but it was fine. And it was not bad at all. I don't think I would ever crave it. It was in no way bad. There was nothing offensive about it. It was like totally fine. I did not toast the bread. You think that improves it? Yeah, that would probably make the texture a bit more interesting because then you've got the contrast between the bread and then the peanut butter being a bit melty and then the crunchy pickle. Who knows? I've still got peanut butter and I've got jars of pickles, so maybe I'll try that tomorrow. Major day. Guys, this is it. If you guys commit to just being a friendly, normal person 99% of the time in the chat, being a cool dude, moderating, occasionally doing like a little thing where people can make predictions or just being nice, answering people's questions. But then that 1% of the time, you're like, hey, by the way, you should try this weird you should try peanut butter and pickles. It's a really good sandwich. You might be surprised. And, you know, Ratjar would go back to being a normal human, you know, because normally people are just like, they don't make any suggestions or share anything about their lives. Or they're just like, do this thing, peanut butter and pickles. And you're just like, oh, can you shut the fuck up, dude? But Ratjar towed that line perfectly. Years of commitment to mentioning this weird fucking thing that I had no interest in trying. And eventually the curiosity just went, oh, you know, I do want to fucking find out what that's like now. You know? You said peanut butter and sour cream and onion lays before? Hey, that sounds awesome. SPC Monk, yeah. Yeah, I remember growing up, like going to a friend's house, and he was like, "Yeah, chip sandwich is the best." He'd always put the fucking chips in between 2 bits of white bread. It was a thing. It was not terrible. Yeah. No, I never have to mention it again. My man. All right, guys, should we get in and actually cast this series finally? After our multiple distractions. Are you guys excited for BYUN versus REYNOR? Shit on a shingle is good stuff. I've heard that's a fun one. Does that have to be slices of bread cut in half or quarters? Oh, for fairy bread? Wait, you can cut bread in quarters? That would be squares, wouldn't it? You gotta cut in half, triangle. I guess you, oh no, you could go, oh yeah, you could go, yeah, no, you could go. I mean, normally you do half, but you know, you can go quarters, either way. I guess for little kids, if the kids are real little, you go quarters, because then they're like, you know, little kids are so, if they're like 3 years old, you don't want to give them like half a slice of bread, because they're just going to drop it constantly anyway. They're 3 or under, but if they're 5-year-olds, you know, they can go for the full half slice of fairy bread for sure. Either way is fine. As long as it's a triangle, it's all good. Alright. Shopify Rebellion's BYUN in the top right side of the map. REYNOR in the bottom left. And it's time here to play the grand finals of the Patch Clash number 9. That's right, guys. 12 workers start. All of the recent changes reverted, but of course there's about 50,000 other crazy changes that Patches has been adding to his mod for several years now. And he's just announced his big $5,000 circuit, sponsored by Delphus, has helped him run that. They are right now looking for support for that. If you guys want to help support them run more tournaments and raise the prize pool and that sort of stuff, link is in the description. You guys can go check it out. For those watching live, links in the chat. Someone, can you link it up for me? Someone still has the link from earlier, those watching live. I'm sure you do. Now, for those who don't know, we'll fill you guys in on all the changes as we go, but I'm sure many of you have already watched the 3 matches leading into this that we've cast. With BYUN REYNOR in the upper finals. BYUN won that. REYNOR now fought his way through the lower bracket, which is why BYUN is up 1-0 in this series as he opens up 2-Rax Reaper again. Remember, REYNOR struggled against this 2-Rax Reaper earlier because he chased out front with his queens, got them killed by a few Reapers. But on this map, got a high ground ramp. There's only the one jump-in point. It shouldn't be too hard to defend on this map. I actually think this is a rather weak map to commit to 2-Rax Reaper, personally, but I think BYUN just enjoys the flow. I think a lot of Terran players enjoyed the flow of putting the Zerg on the defensive, making them react, and obstructing their build order a little bit. So, not a bad idea for BYUN. Of course, for those who don't know, queens only do 5 damage as opposed to 8 in the live game against ground, but you can upgrade them into a swarm queen, which whilst it has a worse anti-air attack, it is a fantastic anti-ground unit. It goes up to 12, and of course can be upgraded to have +2 armor. It can be upgraded to spread creep wherever it moves, and not just, I thought it would be a little snail trail behind it, but it's literally, if the queen moves from here to here, it creates an entire friggin' avenue of creep as it moves. Obviously the creep is not permanent, it will recede, but my god, I really feel like once Zergs get the hang of getting those queens out with that upgrade and just running them around big maps everywhere, constantly respreading creep, it's going to be very hard on really big 4-player maps, especially if a Terran is ever turtling, to deal with just how much the creep is going to encroach on their territory. Nice spore trick there to save that drone. Queen goes for the inject, and we'll push the Reaper away. It's just going to be 2, 3, 4 Reapers actually already. Could, of course, save a bit more gas and build a 5th one. We'll see if he goes for it. Second gas is down behind this, so no rush for the 3rd command center just yet. Probably wants to go straight for the factory, of course. Queen taking some damage. You can see how little the damage matters from the Queen on the Reaper. But Zerglings are a little faster on creep before Ling Speed is finished. No difference once Ling Speed's done, which is a nice way of helping them deal with that. So it is 4 Reapers, guys. And 3rd command center into factory does go down. This is so interesting because I feel like, oh man, the Zerglings are all on the high ground. The Queens do so little damage. Good pullback on the Queen, though. Really good pullback on the Queen. Yeah, you need to have your Zerglings here. And I think for REYNOR, he's got good overlord position. He should be able to see if those Reapers run in the other direction. Ling Speed's only just started. Oh my god. Guys, Ling Speed's only just started. If BYUN was going 3x Reaper, he's dead. And I've been saying this before, is like, people are so greedy. And I really feel like even if you get a quick Ling Speed, we know that dealing with 3x Reaper with Ling Speed is quite... And like, the way everyone's opening, no one's going pool first. They're going hatch first. No one's doing a pull first roach pressure, or at least not very often. REYNOR did it one game against BYUN. He tried to do it, of course. To me, it feels like if BYUN was to open 2 Barracks Proxy Reaper down here or something like that, maybe here, I think most Zergs would just die to that on this patch. Or at least fall way behind. I would love to see how they would deal with that, because I think with their current openings, they are in a dangerous spot. Keep in mind, guys, you might think, well, Zerg's just nerfed on this patch. But no, you can stack 4 lava on a hatchery, and it'll keep producing up to 4, right? 4 is where it stops producing, whereas normally it's 3 on the live version of the game. So that's a kind of subtle, but actually very impactful change. It seems subtle until you actually play with it and you go, man, I just have more stuff. You do need that more stuff. The Queens will not defend the early pressure as well as it does on the live game, and that's, of course, a big adjustment. But hold on. Ling Speed's about to kick in. It's going to be a jump scare. BYUN. BYUN's like, oh, you don't have Ling Speed. He should know that this is almost ready, though. Yeah, he's going to have to drop some grenades here. Oh, good zoning grenade. He's got to throw them a bit more defensively if he wants to keep these Reapers alive. He could have used those grenades to keep the Lings at arm's length, but instead he's kind of just running in circles. Not running back to his natural seems like an odd choice. He's got a billion Marines that could defend this. Instead, he's trying to micro around the map and actually kite the Zerglings down. I mean, BYUN has faith in his micro, but I think this is just a bit unnecessarily risky. Then again, maybe he's happy to take this trade, thinking Reaper Hellion isn't really going to scale to the later stages of the game. Medevac's coming out, so it's going to be Stim, Medevac, Marine drop soon. He'll move out with the Marines, have the Medevac join up with it. If he could meet on the pillar with the Medevacs, Marines already on the low ground, they could snipe the Overlord, pick up, and then boost across would be really nice. And where else would the Overlord be? Could be on this pillar. Could be over on this pillar as well, though actually that's not really a pillar. That can just get spotted from the high ground on the third. Marines are moving across. Medevacs are going to come out. 2 Marines actually get surrounded there. A little sloppy, I got to say. Sees the Overlord. He could go back to get that on the way home. He should take note of that for later. Reynor leaving this Overlord out front a little long. He's got 6 Queens, 28 Zerglings. Remember, these Queens don't do good damage, so Queens are good anti-air. They're good for helping defend Banshees and Battle Cruisers, but relying on 6-7 Queens, you know, it's... they can tank damage, but the damage they deal is way weaker than what a lot of players are used to, so I definitely feel like one has to be a little wary. He's got the Evo Chamber, so he could turn a few of these into Swarm Queens, 50 energy, but they take a few seconds to morph. It's not instantaneous, so we're going to try and get away with massive greed right now. Infestation Pet goes up on that side. Lots of unique upgrades in this map, this mod. If you guys haven't seen it, you'll see that as the game goes on. I think why pro gamers love this mod so much is they get to play exactly the same way they've been playing for years. And then as the game goes on, it's just, oh, there's a cool upgrade that makes this style better. Oh, there's a cool upgrade or bonus which allows me to do this micro or this interaction. And the early game build, of course, changing for Zerg a bit with the Queens is probably the bigger thing. But outside of that, a lot of the compositions you can see being very similar. And this is just going to be a fast Hive attempt for Reynor. 5 gas. We want him to make Hive immediately here. Yeah, instant Hive. 6 minutes 50. Very nicely timed there. Big, which StarCraft 2 pros are better at adapting to change? The ones that retired 10 years ago. No, just kidding, guys. Yeah, definitely. It's Hero's really good at just basically playing off vibes. He doesn't rely on an exact build order with exact, like, down to the second timing, so he's always naturally very good. Ooh, here we go. Shin's very good for Zerg. Hero for Protoss. For Terran, Clem's really good at feeling his way through. Clem has such good mechanics as well that he's often able to make things work where other players can't. And he's so good tactically and at sensing where he is. And he often puts a bit of time and thought into a new patch. But I wouldn't say he's really a build trendsetter. He's good at kind of just adapting and finding things that work pretty well and getting used to the new game flow. But it's probably like your Gummihos, your TYs who really figure out the ironed out builds. Zest, traditionally for Protoss, would figure out the new builds for Protoss. But he's obviously retired. I don't think anyone's really replaced Zest as the guy that sets the meta for Protoss. Hero influences things, but most people can't emulate his chaotic style very well. And yeah, Classic and the like are a bit more defensive. Zest was very good at macro, but he would hit these very sharp timing attacks that would translate well to average Joes, and it's kind of the same for Shin for Zerg. Great average Joe timing attacks. Zest is looking for the ambush. Beyond being elusive, this high ground is a really good area to slow push from for Terran. Once you move into the open, you can get swarmed. Double drop on the left could ruin this base. So Reynor needs the ambush. Here we go. 4 Marines run forward. The Infestors using their little auto attack hilariously. Let's see big splash damage there from those siege tanks, but Marines are going to stem in from the north. Beyond's going to clear their creep and go for a big push. Massive Zerglink counter on the other side. +2 carapaces in. No +2 attack here for BYUN. BYUN's SCVs need to get out of there, man. His SCVs are going to take big damage. He let the Marines wrap around him on the natural a little bit. His third gets absolutely smashed. Marine tank moves in. The Queens can buy a little bit of time, but at the same time, Fungal Spore and Zerglings clean up every Marine in the north side. This is really bad for BYUN right now. He needs to find more damage. The Infestors are coming forward. Fungal catching some of the Marines. The Infestors not being targeted down yet by the siege tanks. He lands a Fungal, but that should wear off. Oh, if any of the Marines are still alive at the end of it, and the answer is not many, only 7. That should be a game-winning counter. He killed the 4th base, 24 SCVs. Reynor has only lost 4 drones, and he's kept his 4 bases alive. An excellent trade for Reynor. And this is the joy of skipping Banelings. He was able to get out lots of Infestors, Hive Tech, Ultras. And yeah, it's kind of hard to just shut down the opponent's army. But if your opponent overcommits to a 2-prong push like that, they don't have enough units at home, and you can do very well. I do think if BYUN cancelled the command center, which of course he did, but if he also grabbed all the SCVs and quickly mineral walked them to his natural, yeah, that wouldn't have been as bad. But, you know, if he loses 12, 13 workers, I think that's obviously much better. 24 is so many that Reynor now has complete control. And of course, Reynor could easily go spy a Baneling nest here, I think would be the right way to do it. And yep, it's it. He's going to transition directly to Ultra Lingbane Corruptor late game. When you're ahead like this, there's no reason to go all in. Like, if BYUN throws an army away, you catch it with Fungal, great, take the win. But you don't need to focus on it. He's only got 2 Infestors, funnily enough. I think a few more Infestors would give him a lot of power. Queens do push back the medevac. Remember, Queens do 10 damage. Oh my lord, that Widow Mine, 27 kills. Great micro for BYUN. Finding value in a tough situation here. Exactly what he needed to do. Ling's coming on the other side. They get cleaned up. Command Center will lift. These Marines avoid Fungal. It's tempting to boost back, actually, and unload on the Infestors in a game like this. There's a Lib, a tank, a few Widow Mines, and a Marauder. It is not possible for Reynor to push in there. Reynor keeps his 5th base alive, which is nice. He's building 24 drones. Holy moly, Reynor. There's playing StarCraft, and then there's just clicking buttons. I think he's in clicking button mode right now, and he's far enough ahead, he could probably get away with it, but that... I've been playing a lot of Zero Space, I was playing a lot of Age of Empires, I've been playing a lot of new RTS games, figuring out RTS games for the first time, and 24 drones at once, like, that's the sort of move that reeks of those moments in those games where I go, okay, I'm in the late game, there's a lot going on, I need to just click all the upgrades and make sure I'm spending my money. Reynor finds a good fight. No Fungal on those Marines, unfortunately. I think he could have landed a nice one. He's probably chasing a little too far now. But maybe if he can breach that ramp. Ultra trying to get up the ramp. Fungal lands on a few of these guys. Counter drop is hitting him at the same time. The Widow Mine's taking out some of the Infestors, but the Ultra's getting great damage. And you can see that Marine drop looks like got cleaned up on that side. The Ultra's trying to get in. The Libs are cleaning this up. Oh, for those who don't know, Libs are different. I haven't talked about the Libs yet because we haven't seen that much Liberator talk. Liberators do... Oh, actually, is Liberator different? I'm not sure. I know the Thor is different. I'm not sure about the Liberator. Looks similar. The Liberator might be the same. Liberator's getting some good shots off, but BYUN, he's just a bit too far behind, and Reynor happy to trade these cheap Zerglings away. That borrowed Ultralisk somehow still alive. It almost died to the Widow Mine splash. The reveal there with the scan, he clicks that Ultra to make sure it doesn't escape. But BYUN, he's lost another 27 workers. It's 96 workers for Zerg. And Reynor is just far too rich in this game. Ling's getting in the natural. Doing some good damage there as well. Really well played. Well played here by Reynor. He's got the Corruptors on the way. He's got both Ultra upgrades. 2-3 for melee carapace, plus 3 is almost done. And this is just the perfect transition. I think when you're playing an Infestor style, you kind of wait for the Terran to step out or wait for him to move out to take a base and then you jump on him. Whenever he's not perfectly set up, the Fungal is so dynamic, the Master Ling is so powerful. And you can see now, Corruptors can just clean up the medevacs, the Libs every fight. And that was the last thing keeping him alive in this game. 2 Banelings. Oh my lord! Oh! He actually moved that last Baneling a bit deeper than he had to, but still 7 SCVs go down. Lib Siege is up on a Spore, only gets 4 drones. Ultra Zergling on the front. Corruptors absolutely mincing those medevacs. The Widow Mine's going to get dragged onto the bio. One onto the Corruptor does take it out. But these Corruptors, man, they are doing such good value. And of course, they unzip their flies to show him the Italian football hooligan celebration, which is urinating on the bus stop, or in this case, your opponent's base. Very well played. Very well played. Does take it out. Only 4 Corruptors have gone down. Rain is all over this game. Of course, BYUN too far behind in this one. Do wonder, man. 3 Rax Reaper. Proxy 2 Rax Reaper. Feels like Reynor is very kind of Queen Zergling brained. Hasn't seen a lot of Roach openings for him. And I think forcing him into Roaches early could be a nice way to take advantage of those weaker Queens in the early game. I mean, we also haven't seen really fast Hellbat timings. And one has to think, you've got Hellbat timings. Hellbats are plus 10 hit points. Right? They move a bit faster. One of the main things that defeats Hellbat timings is Queens kiting backwards and shooting them down. Like, you don't have Queens. You've got players consistently playing Mass Zergling. And as much as I love how many new things are being used by the players, like, oh, let's do a Reaper pressure. He doesn't have the things to deal with it. No new upgrades except concussive shells, which also gives Reaper grenades a slowing effect. But he was just getting it for the concussive shells for the Marauders, of course. It's called concussive grenades in this mod. And we were finally starting to get the lifesteal upgrade for the Ultras. But I think if you look at Reynor's style here, really late Baneley Nest, really late Roach Warren, I think BYUN's kind of letting him get away with some murder and needs to be a little bit more decisive about punishing Reynor's greed and thinking about if you mix in a Hellbat timing, mix in a Proxy 2 or 3 Rax Reaper. These are 2 things off the top of my head. The other thing I'm thinking about is if Reynor does get too afraid of those sort of things, starts playing Roach builds, playing lower Queen count, something like a Battlecruiser could be a very good opening. Scary thing about opening Battlecruiser is if Reynor's just still playing 7-8 queens every game, and especially if he rushes an early carapace. Remember, actually, sorry, it's only with Hydras get double benefit from carapace against air. Queens don't get that. So I was about to say, problem is if you go a Battlecruiser, he's got 7 queens, they're going to take very little damage from the Battlecruiser. But actually, that's only Hydralisks that get double benefit of armor upgrades, but only against air units. It's like a really weird, unique interaction. So Hydras are way better versus air, especially frequently attacking units like BCs, Mutalisks, and what would be the Protoss one? Void Rays as well, I guess? Void Ray Carriers. Carriers as well, of course, because Carriers have 2 attacks, which means you're getting double that bonus armor modifier. They'd take one more, wouldn't they, Malakath? They'd take one more because they don't have the armor. So many changes. Liberated smart targeting. Ah, yeah, that's it. And +3 range from Lib again? Yeah. Nice. Alright, going into the next map. Also, I forgot to say, Queens actually don't have their starting armor either, right? It's not only they do less damage, they don't have the armor, so Battlecruiser would be really good against those Queens. It would do 1 more damage a shot. For those who don't know, Battlecruisers shoot like 6 times a second or something ridiculous. So that's it. It's like, you know, it's like 6 extra DPS. It's pretty damn impactful, man. Definitely Battlecruisers could be a lot better as well. So Battlecruisers, Hellbat timings, lots of things available. Don't expect BYUN to take too much advantage of them. We'll see how it goes. Patches has actually said, I was actually really hoping Clem would play in this tournament, because in Patch Clash 9, in number 7, he used a ton of new things, and the mod isn't localized in Korean yet. So even though I've got the patch notes document translated, Patches is saying basically if they hover over tooltips, it's all in English. And the problem with that is obviously a lot of the players, as they're playing the mods, kind of need to remind themselves of like, hey, what does this upgrade do again? What does that upgrade do when you're first playing it? And the English-speaking players can do that. But if you're a Korean player who's going to, unless you're Solar, who can obviously very fluently read and speak English, it's going to be a little bit harder to remember all the little details. Whereas a guy like Clem, who's way more fluent in English, obviously as a Frenchman. Sorry, I'm just laughing because, you know, 100 Years War and all that history. Who knew after all this time the French would speak better English than the English would speak French? I always, you know, you go back 600 years, you'd probably think it'd be the other way around. Hey, it is what it is. Hell, we all know a couple of French words, though. We all know a couple of French words wherever you are in the world, which is nice. Anyways, point being, Clem apparently was really good at using a lot of the things, which is really cool to hear. I would be curious to see. I think Clem is one of the most natural players at picking up an RTS and just playing. As much as I always give credit for his mechanics, because it is such a big part of what allows him to do the things he does, he's very, very quick at picking things up. He can pick up any new RTS, and he will immediately be a top player in like a brand new RTS. It's not like I feel like it'd be interesting to see him play maybe like a Beyond All Reason or something like that, or maybe like an AoE 2, where I think it's a bit more different to StarCraft, where it might take him a little bit more time to learn the basics. But I still feel like, you know, you give him a bit of time to get over those basics, he'll have one of the fastest learning curves. So I think I put Clem up with like players like Scarlet in terms of just players that pick things up incredibly quickly. And make you feel like a bit of an idiot when you look at how fast they learn compared to most of us. Command Center first here for BYUN in Game 2. Tied up 1-1. BYUN's advantage from winning the previous set has been removed. We're going to see a delayed gas once again here for REYNOR. This is such a greedy build. This dies to anything. Right, guys? Like, I guess he's seen Command Center first, but it's not like he'd already decided to play gasless, I think, before that point. I feel like REYNOR is flipping coins based on his expectation. He's like, hey, BYUN, he's going to play Command Center first after 2x Reaper, because that's what BYUN does. He rotates aggressive builds and Command Center first builds. That's like what BYUN does right now. And I feel like REYNOR is kind of predicting BYUN's pattern correctly right now and getting away with it. He's going to go Roach and second gas now, but this would not have been ready for like really early Hellion aggression off gas first. An early Hellbat timing. This is going to maybe barely have the Roaches in time, but keep in mind that the Hellbat movement speed increase as well as the 10 hit points is really big. If you've only got like 5 Roaches popping and the Hellbats are already on your base, on top of your Queens and stuff, it's hard to get those Roaches together to kite the Hellbats down. You're gonna take a bit of damage. Yes, this is a 12 worker mod, guys. It's think of this as all the patch changes from the last round of patches, like couple rounds of patches over the last 2 months being removed. But then like Patches has obviously been adding his own unique ton of upgrades and changes and all sorts of things for a while. Liberators will prioritize high hit point targets, guys, so they will naturally target a queen. Well, they would always target a queen over a Zergling, but you know, they'll target a queen over a Hydralisk, an Ultra over a Zergling, that sort of thing. Also, if you get Lib range, it's +3 range, not the +2 in the live version of the game that it got nerfed to maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Double Engineering Bay coming in, so it's going to be very greedy follow-up behind this. So it's a few Marines dropping 3 Hellion Run by Lib behind it. BYUN's going to try and stay really active with these units, punish the lack of mobility from no Ling speed. There are 3 Queens up front. Roaches following this. Overlord does go down, so that's 2 Overlords so far. Queens do almost no damage. Remember, they only do 5 damage. The Hellions can absolutely dive in there and cause a bit of havoc, but for now, Reynor's getting away with this. 1-1 upgrades coming in. 2nd and 3rd barracks are building. Liberator will add a 3rd prong. You can see he's already queued that to siege inside the main base. Reynor's going to take a 4th base. Reynor's opening was so greedy that I feel like BYUN should be in a better economic position than he is comparatively. But the opening was just so solid for Reynor. Fast 3rd, gasless, gets away with murder. And now he's on 60 drones, taking a 4th. BYUN needs to find something. That Spore Crawler. Oh my god, it's brilliantly timed. I think it's just in range as well, right? Oh, it's just out of range. Never mind. Ooh, Liberator targets the Queen. Not quite able to get her. Marines on the north side. They're clicking the hatchery. I don't think they'll get that one, though. They pick up. Only 1 Marine goes down. 4 drones. Spore Crawler does take out the Liberator. Queen's moved out of position, as did these Roaches. Good Evo Chamber, though. Brilliant, brilliant Evo Chamber. But the drones are still stacked up, and the Marine drops in the main, picking off workers there. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. The Hellions! Oh, my god. Anyone call for some barbecue? That is 19 drone kills, and the Marines survive. Well worth the Hellion and the Liberator that traded themselves for this, because behind it, 1-1. Almost done. Stim's there. 3rd base is landed. I mean, this is just excellent play here for BYUN. And I think he's done the damage. I was saying, oh, it's kind of a bummer because it feels like he needs to do damage, whereas normally you wouldn't need to do damage with this opening. Well, he found the damage, and I think he's happy with that. He's very happy with that. Infestation pit on the way here for Reynor. I wonder if he plays like a Lurker Viper style. We don't see that very much these days, but could be good. Concussive Shells is already on the way here. That's got to be a mistake, guys. That's meant to be combat shields. He's just lost a medevac as well, and he's making the wrong upgrade, which means these Marines are going to be combat shieldless for the rest of this series, I think. Or this game, I should say. There's no way you want Marauders at this point. He's on pure Marines. He's actually starting Marauders. Wait, he's got 2 tech labs? 3. Hold on. Oh, he is going 3 tech labs. I mean, you still want to go combat shields first. Because he's playing against Mass Roach, he's actually going 3 tech lab, 2 reactor. That's a lot. And I think he might go straight tech lab and just do a giant tank Marauder push. I mean, this does look indeed like it's going to be a Lurker style, but no Hydra Den down yet, so one has to wonder what Reynor is doing. Like, what's the hive for? Few Roaches here in the main. Spore Crawler as well. Another Overlord goes down. The double drop finds some decent damage. 1-1 upgrades against just +1 Carapace. Good focus fire for BYUN. Finds a little bit of damage. Remember those Queens. Crazy anti-air damage. Very good anti-air damage on the Queens. Roaches pushing these Marines back. Unfortunately, BYUN starts +2 attack. Armor, sorry. No +2 attack. So tragic. He should have been ahead on these upgrades. But he finds a good trade in the middle. Catches a few of these bad boys. He's got to remember combat shields and +2 attack. I mean, these 2 upgrades missing is huge. He's trading well. Trading well is not good enough. Hydrogen so late in this game will slow down that Lurk attack we were talking about. Link speed's on the way as well as 2-2 range Carapace. The trick for Reynor is going to be finding a way to get these Lurkers out quickly enough. And I think maybe spreading individual Lurkers all around the map and attacking different bases. Maybe try to win this game just by your opponent not having scans. Keep in mind, you can build Ravens right now. Ravens do not need a tech lab. You can build them out of a reactor. You can also, they're different. They're very different, but it's a detector still. It's a detector that's much more accessible for Terran. One of the big problems with Terran in StarCraft 2 has always been inaccessible detection outside of their orbitals, which of course are a core part of their income. Oh, Hive Tech Roach upgrade. He's going to go 1 supply Roaches, guys. Bifurcated Carapace. That's what he wanted the Hive for. He doesn't even need the Lurkers just yet. He's going to add a Hydra Tech, but he's literally just playing Roach Ravager Infester with 1 supply Roaches, of course. I mean, he's going to have 30+ Roaches. That's going to give him 30+ supply. Wow, I totally forgot. Of course you want to do this upgrade. Usually people do this against mech, not as much against bio, but I mean, you're going to have some units compared to what people are used to that it will absolutely allow Zerg to swarm with roaches in the late game. 3 more barracks building here. BYUN's got 2 factory tech labs pumping. 4th command center hasn't lifted out yet. He finally made his +2 attack, and his combat shields is almost done as well. So gladly for the BYUN fans, he is still focusing on all the important things. Sorry, bit of a miss button press there. Hey, dodges the fungal, dodges the bile. Very nicely played. Now, for those who don't know, if you fungal a transport, it can't pick up units. In the live version of the game, if you fungal a marine, it can't get inside the medevac. But if you fungal the medevac can still pick the marine up. And in this patch, that's changed. So it's kind of a subtle thing. Same for prisms, same for overlords. So if you fungal the transport, it'll stop units from getting inside just the same. Makes it a bit easier to land those spells sometimes. Ooh, nice fungal. Gonna take out a bunch of those marines and marauders. Hatchery does get sniped though. Back to 4 bases with a new 5th building in the north. 2 command centers, more marauders, and more tanks are building behind this. It's a big push. A lot of roach ravager here. Bifurcated incubation is going to give 1 supply. Roaches only now about to kick in. You can see 20 supply just freed up then. A lot of supplies in ravagers and hydras, which don't benefit from this upgrade. It's only the roaches that do. Actually, you guys can remind me, have I been saying ravagers are 3 supply all tournament long? I think he might have changed it, so maybe they're only 2 supply with this upgrade? I can't remember. Here we go. Massive push on the right, though. These guys down here in the bottom as well. We've got the roaches coming in to focus the marauders down. The tank's going to go down as well. So many units falling on both sides, but look at this. He's going to have to fight soon. The Infesta, she's got full energy. She throws a really nice fungal, as do the hydras there. The roaches, ravagers, and hydras trying to get on top of the tanks, but that is a deep Terran line. And that is incredibly hard to breach. The biles are coming down. These are rapid expulsion. No, they are not. Rapid expulsion's not ready yet. The biles take a while to come down. The drop in the bottom left has gone down one more time. The tank position remains in the middle. BYUN may just have REYNOR in a position where it's a bit too hard for him. REYNOR, I think, could not let BYUN get such a far forward position. The 1 supply roach upgrade kicks in just a bit too late, and he's into hydras, infestas, everything that's not pure roach now, so it doesn't even help that much. And I think REYNOR needed to be a little bit more proactive about using a power spike. That is an upgrade that doesn't really give you a power spike, it just gives you more supply a little bit later, but it was BYUN who found the timing before that upgrade really gave any tangible power boost. That being said, holy crap! Every medevac just got busted by Fungal Hydra. There's no Marine Marauder support, barely any. And REYNOR gets a crazy hold. BYUN just took REYNOR to town. And then REYNOR goes forward, busts the position. Absolutely insane trade. That is crazy. We do have a confirmation from chat. Ravagers are actually 3 supply. Roaches still... Okay, so Ravagers are... Yeah, there is that dynamic I was talking about. But that is interesting. Ancillary Carapace is coming, guys. That's plus 10 hit points for the Hydras. They are 100 hit point Hydralisks. He's also got Rapid Expulsion, which means Ravager Biles will land a lot quicker. Tanks, Ghosts, good units building for BYUN. But he's not really got, like, the mass command center set up just yet, right? It's 5 orbitals, which is not bad. He does need to keep building command centers and taking them and finding good fights, but I think this was probably 3,000-4,000 resources more efficient than it is right now. It's only 2,000 difference between, not even 1,500 resources between the 2 of them. Of course, BYUN's on 4 bases with 7 more workers than the Zerg. Roach Hydra, usually not the most efficient supply army. In this case, with 1 supply roaches, it could be. Not too keen to build more roaches into mass marauder tank, though. Even with them only costing 1 supply, doesn't feel super clean. Hydras are here. Watch out. BYUN goes too deep and he gets punished. Disastrous trade for BYUN. Oh, man. You know, it's so funny. Because I feel like as much as I joke about Hero being a Gold League Protoss player and the best Protoss player of all time, far better than Serral combined in one body, I think BYUN, there is mid-game BYUN, and he really is, like, it's just Clem. You're literally just watching Clem. It's clearly the best Terran in the world. And then there's this moment where he's like, oh god, you've got Hive Tech. I have to take a 5th base and build late game things. Like, I don't know if it's when his Ghost production starts. There's something that switches in BYUN's head where he will go from really efficient trades to throwing his army away into the meat grinder repeatedly. And then he'll go, oh, okay, now I'm behind. And then he'll start playing really efficiently again with like Ghosts and Tanks and Thors and things. And you're like, I just feel like there's a clear, consistent weakness in BYUN's game, which is like early, late game, when he's still got a lot of Marines and Marauders and kind of what he sees as units that aren't going to scale too well. And I think he's a bit inefficient he forces trades with them rather than waiting for an efficient trade. and throws away a lot of his tempo sometimes. It's been a good game for BYUN, you know, but you overcommit, find him in a position where it's, you know, it's admittedly 4-base versus 4-base. Arcanitis comes in on the north side. Oh, big fight for BYUN. He just goes for it. Zero fear. And REYNOR, no support for those lurkers. That is going to hurt. But REYNOR, he's going to blitz across this side of the map. Can he get the medevacs? No, he can't. Command Center is going to pick up to try and fly away. There's not enough Hydras to kill that Command Center very easily, but, ooh, maybe. No. Good save for BYUN. 5th base is only just finished rebuilding here for REYNOR. REYNOR has got 3-3, but he's not got melee upgrades, and he really needs to build those if he wants to mix in Zerglings, if he wants to mix in eventually Banelings, maybe a transition into Ultras or something like that. But for now, the problem is Ghost Tank counters his whole army, and against this army, generally Broodlords are the answer, especially with 3 factories building tanks, and I do think a cheeky Broodlord tech switch is very necessary. BYUN has forgotten to get the upgrade that gives reduced splash damage to light and bio units from your siege tanks. That would be an amazing upgrade in this game. He's also got a lot of medevacs, so he could get the tank evac upgrade as well, would be huge. Siege tank gets taken out there in 3 volleys. Planetary getting absolutely hammered. Has to lift off for now. His Nidusworms popping up all over the map is a really good idea. He's got a Burrowed Infestor waiting up north. These lurkers run away. They don't want to just die. He's going to try and run around this backside while attacking the north. Only 1 tank up here in the north. Oh my lord. They really did put their worst soldiers on top of the wall. The Wildling Zergs coming over the top here. He does get back with the reinforcements, but that northern base, there's no planetary here. You got to be really careful right now. He's just going to stim into the Hydras. Crazy fight for BYUN. Cops, massive fungals, but there's no Banelings there. And the Hydras did not have the firepower to get through. REYNOR gets both the prettiest and the ugliest engagement in 2. That there was a 2-headed ogre, guys. But the ogre, 1 head, most beautiful, beautiful woman you've ever seen. And the other one was just a straight-up ogre. The fungals were perfect, but the rest of it, the Hydras just weren't in great enough numbers. No Banelings, no Ultras, nothing to really capitalize on top of the amazing fungals. And now BYUN just counter shoves. Remember, these ghosts only have 85 hit points. They don't have the crazy bonus damage from the live version of the game. Those medevacs need to pick these units up and get them out of there. But I think overall, with the 5th base established, 4 tanks there, these trades are good for BYUN. You can see now a 4,000 difference gap between the 2. Melee upgrades only now coming in. And 7 ghosts, 10 tanks. Hard to break this. If you could pivot into more of a Hydra, Lingbane, Viper army, right? That would be pretty good here. That would be kind of nice. A round of Broodlords would just annihilate this base. Remember, Broodlords do plus 15 damage to structures. I think it's an upgrade, right? I believe it's an upgrade you've got to get. But still, I mean, they'll bust planetaries like no tomorrow, and they'll make the tanks friendly fire. BYUN's late game has always been predicated upon mass siege tank. Guys like Maru and Clem will often be much more Ghost Liberator heavy, which is technically the better army long term, but it's harder to get to. BYUN always relies on mass siege tanks as a bit of a crutch. He's actually building 2 more factories now. They're probably for reactors, probably wants to mix in some Widow Mines and Hellbats in case there's a Lingbane transition. But it's one of those things you really want to focus on. Oh, guys, he's going to get fire suppression protocol. That means there's little drones which repair buildings up to 50% health, free of cost. So your buildings will not burn down on their own ever again. Siege tank's going to get a few shots off. Lurkers will be forced to burrow a little bit further away. Couple snipes go down. 3 lurkers do fall south side though. Not much support for these siege tanks. Ooh, those siege tanks going to be getting blasted by the lings and the lurkers. Nice move here for REYNOR, but REYNOR's of course down in supply. He needs more of this. Sniping the command center, the minimum. Because there's a 5th and 6th base in the top. He's now going to rotate his whole army. REYNOR needs to give up on this gold base. If there's one thing I've identified since day 1 on this map is REYNOR sees gold base, and REYNOR is the greediest Zerg in the world. He just can't. He's like, I have to fight for this. It's right next to a Terran base. There's only one strategic option here. It's rally your whole army to the north, smash this expansion, and then you can maybe remax and smash this base and secure the gold. But right now, he's going mass lurker. He's going to channel rogue. Okay, that's not the play I would normally associate with REYNOR, but I like it, taking inspiration from a guy who has shot up the world rankings, Rogue, dominating the matchups. Even every time they nerf the Zerg buffs that happened initially on this patch, Rogue keeps winning almost everything. Lurkers coming in, tanks going down, Planetary will get busted, and that's a Rogue move if I've ever seen one. 20 Lurkers just rock up. He's still got 4 up north as well. If he can get a Nidus Worm on the production, that'll be big. He fungles the siege tanks, which is very cute. Gets one of them. Super cute play there for Reynor. The Infestor turns to shoot the Marauder. Throws a little snot ball at the Marauder. Might not do a lot of damage, but sometimes it's not about direct damage. Sometimes it's about sending a message. And every time I see an Infestor throw a little snot ball at a unit, every time I see a High Templar throw a little snowball at someone, I think, yeah, you go tell him. It's I don't know if you guys have ever seen like footage of like when a dude's trying to like rob a place and the old lady just starts like hitting him with a broom or something, and the guy's like kind of too embarrassed to fight back. I think that's what the Infestor is hoping for when it attacks a Marauder with a snot ball. It's like, yeah, you have no respect. You're out here causing havoc, you dirty Marauders. Why don't you get a real job instead of robbing from hardworking people? You know, it's about the attitude. Siege tank with an extra scan does take care of that one. Orbital, you do not want to land there, my friend. At least you'll find out. Oh, oh, he's on hold fire. He's on hold fire. Reynor looking for a trap. Lings are going to find a bunch of tanks up north. So many siege tanks, he can't really get in range. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hold Fire! Huzzah! Good pickup for BYUN. Great reaction speed. Most players would have lost even more there. Beautiful reaction speed for BYUN. Have you guys seen the guy? What's the streamer's name? He's like a middle-aged British dude who's always wearing like a colonial British military uniform. And he's always shouting at the boys to charge and stuff. I feel like that guy was absolutely in charge of those lurkers. Hold! Hold! Fire! The ghosts are going to cloak and defend that side. He's going to drop down the bottom side as well to push back the drones. Marines, Ghosts, and Marauders doing their thing. Lurkers doing very well. Spiffing Brit? Has Spiffing Brit been doing that? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Maybe there's a few guys. It's a fun bit. I do like those, watching the sort of gameplay that you end up with those, like, historical first-person fighting games is pretty funny. You know, everyone's like, Battlefield 1942, 2342, and then you've got, like, the bunch of middle-aged dudes who are like, this is Battlefield friggin' 1812, man. Like, they're like, I get to shoot once every 30 seconds. In between that, I'm cleaning my musket, brother. Like, you know? Like, how good is your musket reloading micro, brother? Like, oh yeah, sometimes I go back to 1500s. We play blunderbuss battles. It's friggin' amazing. Lurker's gonna burrow forward. Tanks are gonna struggle. But this is so costly. Every time Reynor pushes forwards like this, BYUN's making him pay a very heavy price. He does get a few ghosts there, remember. The Lurker spines are also 20% slower in this mod, so Lurkers do cap out a little bit weaker. You can see these spines travel a little bit slower. It does weaken the impact of the Lurker. I don't know if it lowers their DPS, because maybe they need to wait for one shot to finish before the next shot starts recharging. I don't know if that's an impact that Patches has looked at at all. Maybe that's just me imagining things, because I doubt that's how it works. Probably instantly starts recharging, but you do have to be careful, because sometimes if you change the animation speed with some attacks in some RTS games, it does actually slow down the overall damage output, because they need to like finish one animation before they start cooling down for the next. But I don't think Lurker spines work that way. Could be wrong. We haven't seen much changes here. I think at the end of the day, you've got, you know, faster Ravager bios for Reynor, but he's not been using the Swarm Queens to spread creep. He's using the Lurkers and Lings. He's keeping BYUN relatively contained. He's got a big bank, but I just think BYUN here has 7 orbitals now, and he can take this base very slowly. He's got these bases mining up top, which is important. As long as he can deny the gold. Like, Reynor right now needs to be mining this base and the gold base to put pressure onto BYUN. I also think a Swarm Queen with the creep upgrade could be running around dropping creep tumors so that he could be starting these battles on creep spread. Like, there's no reason why creep shouldn't be to here, right? And this is one of the things no one's really used effectively in this tournament, is that Queen upgrade. You can just run Queens around, drop creep everywhere. It's such a big boost. It's a lot of tanks. Things trying to get in. Tanks are on both sides. Things will find a few of these siege tanks, and that means the SCVs are exposed. Oh my. SCVs quick to evacuate though. Pretty good reaction. Lurker Nidus in the main. Takes out the Changeling, clears the Nidus, but on the front, BYUN has a lot of things to micro right now, and as much as BYUN, I think, is winning this game, even though Reynor's bank is massive, it's like one panicky mistake away from everything falling apart. And I mean, looking at that bank, I think it's wrong of me to say he's winning. I'm saying he's in a position which, if he plays perfectly, he should win, but no one plays a perfect game, and especially BYUN does not like sitting here defensively. Now you can see those auto repair drones come out, extinguishing the fires. They will repair that planetary back to half-life free of charge, which is awesome. It's going to repair it manually anyway, which makes perfect sense. Blinding Clouds coming in. Big Blinding Clouds. Hellback Ghost, though, will clear the Zerglings. All those Zerglings get annihilated. Command Center is very vulnerable, but the Hydras are getting sniped, and that is the sort of fight that just looks devastatingly efficient for BYUN. He's up 9,000 the resource trading. He needs to go better than that long term. But look at this. The gold base just started mining. He's going to instantly deny it. And this is why, for REYNOR, there's very much a push and pull, where when he's like leaning on you and focusing on you, if he could just find a moment to get these bases mining during those moments, it would be good. But he has a tendency to only take them as he kind of lets the pressure up a little bit. And that means those bases don't survive long, because the opponent immediately bounces down there and shuts them down. Of course, this is naturally just the way StarCraft flows for a lot of the time. Can't do everything at once. It's one of those things where if he could push himself to that limit, maybe get a bit better at it, it could be a big benefit. Baneling's rolling in. Huge counterattack for REYNOR. He gets another planetary on the right. Dude, if he breaks this planetary on the left as well, it's crazy. The ghosts do unload. And I gotta say, these trades, I think, are good for REYNOR. It's 10,000 resources each. Every time he breaks through the front, like, BYUN's not ready for it. Now, BYUN's got a massive army. And he's thinking about counterattacking, which is kind of wild, but also probably the correct answer here. He's like, okay, screw this. I'm sick of defending. My name's BYUN. I like attacking. I hate defending. But no, he just reasserts a bit of map vision, pulls back, and REYNOR is finally going to go Broodlords. Excellent choice against the 19 siege tanks. I think there's almost always a big place for Broodlords. Even if you just build 5-6 Broodlords, you can go forwards and just break any position where there's any tanks on their own. Snipe the tanks, pick up a few SCVs, run away, because Ghosts can't be everywhere. But then you'll force Thors, you'll force Vikings, units which BYUN does not want to be building. So it overcomplicates his composition, forces him into the wrong units. And that in of itself is a nice way to gain advantages. No Overseer up here. Lurkers will evacuate, realizing they cannot answer Cloaked Ghosts and scans. This northern base is not mined out either. REYNOR is just not able to mine either of the middle bases, which means long term, that's why I was kind of saying, you know, REYNOR's losing this. Because if he was mining these for the last 6-7 minutes when he's had complete map dominance, he's mined most of these resources. That's direct damage to BYUN's bank. If he's not denying them, which he's not right now, BYUN eventually will take them. It's going to take time, but he will eventually get there. And you're going to see REYNOR's bank obviously run out much faster because he's already mined out most of these bases. Still got a fair few minerals left, but for how much longer, you know? Keep in mind, 2250 gas per assimilator on this map. Not the 2000 from the live game. Corruptors are coming in as well as a second Spire. Love to see those air upgrades added. He does have the Siege Tank Medevac upgrade, by the way, so BYUN can pick up tanks in Siege mode, but it puts them into tank mode. So basically it sucks them inside the Medevac, so you can still pick 2 Siege Tanks up. When you unload them, they will be unsieged. Sling coming in the left side. Siege tanks with no Hellbats, no Ghosts. Bit of a mistake here for BYUN. Perfect Ling run by here for Mr. Ray. Another Siege tank further back. 36 kills, 13 kills, 26 kills, 3 kills on that Hellbat. He's going to push forward and even deny this middle base. I mean, BYUN only needs to deny the edges. The fact that he's denying this middle base as well is huge. And you're going to see these banks get closer and closer. REYNOR's making 11 Broodlords, but it's so late and it just got scanned. Thors and Vikings are being made. As is so often the case when players play against BYUN. It's only when everything else fails they think to play Broodlords. That is a very repeatable, clear, strategic error. Something players are so busy in these EVT games, even though they have this happen to them a lot, it's really hard to be mentally prepared for it because you're just so mentally occupied focusing on everything. Ooh, go snipe a few Broodlords, but the Broodlords also take a bunch of damage onto them. But there is reduced splash damage to friendly units as well for those siege tanks. The Ghosts don't take too much damage from the siege tank friendly fire. Oh, this is huge. This is a massive attack for REYNOR, guys. BYUN just crumbled. Did he just lose all of his Ghosts? Guys, where does Ghost go? He only saved 6. He loses the command center down the bottom. He's only got 6 Ghosts. Holy moly, he just lost everything. The Broodlord swap made him panic. The Hydraling just busted his left base. 12 workers went down. He's losing command centers left, right, and center. That's another one going down. He's only got 5 orbitals, so he can't even mass mule to recover. Oh, man. I mean, REYNOR is not mining a lot. REYNOR does not have a lot of mining. He's actually got less than BYUN right now, but he's got bases on every side of the map. He's up in army supply. He can use this tempo, mine these bases, mine the middle base once it's back up, and suddenly he's back in the game. guys, remind me to rewind. I'm going to have to analyze all the fights that happened there in quick succession. Because that was such a turnaround. And I'm not ashamed to say I missed it in real time. I was like, oh, this fight's kind of good. Okay, these units picking off a few ghosts. Like, he only lost 1 or 2 broods, right? How many broods did he die? Because remember, it takes 2 snipes per brood lord. 6 brood lords died, but he must have made heaps. I guess he's only got 5 left. So he did lose 6 brood lords out of the 11. He's making 3 more. I'm not sure about remaking brood lords. In a game like this, it feels like you've forced the... he's gonna build Viking Thor. Feels like he should have gone away from broods after that. Things coming in, find a few tanks. Throws away a lot of them on that Thor tank up there, but it's the SCV kills that make it all worth it, man. Absolutely massacring. It's going to look for the lib range snipe. Dude, look at how much damage these Zerglings do. Utterly crazy, isn't it? Look at that. Now, the auto repair drones are helping as well as the SCVs. Oh, he's F2ing his army down south. BYUN realizing those Zerglings are only a minor threat. Advanced Ballistics did complete before the fusion core went down, which is the most important part. Picks up, saves a few of these units. One of the full medevacs does go down. The Hydraling Bane looking really juicy. If you can get the Lings and the Banes on these SCVs, this could be massive. Those SCVs taking a big hit. Guys, did he make Caduceus Reactor? He did, which means these medevacs are able to heal 2 units at a time. You may have seen 2 beams coming out of one of those medevacs healing the SCVs. That's right. Medevacs not only have double the energy regenerate, they can heal 2 units at a time. It does really help in some of those scenarios. That gold base goes down yet again. REYNOR has the northern base, but losing this base again is painful. This base is back up in the middle, though. BYUN's only on 20 workers. He's trying to build a new command center, but even that SCV went down, and REYNOR's mobility cannot be matched. This northern base, lurkers and lings are going to go for the bust. The lings will take out the siege tank. The planetary will go down, and that might be game ready. I can't believe REYNOR's going to win this game. Dude, REYNOR's such a wizard. REYNOR we call him the comeback kid for a reason. He never gives up. He keeps on fighting. He just looks for those engagements. It's, there are these sweaty guys who don't know how to macro at like 5k MMR, and they just refuse to leave when they've lost games. And occasionally you make a big screw up and they get back in it, and you're like, oh, I'm such an idiot. This would never happen to a pro gamer. REYNOR embodies that energy while also being a good macro player and a good well-rounded player. We're like, no, there's always a chance he's going to catch you out of position. He's going to keep digging and digging and digging until he finds some gold, man. And that's indeed what he's found in this game. But BYUN's not ready to give in yet. He's got a big push up north. Yes, he loses everything in the south. And I think REYNOR should base trade. If BYUN keeps pushing, you just counterattack here. Like, keep pushing, clearing planetaries, going for the production. Siege tank there on the high ground. But yeah, you lose a few Zerglings, clear the planetaries, worth it. And you don't need to fight the army. Like, you're going to tear down his building so quickly, right? So we've got landed Vikings and a few Marines coming back. You can maybe kite with Broodlords if any of the units get in front of the army, but otherwise, base trade seems to me like a really good way to play. He's going to pull back, though. He's going to go Infestors with Neural. He's going to try and burrow in behind and steal all the Thors and tanks and make them kill each other. REYNOR wants to finish this game with the why are you hitting yourself maneuver. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Nothing like the love of an older brother. For those who don't know, REYNOR is actually an older brother. Baby Marine, his younger brother, a pro Terran player. Vipers getting shot down. Broodlords fighting on their own. I don't think the Broodlords should have fought here. Fighting way too early with these broods. He's going to try and defend with the queen. A couple fungals is nice, but he's got no anti-air though. No spores, no queens, nothing. That's a real problem. He has 5 spores. If he'd brought his spores over here, he could have retreated behind those spores, kept those Broodlords alive. But instead, I mean, he's only got 1 queen attacking them. That spore crawler finally pushes those Vikings back. The Hydraling goes around, denies the last mining base of BYUN. Like I said, just base trade. He should just go for the production. He's been a little reticent to do it. He doesn't realize that BYUN's been broke forever. You really just got to go kill his buildings, and I think you've got a good spot. But the Vikings coming past, the Queen's trying to transfuse. There's not much energy on these Infestors. If you kill all the orbitals, he also cannot reveal you. There's no detection. So if you kill all the orbitals, there's no scans, and burrowed Infestors can win the game with Neural Parasite. That's why BYUN is now turning around to go home, realizing, uh-oh, I can't win this game against Infestors long term. I need to go save something at home or I am dead. The Hydraling base trade is the way to play it. Just going to leave a few Zerglings there to keep tearing buildings. You do not want to get cornered with this army. Remember, there is no Hydra lunge, no nanomuscular swell in this game. BYUN chasing him with his mech army back. Few Zerglings left there to keep tearing down the buildings. Good choice. It's going to put pressure on him. You can see the auto repair drones come out when it gets below half-life. Does make your base a bit more annoying to kill. Hydraling Infestors here. How many orbitals are left, guys? 2 orbital command centers. I would absolutely be looping around from behind with the infestors and trying to neural all the tanks. I feel like that's the play. The Lings are going to force these buildings to lift off. If he targets the orbitals, then he knows there's no scans available. The Lings are coming back right now. He's going to go for it. Oh, BYUN tastes the tentacle as he steps too far forward, and REYNOR runs forward and says, "Why are you hitting yourself?" Very well played there by REYNOR. Gets a lovely, lovely, lovely win from a really awkward position. I mean, we got to go watch that whole build up again and see what happened. Okay, guys, so at this point, there was some really good Ling run bys where he kept finding just tanks exposed, so that was pretty nice. A few lurkers got popped here, like really good siege push in the middle, which felt pretty good for BYUN. I think he gets caught before these units get home, right? Oh. These units are pretty far forward here. I don't know why he's pushing right now. I feel like this is a classic mistake you're going to see BYUN and Clem do pretty much every late game they're in. They're like, me sick of sitting in corner and defending, me want go attack. And it's strategically the complete wrong play. I'll never forget watching, there was a tournament where REYNOR was backstage and we were watching Clem play a game. And REYNOR, who's good friends with Clem, he's just going, stop attacking, just sit, he's like, just camp, you know? And Clem grabbed his army, unsieged, and moved out. And he just kept doing it. And the whole game, REYNOR was like, just stay home for 5 minutes. And like, you can't lose. You cannot, like, the only way you can lose is if you attack right now. And he was watching this Clem game and you could see him kind of going, Clem, just stay home for like 2 minutes. Like, you can't. Because there's this dangerous point here where Terran Bank is like a lot lower. But also, you're quite spread out. It's hard to defend these bases. So I understand you kind of want to attack. And I don't mind like a little poke on one side like that. But this attack here, I feel like is so arrogant? Unnecessary is probably a better word than arrogant. Like, these units do not need to be here. Because if you look at your base, like, all your supply is spread across so much. You've got tanks spread everywhere. It's the further you go forward, the further you are from, like, the 50 supply of siege tanks that are spread across the map. So I think at this point is where BYUN overextends. And let's see what went wrong. So these guys seem to be cleaning up the Zerglings really efficiently on this side. But then he's not watching, and the Banes and the Hydras clean up the rest of it, and Zerglings are cheap units, whereas those are expensive Terran units. So that was what started as a really good trade becoming a bad trade. And let's watch the other side. So the Lurkers are on hold fire, and then he unleashes the Lurkers, and the Lurkers ravage all the Marine Marauder Hellbat up there, hold fire Lurkers, at the same time as the Broodlords engage the Ghosts, and the Ghosts have no Hellbats or support left on them, and that army went down. So this is like this moment in the game where BYUN tried to two-prong push deep in Zerg territory, and it's a dangerous move. I'm not saying it's always a wrong move, but it's a dangerous move. And it's a move where he got punished super duper hard. He lost so much supply, and he doesn't have the money to remax instantly. He's also got to build units to deal with the Broodlords now. And yeah, this really cost him big time. I think he was also thinking, oh, you're going Broodlords, you're swapping to a more defensive, immobile composition. I want to punish you now before your broods are out, and then I'll pull back, have Thors and Vikings ready, have the counter, and we'll be in a really good spot, right? And he just went a bit too deep, a bit too far, and kind of lost the multitasking areas. He got jumped on in 3 places at once. GG's. Very well played here by REYNOR, though. Gets the game back, and honestly, a pretty wizardly recovery. Why did he stop doing drops? Corruptors were out. Corruptors, Vipers. Once the Zerg has a mobile anti-air, it's... Unless you're pushing on the map and attacking everywhere and you've got crazy momentum, which he didn't, he was turtling. So there's no reason to drop when you're turtling because the Zerg has full map control. So they're going to see your drop the moment it leaves your base. Yeah, they're going to see your drop the moment it leaves your base. They're going to have air units that can hunt it down even in the dead space, so it's not going to be effective. You can do it in early late game if you're playing a tempo style, say like pure Marine Marauder Liberator, you're just attacking and sieging everywhere and just go, 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 you know? Are Ghosts a lot slower? Oh, Ghosts are a bit slower, are they? Curious. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. So that's 2-1 to REYNOR now. BYUN. Ooh, not able to win a map just yet. That's rough. said to go Neuros a long time ago. Listen to my comment. Base trade against Thors, good call. Like the moment you see lots of Thors, right? Neural Parasite has crazy high payoff potential. If the Terran gets just a little disorganized in the army movement, catch him, it's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know what else says, oh yeah? Yo mama.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
And what I mean by that is we need to play an ad break. Nothing to do with your mum at all. Buku! It's Count Buku. Thank you for the 6 month, resub. Welcome. Congrats to your GM sub badge, my friend. That's right. You may not be GM at StarCraft. You might be, I don't know. But you're definitely GM in Twitch chat. And that's what really matters. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry, I just saw on Twitch you can stream in vertical. Guys, should we do vertical StarCraft streams more? Time to make StarCraft TikTok friendly. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. But like, guys, we've got to revolutionize streaming technology so that it looks like shit, so people can go around streaming themselves like harassing public service work, like, service workers and shit like that and just be annoying. Anyways, saving StarCraft 2 one short at a time. Yeah. Can't wait, man. Need that TikTok StarCraft action. Be right back, guys. 3-minute break. 2-1 to REYNOR. Game 4 coming up.
There's 1 Baneling, 17 Zerglings. He doesn't have a big army. He needs a minute. He might have to give this base up. The Infestor's looking for the Fungal. He wants to pop it from a little further behind. Nice double Fungal in the rear with the Fungal gear. There's another Infestor there as well. He's going to pop it up. Oh! Juicy, Lucy, big green goopies all over Kua's face. And the Terran players vomit on their shoes, and the Zerg players say, wait, is Ultra Infestor actually legit? Is it broken? Is it good? Or is Dark just an absolute Chad gamer with a giant Ultralisk? A big, thick, firm Ultralisk. We don't know. This Ultralisk just got promoted to a Ravager. He's like, what the fuck? I'm an Ultralisk. That's a dead end. But especially if you pick up 16 Marines and move out, which a lot of Terrans would do right now, that could be really bad. But look, luckily, he heads in the direction of the Lingbane. This is good. Maru's finding him. Serral. Uh-oh. Oh, he just burrowed. He was in vision for a second. Did Maru notice? Maru didn't notice. It was in vision. He was in vision. Oh, Serral burrowing the army. Dude, those guys would have been trapped there otherwise. But he hides it. He unburrows, and now he moves out. Serral, you dirty genius. He's waiting for the Banelings to lead the charge. Banelings in front so he doesn't give away what's happening. And there we go. Banelings are going to burst through. Oh my god. At the same time, he rolls Lingbane on the front army and clears half of the front army and clears everything on the rally at the same time. SCV's trying to evacuate right now. The SCVs are trying to evacuate. Baneling did burrow in the mineral line, by the way. That Baneling blows up on the gas randomly, dropping into the main base. Serral's going for the attack right now. Serral's bringing more units to the front while defending with his rally. Do you know how hard that is? Nah, he's dead. Even with his cute move, I think we're fine. Maybe? Oh my god, why is my reinforcement so slow? Oh! I was like, where are my fucking reinforcements? So I clicked on the changeling, but apparently I misclicked. Or he dropped the second one. Either way, big dick plays. Oh my god. I'll take it. Oh, it's so huge. Oh, the force fields! And then the High Templar comes in from behind, storms the Medivacs down as well. Oh! 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 Wee! Wee 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 wee. Terran is broken. Fuck Terran. The Cyclones are so fucking bullshit right now. Widowmine OP. Protoss is BS. What the fuck is that new mothership? Can't abduct it? Can't even abduct it? Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, he meant campaign? Is that what he was talking about? Oh, campaign, not complain. Oh, now this makes sense. And how do we not win the game with this attack? How do we not just win the game right now? Did we just build around? We just built around a drones. We're waiting for Hydra upgrades. And we're attacking around a corner. No. Oh my god, this looks like you're the AI in the tower defense that just goes, you know, when a tower defense where they like maze around the lane, or like a maze tower defense. What are we doing? If you're gonna do this attack, move down and then move in together, not around. This is like the most extreme corner I've ever seen an army attack move around. Oh no. And then we clicked our whole army on the tank. No. No. We were lucky the roaches came in from behind and got a tank kill. We just A move, just A move, just A move. Stop microing. No. 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 But he just doesn't have the material to fight these. And we are back. Let's go, guys. It's time for BYUN to mount the comeback. Otherwise, this is going to be a poopy one. All right, guys. BYUN on the bottom left side of the map. Going to Sanctuary here. T-Rex Reaper can't be resisted. He loves it on this map. Not even sure why. Just feels good for him, I guess. REYNOR in the top right. Going for the old standard extractor trick there. Now, keep in mind, there's only this one ledge, right, to jump into the main. You've got a natural ramp, which is not the best because of the high ground advantage with the queens and the zerglings. It really shouldn't be a great map for it. And I think BYUN is really leaving money on the table by not going T-Rex Reaper. That being said, REYNOR's going to go gas pool, so... Good thing he didn't take my advice and go for a proxy T-Rex Reaper. I was saying, like, man, he's got to go build 2 barracks, like, here or something. You know, he's got to, like, get in there. To be fair, I still think REYNOR would struggle with it. I think even when you go for an early link speed, people are so reliant on queens to support. And I think a 3-Rex Reaper can get out of control pretty decently. We'll see how it goes. In this case, it's just going to be 2-Rex Reaper against gas pool. And gas pool does slow down your expansion cadence. Your queen is going to be a bit earlier, but expansion's a bit later. And the trick is going to be for BYUN to not get his Reapers surrounded. If he can kind of pressure, force a decent amount of Zerglings, and get his Reapers home, I think he's happy. But if he gets stuck on the map, like what ledges can he jump up and down? I think he can jump there. But that's like so close to where the Lings can run around the other side anyway. Can't really take advantage of too many other areas. Like, as a little ledge here you can jump up and down. Like, there's not that many areas you can really... There's just a few little hop downs. It's not like some maps where there's a really giant ledge where the Reapers can just go anywhere, you know? These are... I think that... I don't even know if you can jump down there. That kind of looks like it's blocked off there. So... we'll have to see how it goes. Overlord does see Reaper coming from the natural. The Zergling goes and hides itself. And of course, REYNOR, I think for him, you don't want to overcommit here. You could do a Bane Bust. You could do a Queen Zergling Flood. But I think against a 2-barracks build like this, you want to chill. I think you want to like get out your 8 Lings and then just make drones. Almost gets the Reaper, but not quite. Natural's coming up. 3rd Reaper has been built. BYUN just chilling with his Reapers for now. And now that he's sent them forwards... He'll be okay. He's going to go for the command center on the high ground. Of course, he can wall off with the add-on and then allow all 3 Reapers to head forwards. Problem is the link speed's already almost done here at 3 minutes. So 8 more Zerglings. My gosh, REYNOR's economy is really taking a hit. And he's going to go Overlord speed. Okay, so he's going to do the all-in. He's going to build an Evo chamber to unlock drops. You do not need a lair, guys. You can just go with hatchery tech drops in an Evo chamber. You could bring the queens. You could also drop the main base because you got Overlord speed. It's going to be a very scary attack. And if you're not building out of these barracks non-stop, and if you're busy making a starport, some engineering bays, and all this fancy BS, especially if you don't have a bunker, this could be incredibly scary. The Reaper opening already found no damage. It's not really the best units you want in this situation. Starport goes down. Factory's not building anything. He's only building 2 Marines.
Starts the third Marine now. The Dropper Lord's on the way. These 3 Queens are going to be coming. Now, interestingly, he's not injecting his hatcheries more. I think it's because he figures he's got so little income. I kind of feel like he should have put 1 more inject on one of the hatcheries, but instead he wants to have a bit more transfuse when the fighting starts. He's going to go Banshee, which is useless against this. Well, it's not useless if you get Cloak, but you're never going to have Cloak in time. So, you know, really you would prefer just pure Hellions and Marines. Tank can help against this if it's somewhere protected. How do you protect something when you've got 4 Overlords that are going to be dropping Lings and Queens all over your face? I think for Reynor, he's probably going to come in from this angle and just try to drop right on top of the Marines and the Queens while the rest of the Lings flood the ramp. If he can, you know, lure the units to the front first, that would be great. But notice the way BYUN's kind of split up. The Marines, which aren't as mobile, protected a bit further in the back. And BYUN has to pull every SCV to fight with his Marines. If he brings every SCV to buffer, he can win. He needs the SCVs to protect. He needs the SCVs to protect. Good starter step. Good starter step. He's got to protect the Marines. He's got to protect the Marines. The Marines, they take a bit of damage. I think 1 Marine went down, but the Lings are getting gunned down. The wall-off getting repaired. Beautiful wall-offs in the midst of all this. Now that top depot is going to go down if he doesn't supply drop it. And I don't think he can supply drop. He doesn't have 50 energy right now, so he will. His wall-off will get busted. Oh, the SCV gets there, but it's only 1 SCV. And the Queens will manage to finish that wall-off up. There's a Banshee out as well. I think BYUN might be holding, guys. Oh, the Banshee! She's almost going to go down. Not quite. SCVs repairing. Marines here doing good. They're going to try and focus the Overlord, maybe? No, they're just going to kill the Zerglings as they unload. There's enough SCVs and Marines, even dropping Lings on top. You can't get on top of those Marines. And that is going to be that. The Overlord's starting to fall here. The Banshee's still alive. Those Queens are very damaged. 1 Queen goes down. Once the other Queen goes down, the Banshee has free reign. She's still getting repaired. She has 20 Drilly Boys all taking care of her at once. And BYUN finally getting a point on the board, combined with, of course, his starting advantage in the series, will bring us back to 2-2. Yes, Queens can transfuse off creep. Sorry, so many changes, I can't really list all of them. Get some Subway Surfers, StarCraft combo for the TikTok content. Oh, the dream, SPC Monk. Everyone loves a bit of Subway Surfers. Best game ever. All right, guys, straight on to Washout, top right side of the map. Keep in mind, Queens can transfuse off creep. Yes, they can. Drops available after Evo Chamber, like they were 2017, was it? 2018? When was it, guys? I think it was 2018 at the start of that year. Late 2017, early 2018, I think. The hatchery tech drops, very nice. You still need an Evo Chamber to get them. There's a cool all-in for Reynor, but doesn't quite work out. BYUN, I think, realize there's a threat of something like that with a guy like Reynor. Goes for gas pool, your scouting's completely denied. Those are the sort of scenarios where you've got to watch out for it. Sometimes people go, oh, there's no way he would do this silly all-in. And against Reynor, that's always a mistake. It's Reynor. Reynor's capable of anything. 2-Rax Reaper again. BYUN loving the 2-Rax Reaper opening. This map doesn't have a ramp either. Your add-ons will be protected on the inside of your wall off, but what can I say? I've never been the biggest fan of 2-Rax Reaper. And then I'll always watch like a random game where a BYUN or a Kua just pulls it off perfectly. And I go, oh, feels like the other guy didn't even get a chance to play the game. So I might be eating my words soon enough. Now keep in mind, guys, he had an Evo Chamber. And for just 50 minerals, he could have made 2 of those queens into Swarm Queens for 100 minerals. He could have made all 3 of them for 150. Wait, that would have actually been way stronger. Oh, I didn't even think about that, right? Because all you need is the Evo Chamber to unlock Swarm Queen, right? Yeah, and those Swarm Queens do 2.5 times the damage of the regular Queens, which is massive at that early stage. Nah, players leaving money on the table, man. See, Patches, this is why you shouldn't have 12 workers as your patch mate. This is the mistake you've fallen into. There's an upside. You've lulled the pro gamers into playing your tournaments because they go, 12 workers, oh, I missed that. Downside is they go, 12 workers, me play same as before. Like, no, I tricked them into playing the tournament, but now they're not gonna use the things. No, I mean, there's so many changes, and obviously players need to play multiple tournaments to like get a feel for everything. You're playing a best of 7. You're playing against a top level opponent like these guys. It's so hard to predict what your opponent's going to do, even in a normal series in a game state, which you understand really well. And then, you know, you're going to, in these high pressure situations, more and more go back to what you know on a kind of deeper muscle memory level. So it's kind of unsurprising that, like, he used the hatchery tech drops, which is really cool, but he didn't think about the swarm queens, which would have been the extra level of execution there. You know what I mean? You shouldn't have seen what REYNOR did. He played a 5.1k Terran earlier in the tournament and built 51 swarm hosts. He had no mercy. Oh my god. That's evil. Yeah, but high pressure situations, you know, they both got more stress on them. They're not going to think about it as much. Now, guys, he's still relying on Ling Queen to defend this. This is another one of those games where it's like, dude, if he just kept building Reapers, this is like game over. He's only built 4, but even 4, he might be able to kill these queens. He's letting them get transfuse energy now. Ling Queen is not... The thing is, he didn't see the gas time. He doesn't know that Ling Speed's just started. He probably thinks Ling Speed's going to kick in at any moment. It's a queen. Yeah, REYNOR's opening here is so dangerous. This is a wild opening for REYNOR. Especially against a guy who loves 2x Reaper. This is insano mode. And yeah, he's going to come out of it fine. Gets the third hatchery up. BYUN doesn't realize that REYNOR skipped gas initially to take a really quick third. And as a result, REYNOR gets away with murder. He's up a few workers, has a third base. BYUN has a third as well. I don't think BYUN's behind. I just think it's... like, he did force a lot of Zerglings, right? That is 11 drones that could have been. Killed a queen as well, which is not bad. Double upgrades should be ahead for BYUN. One of the things we've seen in this series, as well as this series against Solar and a few other players, is his upgrade leads should probably be a bit bigger than they are. But it's always he's often starting +1 straight away. It's the +2 attack that he so often forgets because the game's a little busy at that stage. And yeah, Stim's on the way, 1-1 coming in. Starport as well. Four queens, 3 more building. For those who don't know, the swarm hosts cost 25 more gas, but they are 2 supply rather than 3 on this mod, which is why REYNOR would have built so many. So it's a bit more expensive to get into them, but yeah, you can just squeeze many more in at your max supply, which is friggin' awesome. It's very cool. Armory's coming in. Hello. Why, hello. Second Evo chambers there. So this is going to be the old, what, 16, 20 Marines? Maybe 6 Hellbats? It's a scary one. You hit with 1-1 shields, maybe even 24 Marines. Just building the Medivacs one at a time. So probably hits with 2 Medivacs, right? Or does he just go with 1? I think he waits. I think he waits for the upgrades. I think he waits for shields and 1-1 to be finished. And REYNOR, I mean, he's not got a Bane Nest or a Roach-Horn. He's been playing straight to Infestors so much with no Roach-Horn or no Bane Nest. Queens are going to be worthless against this. Now, you can reactively make Swarm Queens, but he's not even thinking about it. He doesn't see the move out. He has no idea. His Lings are over here. He has no idea. He's expecting a push out this ramp. BYUN going the northern ramp has completely tricked him. The queens are caught on the front. Those queens need to run away right now. He's making 1 Swarm Queen, guys, over here. It morphs in 10 seconds. He needs to pull back and morph them all into Swarm Queens. And they can deal with this, but he's got to pull the queens way back here, and he's supply blocked. Fourth base will have to be given up. But yeah, no, BYUN wisely pushes into the third. Remember, Hellbats, 10 more hit points, and they move faster. Oh, man. Zerglings cannot engage in that. REYNOR does a good job of spreading his Lings out, so they engage a few at a time. This Swarm Queen on the left is doing really good damage, but the Zerglings just get toasted. And even though now the Hellbats are gone, so are all the drones and Zerglings. Just a crisp Hellbat Marine timing. And REYNOR's greed getting called out very necessarily there. I mean, I really feel like BYUN's been letting REYNOR just jump through the whole early game phase without nearly as much danger as he should. I do not think REYNOR should be getting through this early game relying on this queen as much as he should, as he is. I think you're really meant to be much more reliant on either units or investing specifically in those Swarm Queens to defend, one or the other. Of course, the Swarm Queen is a total of 200 minerals. It's not too bad, only 25 more than the live game queen, because the queen is only 150, so it actually is not too bad. It's just its anti-air is a bit weaker, so if you blindly commit to Swarm Queens, before actually realizing what's up, and it's an issue. Also, can Swarm Queens inject? I think they lose the ability to inject, right? I don't think they can be used for injecting. I think they can still spread creep, of course, but yeah. Marine Hellbat coming forwards. Reynor just coping right now. He's like, maybe I can survive. Queens are going to go down to the Widow Mines. Marine and Hellbat's doing really well. And that third base is dead. Reynor's going to have to throw in the towel in a moment. Keep in mind, guys, know that the Swarm Queen cannot inject. It gets drone sacrifice instead. So the way it works is a Swarm Queen can eat a drone for 50 energy. She can go, nom, eat it. So if you are in a desperate position against the Hellbat, see, if you see the Hellbat timing move out, you morph those queens order Swarm Queens, sorry, not Swarm Host, Swarm Queens. And then if you're like, oh, I don't have Transfuse though, it's fine. You literally can be like, this is a desperate situation. I don't have the defense I needed. You can bring 7 drones over, eat them with your queens, and then they've all got a Transfuse available. Or some of them might even have 2 Transfuses if they already had one. And that's kind of like, it's probably, what I don't like about this is it still focuses players on using Heavy Queen as like a Swiss Army knife to defend. I haven't played with the Swarm Queens yet, but I really like when Zerg has like more lava and is forced to rely on more units, and Queens are very much an extra thing, personally. Because for me, the Queen is kind of the ugly crutch of Zerg, that I don't like relying on a unit that is so good defensively and so weak offensively. And it does feel like with you being able to just morph those Swarm Queens reactively in just 10 seconds, you could very easily 350 minerals, right? For 7 queens, turn them all into Swarm Queens. Like, it feels like the kind of thing Dark will never die to any aggression ever if he had these queens. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just theory crafting here, but for me, I'm like, there's no way he loses to anything ever. Because Dark is already the king of pulling all of his queens and like getting a defense in a situation he shouldn't be able to have it. And Reynor, if he gets used to it as well. So my first thought is that, yeah, whilst the initial queen defense is obviously a bit softer, the Swarm Queens might be a little too good to like encourage people to still do this same sort of defense. That being said, early on, pre-Evo Chamber, huge room to take advantage of this sort of build order that Reynor's doing, especially where he's skipping link speed. But even with early link speed, yeah, I don't know. I think the Queens are very weak against the early Reapers, and I'm curious to see if BYUN starts to punish that. He's now up 3-2. He only needs one more game. Is he banned from making Banelings? He enjoys winning. So making Banelings, you guys know I was you know, I've always been a big fan for many years of playing Ling Infestor. Reynor has not just taken to it as a once in a blue moon style. It is Reynor's favorite way to play. If he feels like you're not going to punish him immediately and kill him, he will play Ling Infested Ultra every game. The reason is you just have so many fast units that have such crazy value. Like if you get 20 Lings in a mineral line, you could kill the whole mineral line, cost you nothing, right? Get 5 Banes in. Even if you kill 10, 12 SCVs, maybe 20 SCVs if you're really lucky with your hits and they don't react well, you still lose those 5 Banelings, which costs as much as 15 Zerglings. So Zerglings just have more mobility, higher potential payoff. You don't need as many upgrades. You don't need gases. Every gas you build as a Zerg kills a worker. Baneling Nest kills a worker. So if you can get away with just Lings, Queens, and Festers up to Hive, it's beautiful. Obviously, it's got dangerous points to it. But, oh, it feels good when you get away with it, man. And then you'll have 7 drones till attacks even hit you, says Sobasi. Yeah, I mean, if you're on 70 workers versus a 2-base timing, I think we can allow it, right? All right, guys. BYUN on the bottom right side as well. Reynor in the top left. Yeah, keep in mind, guys, that the reason the Reaper difference is so big is obviously the Queens have 1 less armor. So not only do they do 3 less damage to the Reaper, from 8 down to 5, but they also are going to be taking 2 more damage. Reapers do 6 damage on live game because they do 2 times 4, which becomes 2 times 3 because of the base armor. So going, you know, basically you've got Reapers do 25% more damage. Queens do 3/8 less damage to the Reaper. It's like just percentage-wise, overall, essentially Queens are about 50% worse at fighting Reapers. But once the Swarm Queen comes in, she's got the extra armor. She's got massive, like really good damage, 50% extra damage from a live version Queen. You know, she's not bad at all. And she can also, you know, eat drones to get transfuse energy, which is really cool. All right, BYUN's just going to 2x Reaper every game, man. And REYNOR's going to go gas pool. Predicting this. But I think what he's going to aim for is 8 Zerglings. I think he goes 8 Zerglings and then tries to drone really hard. And he relies on BYUN going, ooh, you've got Ling speed, and being careful. If BYUN decides to be very cocky with this lead that he's got, manages to kind of bait the Zerglings into a bad fight, jump up and down a cliff or something like that, pick off a few of them, and then dive in and kill a whole bunch of drones. Like, there's a scenario where REYNOR basically just says, oh, you wouldn't be dumb enough to gamble on diving in here when you know I have Ling speed. I've seen games before where the best Zergs in the world, they give their opponent a bit too much credit. They go, oh, you wouldn't be silly enough to try that. That's such a dumb gamble. You know I'll have plenty of Zerglings. And it's like, no. The Terran knows that you know, that he knows. And as a result, sometimes the dumb gamble in quotation marks makes sense. Specifically because you are a good player who is going, oh, it's a pretty high percentage chance I can cut this corner. Unfortunately, REYNOR's not doubled his workers up, guys. Looks like this worker's going to find the correct mineral patch, and he does finally correct that. So he did lose a bit of mining time in the early game. It's kind of funny because REYNOR's one of the guys who I've seen speed mining drones sometimes, which is like an example of an extreme kind of hunt for just a few more minerals of efficiency, but he doesn't really double his workers up as consistently, especially not in high pressure matches where I think his mind is kind of busy in the planning stage of thinking, what can I get him with? What do I think he's going to do? What can I do to deal with it? And this time you can see fast third base, already droning on the way, second queen coming in. He's just going to chill on that high ground. Is Reaper Marine viable? We were talking earlier about how Cyclone Reaper is something some players have played. Cyclones get a big bonus to light, so they're good at clearing Zerglings, and they get the grenade gets a slowing effect. Once they get the concussive upgrade, it affects Marauders, but it also affects the Reaper grenades, which is really powerful. I think this patch is Terran favored versus Zerg. You've played a lot on this? This is Patch's mod, 12 workers start. Completely different from the live version of the game, just in case you don't know, guys in the chat. From the games I've seen, I don't know. I haven't really seen any clear advantage either way. Still feels very skill-based. The Reaper's just chilling at home. So none of the scenarios that I predicted coming to play. Basically, the Reapers are just chilling. They're not taking the risk. But REYNOR got away with a good greedy opening. He did build 14 Zerglings, so it's not like he built no Zerglings. Like, it's enough. It's the correct number. Zerglings have next to no vision, by the way. See, they're a pretty short-range vision unit. About 7. 7? Maybe 8? I feel like it's about 7. Evo Chambers coming in nice and fast, so early Carapace will be the play for REYNOR. Double Engineering Bay. Very chilled style for BYUN. Zero assertiveness here. It's just like, I'm just going to macro. And if REYNOR was playing more aggro, this would be good for BYUN. As it is, feels like REYNOR has read him like a book. He's like, yeah, you're just chilling, man. And REYNOR's being very greedy. Now, finally some pressure moves out, which is so necessary. Every Zergling pair that he has to build, REYNOR, is going to be one less drone. And that's all BYUN's looking for here. All he's looking for. Reaper's adding a little bit of maneuverability there as the Zerglings try to track this push across the map. Oh, nice! It's a lot of the Zerglings cleaned up. This is really good. And there's so many Lings being forced just by this move out. BYUN has no intention of pushing on creep, guys. I doubt he moves even past here. If he moves past here, I actually think it's wildly dangerous. Yeah, he already knows. He knows how dangerous this is. Because his whole move here is I want to force you to build mass Zergling. But if you surround me with mass Zergling, it's really bad for me. So I have to get home before that mass Zergling can engineer a surround. And I think he's done well enough. I think he's close to home. He can pull in behind the depot now. Factory is about to finish. And of course, the armory should go down immediately as well. Starport, but he also needs the armory as quickly as possible. And there we go. Armory goes down. Mule's going down. SCVs are building. 3rd and 4th barracks. And of course, he should be going for a 5th barracks in the near future as well. REYNOR having to build all those Zerglings. 46 Lings. That's 23 less drones. than he could have produced. He also lost 8 Zerglings as well. His 4th hatchery's been massively delayed. So you know, yeah, he's on 3 mineral lines, which is good, but he can't really take advantage of the gap in the pressure now to drone a 4th because it's not up. He's also building a spore in each base because he's thinking, oh, maybe there's a sneaky Banshee in here. So actually, he went from what I thought was a perfect read of BYUN's position to now BYUN's just made him scared enough that they're at similar worker counts, even though BYUN's pressure was incredibly inflexible. There wasn't much he could do with that. Yeah. The upgrades will cancel out. Carapace cancels out +1 attack. But look at that. I was saying BYUN always misses his +2, not this game. This game's very chill. There's no distractions, not a lot of interaction going on, so BYUN's macro is much cleaner. And BYUN's going to go for a 8 barracks. He's going to do a big old time, I'm going to tell you. Except these barracks are, they're faster to rally here. I kind of feel like this positioning sucks. Yeah, you want to have some units, so if a Ling runs in here, you don't want them to see these 3 barracks building at the front. It's a big tell. Infestation pit, no Baneling Nest, no Roach Warren. I don't know about this. I don't think REYNOR's got this on time. Because if these 3 barracks just start rallying Marines, which they're almost certainly going to do, and he just keeps building, you know... Ooh, actually, it's Widow Mines. Oh, Widow Mines? It's quite common to go Marauders with Widow Mines, so he might build Tech Labs on those. It's a bit of a slower 8 racks push. The faster one usually hits with siege tanks. We'll see what he's got in store. And start pushing forwards here. Oh, nice angle for the Marines. Picks up, only loses a couple of them. Good trade. And, oh, it's reactors. Wait, 1 reactor and 2 Tech Labs. Okay. So he's going to go for a Marine Marauder Mine Parade. Still a 3-base tempo play. He's got about 1.5 minutes until Ultras hit. Maybe a little bit longer than that. Maybe 2 minutes. So I'd say 10 minutes is there's going to be like kind of a hard cutoff for BYUN's momentum to get going. You can see these add-ons have just finished. Like he's got to start pumping units. And no later than 9 minutes, he needs to shove. Luckily for him, the creep is not very far out. So that's not going to slow him down too much. This 4th is obviously the prime target. 5th base is a lower priority target. It's a bonus thing. Concussive grenades coming in on the Tech Lab barracks. Widow Mines are building. Remember, Widow Mines have bigger radius on this mod, but they do take longer to build, 26 seconds a pop. Widow Mines not quite firing for a while. Finally, they do get some good shots off, but overall, that felt like a really good fight for REYNOR. Look at the units lost tab. A lot of those units are Zerglings. There's no Banelings going down to the Widow Mines. You don't have these like expensive units dying for Zerg. That's something you got to worry about. BYUN, I'd love to see him heal these units on the edge. He's trying to continue pushing through the middle, but Fungal's quite scary. These Widow Mines, remember, they don't fire super fast like on the live game, so your muscle memory with that kind of going back and forth between different patches is going to be really tough. Fire shoves to the right. That's an easy deny on the 5th, but are you going to get yourself in a compromised position in order to get that? Beautiful Zergling drags there on the Widow Mines. Bio trying to fight here with the medevac healing. Marauders doing some good tanking. Great fight there, but at the same time, Lings come in on the rally. A lot of them do get distracted. There's a double drop in the main. They cleaned up some Zerglings. This hatchery will go down. Zergling's on the 3rd, but BYUN's already evacuated it. He's 1 step ahead. BYUN's all over it. The drop in the main picks up. The units at the front are still there. BYUN's going to pull home and chill out. He's going to focus on defending that 3rd, and then he will regroup for the frontal push. Ultra Cavern is just now finishing. And because of all this fighting, there's going to be a delay on some of the upgrades. But, oh my god, I said that. Never mind. Instant chitinous plating. Instant ultra production for REYNOR. Can only afford 1 to start. The Bio getting caught on that right side. A little sloppy. He's got to clean things up. Drop goes in on that left side. Medevac takes it out. Queens do 10 damage rather than 9 to air units in this version of the game. Bio in the top right side. Zerglings over there as well. It's a back and forth series here. REYNOR's got the supply lead. Losing his 5th base and his 6th base doesn't matter that much. These are inconsequential hatcheries. It's like losing a barracks. As long as this 4th is protected in mining and a new 5th base on the left, he's in a good spot. But oh me, oh my. Widow Mines are blocking him from raising his wall off. That is a disaster. Oh, that's really bad. Marines pull into the choke point there between the barracks. They're going to try and defend the Zerglings. Oh, okay. Good Marine positioning. Will buy a lot of time there. Few Zerglings in the 3rd. SCV's trying to fight against those 2-2 Zerglings. Oof, that is rough, man. Those Zerglings in that 3rd base are doing big damage. Some Lings go into the main as well at the same time. He's going to bring it up to so many worker kills. And remember, this is a 3 command center build. This is a tempo build for BYUN. He can't take sloppy trades. But sloppy trades is the name of the game. 15 SCVs have gone down in that last little while. Only 1 drone's died this game. The 4th base has been mining the whole time. Ultras, chitinous plating now, kicking in. Ultras on the field, Infestors with high energy, one of them with full energy, and a 6th base and a 7th base coming up. This is looking like REYNOR is going to force a Game 7 in this grand finals. 11 workers being built at a time. Remember, it's a lot of reactors as well. So the moment Ultras hit, they fall off a cliff in terms of efficiency. Fully upgraded Ultra versus fully upgraded Marine means you're only doing 1 damage a shot. A couple of Marauders get surrounded. Marauders are very expensive units, so these Zerglings happy to take that trade. Widowmine over there does get cleaned up. Another 10 workers do go down. These Zerglings are close to free at this stage. Don't get me wrong, there's still a big army supply. You've got to take an efficient army versus army fight at some point as REYNOR. So you don't want to just be like, oh, I've won so many fights, now I win. No, no, no. Like, you need to actually land Fungal on the army and then jump on it with all your Ultras all together. There's no Banelings to roll through, so you need enough Ultras to actually overwhelm. He still should be trying to buy time and hunting for that fight because of the army supply difference. BYUN has a terrible economy, but you're trading a lot of Zerglings for economy damage. A lot of army for economy damage, which means long term you'll get further ahead, but in the short term, there could be an advantage in that army supply for your opponent. We know that that is the case. 3-3 advantage versus 2-2 as well, but once your 3-3 kicks in, once you finish maxing out here and make sure you have all your Ultras and Infestors together, I think you can absolutely smash. Ling's going to go for a counterattack again. There's no wall off. Oh, yes, there is. There's still a wall off there. Bottom side of the barracks is not open. Oh, he gets in. And the Ling's on top of the rally. Natural main and third. All getting Zerglings in. Ultras and Infestors do come forward. Oh, my, a Mega Fungal. Absolute obliteration. Hungry, hungry Ultralisks. They just need hugs. And those Marines and Marauders get ripped to shreds. The Ling's running in, getting in all 3 mineral lines, obviously occupied BYUN's attention. He's looking away for a second. The Fungals land and his lights out just like that. REYNOR is going to force Game 7. Ooh-wee. That was a Zerg wet dream. Indeed it was. Thank you, Mattias. Let me check we don't have an ad break breathing down our neck. I think we're good. What's your favorite Civ in Age of Empires? Tell us that. And then tell us. Anyone else can answer this as well. What you think from someone who doesn't know much about StarCraft 2 or StarCraft in general. What your favorite race is. Favorite Civ, favorite race. That was like watching your favorite stripper right there. Because juicy ass fungals, right? Yeah, I'm not normally frequenting the establishments where the strippers have fungal infections actually, Excel. So, that's a bit weird, man. Then again, I'm sure they give discounts. What can I say? That was all for REYNOR, the entire sequence. What was that one about Third Triumph where you said that in the game? Because these games are fast-paced. Ethiopians, nice. They just shoot those arrows so quickly, those bloody Ethiopians. Not to mention those torsion engines. ST2, I enjoy the Protoss concepts, but I'm just bad. Nice. Hey, speaking of Age of Empires, Daniela, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a fantastic stream today. Welcome, Daniela's viewers. We are in Game 7 of the Grand Finals of a tournament that was played on a heavily modded version of StarCraft a few days ago. So we're casting the replays of that right now. We're in Game 7 of the Grand Finals. Yeah, the splash on those torsion engines we were just talking about. Ooh, they are brutal. I hope Daniela had a great stream, guys. Let us know what Daniela was up to in the chat. But Game 7 of a best of 7 is always a joy. Now, there was a 1-0 lead at the start because it was an upper bracket versus lower bracket deal. But the thing is, it balances out map for map because it was literally BYUN knocked REYNOR to the loser's bracket 2-1. So he was up 1 game in their head-to-head anyway. So it actually balances out. So they've both won 4... They've both won 4 maps so far, head-to-head. That's why this is actually awesome. Oh, I've got to go watch some of the League stuff. Oh, Oh, yeah. It's so cool to see. It's all 3v3, right? I've only been watching tiny little bits here and there. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, shoot me a DM if you want. I'm keen. I'm keen to catch up on it. I'm excited. Bloody exciting. I'll have to hop on and cast some games because I know so little about team games as well. Team games are like so fun. Bloody, I know there's the pocket, and then there's, what do you call the other ones? Flank? I don't know which one I would prefer being. It's kind of fun being at the front, getting everyone punching you in the face. All right, guys. Beyond in the bottom left side of the map. Can he finish off this series, or will REYNOR be too much for him to handle? It's Rorschach, and it's a map where one has to wonder, if you're in REYNOR's shoes, are you expecting 2-Rax Reaper again? Because on this map, you could build 2-Rax Reaper in the main, actually, and just jump down this ledge, and you can get across this map very fast, because there's a ledge you can jump up here, or over here. There's 2 different paths you could jump in. But, I mean, I guess if you're not building the barracks on the natural, it kind of defeats the purpose. And in fact, it's going to be Command Center first. Okay. Game 7, BYUN says, greed is good, greed is great. Let's go ahead and go for the greediest build possible. REYNOR, of course, doing a very standard opening. We'll see if REYNOR, I don't think he'll risk doing something like, he's been doing a third hatch off of a delayed gas a bit. That would be a wild decision. In Game 7, on a mod where, for those who are just tuning in, we've got a few people joining us, Queens do less damage. They are not the vital Zerg defensive tool that they normally are. You can upgrade roaches at Hive Tech to go from 2 supply down to 1 supply. So you can play Mass Roach pretty deep into the game. Terran has a whole bunch of different upgrades as well. You can pick up tanks in siege mode. It'll suck them into the medevac, but they will unload out of siege tank mode. You can make it so siege tanks do less friendly fire. Hellbats have more hit points and move faster, but also can't get healed by medevacs because they're no longer biologically tagged. Ravens can be built out of a starport without an add-on. They can drop repair drones to heal mech units. There's a lot of interesting things. There's so many little details. Queens can be upgraded 50 minerals in 10 seconds to a swarm queen once you have an evo chamber, which is a much more combat-ready version of the queen. She can get some amazing upgrades in the mid-game to get extra armor or to leave creep wherever she moves. She can like just spread creep as she moves around the map, which is insane. But yeah, really curious. These players are obviously very new to it, so they're not using all of the tools by any means. But you'll see a few of those upgrades and differences sneaking in throughout the series. One of the big things REYNOR has been using a lot has been hatchery tech drops. You can the moment you have an evolution chamber, you can make these into dropper lords, and this is a great map for it because you can go drop 8 Zerglings inside the corner of the main, run in, kill a few SCVs, get a full scout off for a very minimal investment. So I hope he does that. For now, this Overlord just looks like it's kind of watching for units moving out. His other Overlords are at home. Zergling's just chilling, and this does look like a bit more of a normal hatch gas pool. Actually, Link Speed's going to finish in about a minute, so about 350. Pretty quick third base. Yeah, pretty quick third base, actually, for REYNOR. So still a relatively greedy build for him. And of course, he went forward, he saw that factory timing, and I think that should have been enough for him to know this is command center first. Now, this is an interesting thing. The starport, it usually is going to go, what is that, 6 or 8 Marine drop, 3 Hellions, 1 Liberator after the medevac. This is the same build. Was it against REYNOR on Eternity's Edge, right? I think where he did this? Yeah. I've cast a bunch of series in this tournament today, so it's all starting to blend into one at the end of the day. And this series has been a friggin' long one, hasn't it? It's been a really long series. Some big epic games. But Eternity's Edge, or Eternity's End, whatever it's called, that was the map where BYUN found a shocking amount of damage with that, didn't he? It was that the Hellions drove into the third base and did big damage. But that was REYNOR was playing Roaches. This time he has Ling Speed. And I really feel like Ling Speed builds, they just don't usually struggle with this. Third command center has been delayed a little bit by the fast starport. It shouldn't make too big of a difference. A few more Lings come out. Usually your Queens will deal with the medevac. Actually, you know, I actually think it's better to have Queens deal with the medevac, Lings deal with the Hellions. We'll see if REYNOR does that. And of course, once the Liberator follows it up, you need to split your Queens into 2 packs. He's already on 5 Queens. He's got 2 more there. He's built 1 into a Swarm Queen. Remember, just 50 minerals and 10 seconds to morph her. She's giving the other one a back massage. Sorry, that just looks so funny. The Swarm Queen is so big as well. Okay, these queens going to move off creep here. A little bit ambitious there. These units are very slow off creep. Losing an overlord, not the end of the world. You got to keep these queens safe. But 12 damage for this queen, only 5 damage for the regular queen. So the swarm queens are going to be much more powerful. By the way, the official name Rotterdam gave the queens is Big Booty Queens. Okay. I mean, if I'm allowed to... I mean, normally I'm the guy everyone says, Pig, you're so gross, you're so immature. You make everything into a sex joke, but... if that's the official name... All right. He's got 2 big booty queens, 6 that still need to do some more squats. Need to work on their RDLs. Got to build that muscle up. But for now, I think this is actually a good defense. Just two Swarm Queens for a bit of extra defense is really nice. Because it's a pretty light pressure. The link surrounding those Hellions is a really big win for REYNOR. I think he's ahead in this game now. Oh, but it's a mech follow-up. BYUN goes for +1 weapons. He does need to start +1 armor, and he does, yeah. And he's going to go 2nd and 3rd factory. Very cool. I would not expect mech after this opening. And hopefully for BYUN's sake, REYNOR doesn't expect it either. Because I think if REYNOR knows what's happening, he's quite good against it. That being said... REYNOR in GSL choked once or twice against mech, right? Where he had moments where he could have gone and killed Gumio, and he kind of let him just take the time to max out, and that was a really big mistake. Missed opportunity, a season where I think REYNOR very well could have gone through in GSL. Hellion Marine going up north. Ooh, nice little Hellbat morph. It's going to be hard to defend that base. Remember, these Hellbats, 10 more hit points and faster movement speed on this mod. Swarm Queens, of course, do great damage. They can also eat drones to get more energy. But Banelings rolling forward. Remember, Banelings will still do bonus damage to these. But the 10 more hit points does make the Hellbats a little bit more comfortable with sanding it. Liberator's still chilling down the bottom. This is a good pressure. You see a lot of Swarm Queens. You see a bunch of Banelings. You see respect from REYNOR. And you go, okay, yeah, let's chill. Let's chill. We don't need to commit too much. Throw our units away would be a disaster. It's going to be Lingbane Hydra. That's actually really good for REYNOR, because if he's already got a lot of Hydras, he'll be in a good spot. Now he needs to start thinking about new upgrades. He's at Lair Tech. He should be getting the Queen upgrade, I feel. I'm not sure where you get that Queen upgrade, but there is an upgrade where the Swarm Queens spread creep as they move around. There's also one to give them 2 armor, which is amazing against Bio. It won't be as impactful against the Cyclones. It does affect them. Of course, the Cyclone lock-on is affected by armor in this mod, but it's not going to be as important as stopping like a Marine with such a low damage amount from doing so much. Magfield and Blue Flame on the way. BYUN goes for the greedy 4th base. I absolutely adore that. I love also the random depots just to see any Ling Run buys or anything coming in early. He's roaming the map. Cyclones do see some Zerglings. They both get tickled. Of course, the tickle almost does take a Zergling out with them being so small. Sorry, guys. Sometimes the sound effects aren't impactful enough in this game, so I just try to improve the very amateurish audio design of StarCraft 2. My professional voice acting skills. Sorry, guys. We wait to Game 7 to just absolutely ruin the commentary for those who'd like some serious commentary. Hurricane Thrusters is on the way. 4th command set is almost there. BYUN's going to roam the map. The Hurricane Thrusters makes the Cyclones almost as fast as Hellions. You see, right now they're quite slower. They'll be very close to the same speed once that upgrade finishes. Magfield is also going to give a lot more damage for the Cyclone lock-on attacks. About, I think it's a 50% boost. Hive has started up here as well. 4th base in the top. I love seeing you guys on Twitch. I'm just like, please stop Pig. Sorry. Some people have what we call a neurological defect, where we derive an immense amount of pleasure from annoying other people. Australia, we have a term. Starts with D, ends with head for that sort of person. And I am proudly one of them. Hydras are coming out. 4 Hydras already up. He's got movement speed. And Groove's Pines on the way. No forgetting his 2nd Hydra upgrade in this game for REYNOR. If he can wrap around this army with a Zergling surround, then Zerglings can do great against almost anything if you can fully surround the units. But that's a big if. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Big Link surround at the top left. Lingbane Hydra on the bottom. REYNOR just goes for it with an immense army, and he actually does surround a lot of these units. Dude, is that going to be it? Is he just going to roll over him now? No! The Hellions just rallied into the Banelings. He was watching these guys. He select all army DF2, and he pulled his whole army in. BYUN with a tragic misstep. Those 8 extra Blue Flame Hellions that just ran in from the north. I think he had them on the top somewhere, either ready to do a run by or maybe to try and defend his northern base, but that really hurts. He's going to go for the Osteoderm Growth, guys. That's the +2 armor on the Queens. I think the creep one's more important, personally. I think it's a higher priority, but he's still using his queens to kind of defend. He's got 10 queens in total. Remember that the swarm queens cannot inject. They are a combat unit. They are no longer an injecting unit at that point. But damn, they are big. Big chunky lasses, aren't they? And they've got cool haircuts as well. You can see they got like cool hair hanging out the back. Maybe that's just a series of tentacles. I don't know. A little bit of revenge. These Zerglings have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. What? Oh, he only leaves 5 Hellions to deal with them. It's kind of funny. I feel like he should have trapped the whole army, but he doesn't want to get trapped in here himself. And the Hellions will go in the corner. And yeah, he shouldn't let any of these Zerglings escape. Look at the spready on the units here for Reynor. Reynor's also getting ancillary carapace, guys. That's going to be plus 10 hit points, making the Hydras 100 hit points. Quite tanky, man. You know, these Swarm Queens kind of look like Ultralisks, don't they? They're just so chunkers. Huge chungus. Plus 2 carapace, plus 2 melee on the way. No range upgrades for the Hydras just yet. The Alien Cyclone could find an excellent fight here off creep. That scan's going to really help out. Remember, Cyclones have a little bit more cooldown lock-on time between lock-ons. Like, you've got to wait a little bit longer before it locks on again. Cyclone Hellion, he's got to spread these units. I don't like the way BYUN's clumping him quite so much, but I guess he just wants to kite for now rather than standing and fighting. He will finally start to clean this army up. 5th Command Center going down to be a real problem. Lings are in the 3rd, though. Uh-oh, Lings are in that 3rd base. That old mineral line! Oh, no, not like this. The Cyclones do clean up the Banelings in the north. The 5th Command Center survives for now, but that's 20 SCVs down. You know what? He's still got 72. I mean, 20 SCVs hurts really badly in a lot of scenarios. In this scenario, I don't know if it's the end of the world. He's just got to... His army's a bit fragile right now. He can't get these guys cornered. No, BYUN, if you... He's in a fragile spot. But if he can, like, just rebuild those workers quickly, get close to max, he's adding some tanks, spread some tanks around, be big. Ling Flank comes in. He has very few Hellions. I do think he needs another reacted factory. He's got 6 Hellions building at a time now. Desperately needs to get that Hellion count up. And you know what? Not too bad. Pushes the Banelings away. Reynor's creep spread's not there. He's still not got the creep upgrade on those Swarm Queens. Remember, he could be spreading creep all over the map right now. The Sensor Tower also kind of being left to stand free. The other thing is Burrowed Infestors. Obviously, Burrowed Infestors to catch your opponent's units is big. But look at the tank spots. Oh, BYUN. Beautiful tank positioning. He's got tanks on all the corners, spread out around those. Oh my gosh, this is amazing for map control. And he's got Hellbats ready to guard that tank as well. Cleans up the gold base. Oh, man. Oh, man. Reynor builds a Spire. Oh, no. Reynor has no idea what he's doing. Oh, no, that's for Greater Spire. Never mind. His Hive is already done. Okay. So he's going to go Broodlords, which is absolutely necessary. In the meantime, though, he's got to get Infestors, and he's got to kind of burrow them behind and start neuroparasiting siege tanks or something like that. Lings are trying to go for this round. Can he do it? Lings are good against Cyclones, but the Hellions and Hellbats tend to ruin them. Pretty good wraparound. Lings are expendable units, and I think that's a really good trade for Reynor. Right when we were saying the position looked really rough and he's losing too many units, every Cyclone is worth about 12 Zerglings. Like, this is, you know, these are good trades. These are really good trades for Reynor. He's down 2,000 in the trading. That's normal. Zerg's meant to be down sometimes as much as 50% behind Terran. I'd say more comfortable is 25 to 30% is acceptable. Gets above that, Terran starts to feel really happy. Anything below that, and if you get close to 50-50, you know, then Zerg is going to be just having a big fat smile on their face. That being said, this map doesn't have a lot of neutral bases, right? It's like, this is the only kind of neutral base. It's not clearly on one player's side of the map or the other, and so far he's had it denied a few times. Siege tanks partially covering, the Lings go for the surround. He loves this mobile mass Zergling army. He's coming in right now. He does have adrenal glands. A few Siege tanks, Hellions, and Cyclones there, and I think a wise pullback. There's no repair drone upgrade just yet, guys. For BYUN. Does BYUN have an engineering bay? He does. He should be going repair drones. Means the buildings will douse these fires on their own and repair back to Half-Life for free. Saves you a lot of money long term as well. Here we go. Hydras, Zerglings coming in. It's mostly the APM though. It's the APM of not panicking, having to repair things quickly and losing less idle time. Oh, Cyclone's getting picked off. Hydra Ling getting big damage. He's in the middle of the map as well. Oh, he clears the tanks. Nice move with the Zerglings, but Reynor's got to be careful to not overcommit. I don't think this is an overcommitment, though. That's a great trade. That one siege tank does barely survive. But wowzers. Units lost tab very close to even. He cleans up so many expensive units, and whilst BYUN has 5 bases and a really impressive worker count, this is very scary. Now, finally, subdermal creep follicles. The Swarm Queen passive creep gen upgrade is here. And he's still got those 5 Swarm Queens. I mean, he can use this to just run up if he clears these tanks and just spread creep here, everywhere, and spread it all over the map. And that's one of the best ways you can dominate the map on this mod. Lings on the right side will come in. The siege tanks don't have any of their specialty upgrades just yet. They're not important really at this stage. Hydra's getting pushed back by the Cyclones. Man, it's so tough. The mobility of Cyclone Hellion, even on the live game, is tough. With the Cyclones keeping up with the Hellions for once, it's even more punishing. Does allow Mech to be much more viable against Zerg here. Hellbats do a quick morph. Nice move there with the Hellbats roasting and toasting those Zerglings. Hydra Zergling in the north side. Cyclone Hellion trying to pick them off. The Swarm Queens. He's spamming transfuses for days, but the Swarm Queens are going to go down. He finally gets the upgrade where they spread creep, and they're all dead. And that is really sucky for REYNOR. He just got the creep upgrade for them. His little mobile creep outposts that they're meant to be are all gone. Now, he's got a Great Aspire, right? He does have a Great Aspire. He's building some Corruptors. He wants to break these tank positions, but honestly, there's only 4 tanks. It's almost pure Cyclone Hellion, and yeah, Broodlords can pick at that, but they can also get dove on by the Cyclone sometimes. You got to be really careful. Lingbane counter over here. REYNOR, one of the fastest players in the world. BYUN used to be the best micro Terran in the world. These days, still considered very good at micro, but not as good at like the raw multitasking as Clem, the best Terran in the world. And oh, he finds the mass burrowed Baneling. He wanted to detonate that under the Cyclone Hellion and blow them all up, but BYUN scans it, and that there is, my friends, the power of the Orbital Command Center, of which, by the way, he's only got 5. He doesn't have, like, mass orbital, and he does need Vikings and Thors. He scans, or he just saw the Broodlords. He must have spotted the edge of the Broodlords with that scan, because Vikings and Thors have both powered up. He's forgotten +3 vehicle armor, which is a bit of a bummer. Quite an important upgrade for Terran, but the Vikings and Thors will help him deal with this. Obviously, Libs and potentially Ghosts would also be amazing late-game tools. The lack of Infestors with Burrow have been a little bit of a loss here, but Zergling's unable to deal with the Planetary Fortress. They will find a siege tank on its own and clear it up. Broodlord's trying to do a poke, but oh my god, they're unguarded! Oh no! Dude, he's going to lose 3 Broods. Two Broodlords went down. One of the Cyclones did fall. Not a bad move. The Broodlords take out quite a few of these Cyclones. Now, Broodlings no longer have a timed life, but they will just lose life over time. So they'll naturally lose hit points the longer they are out, as you can see, guys. So they still last, I think they last a little bit longer now than they did previously, but they're still pretty nerfed. Remember, Broodlings got nerfed a billion times in the last few years of StarCraft 2, and they've not really reverted most of those. So Broodlord's still just a kind of hit and run unit, moving in and out. They do fire their first shot immediately these days. REYNOR's not got any bank, though. He's got to be careful. He still has to be very efficient here. Denying this base is huge. Oh, this base getting blocked by a single burrowed Zergling is massive. The gold base he's transferring workers to. Wow, this is really good. He knows that top middle base is the hardest to defend, so that's the most important to take the resources. Before BYUN can counter push, Thors get caught in the open. That is a disaster for BYUN. His Hellion Cyclone, they were too busy clearing the Zergling on the bottom base. REYNOR dives, catches him out of position. You can imagine if that Cyclone Hellion was there to defend those Thors initially, that's a horrendous fight for REYNOR. But REYNOR dove, took advantage of that little bit of weakness, and now he should hard swap off Broodlords. He's actually made a few more, funnily enough. He's got a few more Broodlords filtering through. But I think, you know you're going to get tons more Vikings and Thors out of BYUN, just because he's got to respect these Broods. That could be massive. Remember, Queens can transfuse off creeps. They're a much better support unit at this stage. This command center could land down here. BYUN is going to need that mining up in the near future right now. And come. He's ahead for BYUN. I imagine he's got a few mules out there. Only one, actually. But REYNOR maybe just not having quite as many minerals to mine from. His command center struggling to land. Zergling's hoping that he drops mules down here. BYUN lands the command center and awkwardly picks it back up again as he goes for it. +3 vehicle armor. Counts for ships and ground mech. And, of course, his ship weapons. Broodlings coming in. The Viper's going to abduct these Vikings into the Hydras. But the Broodlords could struggle with the Thors. The tank's very good against those Hydras. Unfortunately, he didn't get the no friendly fire damage, which means he will blast his own Hellbats here in some of these situations. But oh my god, the Broodlords get pushed back. BYUN holds on for now. The Broodlord goes down. What an insane hold there for BYUN. These faster moving Hellbats, that 10 extra hit points really does make a difference. And he's able to push him away. REYNOR is making a ton of Zerglings. He's mining the gold minerals, but honestly, I think REYNOR needs to pivot into a full mobile army, make some Banes, crash through this northern base, and then go back to focusing on the south. Right now, he's kind of getting stuck on this bottom base, and he's got to try and maybe take out these northern bases. I love the Lings in the south. I think Ling run bys in the south is a great idea. Scouting barracks for BYUN has really paid off, though. You can just split a few Hellbats, Cyclones, things down there to catch those Zerglings. And REYNOR, Viper, Hydraling, Bane will be his transition at this stage. He's got the gold base mining. He's going to jump on him. Oh, my lord. Opportunistic dive, but he's only a small army for REYNOR. Is this a good move? Oh, he gets one Blinding Cloud on the tank, but honestly, I think he should have Blinding Clouded the Thors there. I could be wrong. Not quite having the Viper energy needed. Hydra's trying to stand and fight. Units lost tab. It's incredibly close between the two, but it's such a good late game mech map for Terran because, like I said, where are the neutral bases? There's only this gold base. Thankfully, REYNOR is mining it. He's not taking the gas, which is a little unfortunate. I feel like he should be mining everything, but even this middle base he's struggled to mine from. He's got to keep trading about as efficiently as he has, or he will lose. If there's just one normal ZVT engagement where the Terran just wipes the floor with him, which is a bit more standard, you know, he's taking such good fights for these Zerglings. Even though the Hellbats just blast them, he's always getting really good surrounds. The Cyclones trying to take out the hatchery, they're not able to. The drones are instantly popping out of the ground there, trying to get back to mining. His Zergling harassment's great. REYNOR's multitasking has been off the charts, but I do think that top left base is so clearly indefensible. Like, BYUN is just in survival mode, trying to hold this middle wedge. And letting this mine, there's thousands. This is a base. If you deny this, BYUN can never retake it. Like, you can take that hatchery and steal those resources. So that's the one little positioning error that he's made this game. 25 Hydras is also way too many. They're going to get stuck behind each other in the battle unless you split your army into two sides. Hydras aren't maneuverable enough for you to have such a mass be useful. Usually above about 15 in one engagement, unless they're already pre-spread into a big concave, is going to struggle. Very fantastic game 7. Cool to see BYUN risk everything on mech. Viper barely survives. He's going to come forward. You got to watch out. He can abduct those Cyclones. Vipers will give long-term efficiency. I guess I can see why he's on heavy Hydra now, because he's gone 6 Viper. Okay. Makes sense. Oh, good move in air. I don't know if BYUN needs to commit it, though. I feel like he could have just killed the hatchery and ran away. So units might get isolated now. Lings do deny this base. Abduct's coming in. He yoinks the tanks, yoinks the Cyclones. The Lings and the Hydras blast them. 3 Vipers do go down, but he does some really good damage. I don't think chasing in is a good idea, though. You can see the tanks are still there. The Hellbats as well. The hatchery up north does go down. REYNOR, he's still making more Zerglings, but he's lost his gold base, and he's not denied this one, which means this base here and this base here are everything for him. He's going to be able to remax long term, though. Is he really going to be able to find the engagements? He's been on mass Zergling for so long, and you can see BYUN's composition is changing. He's on almost pure Hellion. He's got like 20 Hellions. Yes, there's some Cyclones and tanks and things, and the Vipers will be efficient with those abducts, but they've only got so much energy. So you can pick off a Cyclone or two, and now you need a minute. REYNOR's like, give me a minute, let me consume more energy. Remember, consume is a little bit slower on the energy grab than it is in the live version of the game as well. It does do more damage to your buildings as well. He needs to start grabbing energy and try to find a way to get that done. BYUN is going to start mining this base. I think constant link counters on the south would be great, but the barrack spots them every single time. Vipers consuming that extractor. They got to pull back and try and grab energy off something a bit tankier. You can see there, they are going to kill that extractor pretty quickly. Pure Hydraling, a few Broodlords in the mix. There are still 7 Vikings. Hellion Cyclone founds the southern base. Oh no! Oh no, REYNOR! This is one of his only 2 mining bases. BYUN scans the top, sees no hatchery, and that means he has a smile on his face. He knows that REYNOR's economy is toast. REYNOR's on his last 4,000 minerals, 250 gas right now in the bank. He's going to run in with Zerglings. If he gets on the production, that'd be really nice. But as it is, pokes forward on the front. This hatchery goes down as well. No way. BYUN is right now treating REYNOR like a toddler. Hello? Hello? Who's a good boy? Yeah. Oh, got your hatchery. Oh, got your drones. Like, he's just running. Absolute disrespect, BYUN. When a battle mech player has you and they have you pinned like this on a map like this where he's got his bases defended, you can't defend your expansion. It really does feel like you're being toyed with. You feel like a helpless toddler. And you're like, gosh, man, put some respect on my name. But what can REYNOR do in this scenario? I don't know. BYUN's playing so well. And he's just constantly darting in with these little packs. And that hatchery should go down. He does target it. The Cyclones and Hellbats will fall, but BYUN's got good income. Vikings looking for the exposed Broodlords. This is a dangerous dive. Good transfuses. Queens will defend there. Remember, their anti-air damage is still just as good, if actually better than it is pre-patch. Or pre this mod. In the live version of the game is what I'm trying to say. Broodlord, Queen, Viper hanging out. Vikings are going to come in and overwhelm. The Viper's getting gunned down. There's not enough support here. The Hydraling comes back. The Parabomb somewhat effective on the Vikings, but they pull back that one. The Broodlords have all gone down. You could see the way BYUN kind of baited him in like an angry bull into a bit of a sloppy engage. Like, yeah, there was some beauty there for REYNOR, but there was also some sloppiness. And as much as REYNOR's units lost tab is so impressive, and I always find his heavy Zergling anti-mech play so impressive, it's so fragile and it's so difficult on a map like this. If you put him on a big 4-player map with lots of bases up this top side of the map where he could expand away from the Terran, sure, he'd be able to do this forever. But in this sort of game, I'm just not quite sure about that. Hydraling trying to break through. His Corruptors are peeing on the command center down the bottom, which is a really cute move. But there's not much more reinforce here. The Planetary defending, nice fallback of that position. The 3 Corruptors trying to do the wee-wee, but the mass repair is good enough. The Cyclones and Vikings are going to clean it up. Hydras catch the Thors in the open. REYNOR's been really good at opportunistically diving on exposed Thors all game long, but he's only got +1 range on those Hydras as well. And that's actually a really big thing I've just realized. Only +1 on the Hydras. Quite unfortunate. Against +3 armor mech, that's a huge damage reduction. The Corruptors all went down. The Thors, Hellions, and Cyclones, hold on. REYNOR's got his gold base back up in the north. He's got the southern base back mining again. This middle base back mining. But in order to get the map control to do that, he's had to sacrifice his entire army. And BYUN realizes this. He's like, you have just overextended so far. You don't have anything left. He counter pushes across the map. And BYUN makes it happen there. Really well played. It was kind of cool to see him playing mech there. The only upgrade difference he got in this game was Hurricane Thrusters. Didn't really remember all of his tank upgrades. And honestly, they wouldn't have been that impactful. Really unfortunate REYNOR, I wasn't able to use his Swarm Queens a bit early. It's so hard against Battle Mech. Like, even if he did get the Swarm Queen upgrade first instead of the armor and moved around and maybe spread some creep a little bit further forward here, respread some creep here, it would have been tough to not just lose the Swarm Queens to Cyclones on the move. But I do think there's like really high skill ceiling for what you can do with those Swarm Queens with that creep spread upgrade. For those who haven't seen it, you can literally move the Queen from here to here, and it instantaneously creates a corridor of creep like that. Now the creep will recede when she's not standing near it, but the fact is, the ability to like run forward with that Swarm Queen, and she's pretty decently fast as well off creep, is insane. It's like she just like runs forward, spreads the creep like crazy, because obviously, well, it's not that she's fast off creep, it's that she generates creep instantly, so she's moving on creep as she moves. So she basically becomes a fast unit. And you can just run around, and then you can just drop a creep tumor, run around, drop a creep tumor, run around, drop a creep tumor, and like you can just have like a Swarm Queen on each side of the map, and they're so good at throwing the creep right up in your opponent's face. And if your opponent's like, oh, they've just got a planetary here, you can run up and put a creep tumor here with her. And like have creep on your opponent's base and then spread it backwards from there as well. Like that sort of thing. So you can even set up launch pads for your attacks where anytime REYNOR is jumping forwards here, if you've got a Swarm Queen that goes just in front of your army, sometimes you can get creep like onto their base before the fight even starts. Either way, really cool to see. I mean, there's so many fun changes. I feel like the players have barely scratched the surface because they're not as used to it as they could be. And I think what's really cool is since the last time I've cast a bunch of patches mod games, for those who don't know, as we kind of tab out here and take a look, is there's so many more changes in here. It's become a massive document. A lot of it is just changelog stuff, but there's so many cool things, and I've just cast a lot of games today, and I'm like, damn, there are so many friggin' awesome changes. I totally am sad that no one used the Battlecruiser, by the way. Battlecruiser anti-ground attack range up to 7. And like, come on, guys! It's also faster move speed. You've got extra range against ground. It's not quite as crazy as Green Earth's Battlecruiser, but I think over time you can see Patches and Green Earth both infecting each other with fun, cool ideas and just adding them to this mod. And I can't wait to see more games on this. For those who don't know, if you didn't already watch and hear about it earlier, the Patch Clash circuit got announced. $5,000 circuit. There is a $2,000 circuit final held after 8 monthly cups with a $405 prize pool. That can all be increased, and there can be support for more future events. You guys go over to the website down in the description below, or if you're watching live in the chat, I'm going to link that to everyone who's watching live right now. You can go search the Match Arena or the Ko-Fi. A big shout out to Patches, of course, for just running his own small tournaments and events on this mod for a while, constantly adding changes, putting them in, figuring out how to do them perfectly in the map maker, bringing cool upgrades from campaign and things that were already built, as well as adding and building his own little things to go into the game. But also, I think it's Delphus who sponsored it. I think Roddy pitched in a little bit and a few other people, so hats off to those guys. So check it out, patchclash.com, and thank you guys. I'll be casting highlight matches from this as we go on. And GG, well played. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time. Goodbye and good night. How we doing, guys? Does the duck's energy cost depend on the weight of the unit targeted? I'm kidding, but it should. Dude, it so should. Do you know how hard it is to pull a Thor? You gotta use your tongue and you're like, wait, get over here. Yeah. WTV, brah, whatever. Back to Henry the Platypus. Is he around or what? Wait, what is Henry the Platypus? This rings a bell. Raynor Beyond Patch Clash Finals Part 2. Fun finals, guys. Deck is back. Big booty queens give the most energy. Oh my. If you pull the Marines, you should be able to lasso them. Wait, isn't Henry the Octopus the Wiggles? Oh, that's the Wiggles guy. Of course I know Henry the Octopus, the purple Wiggle guy. Yeah, Henry the Octopus is friggin' fantastic, man. He's the best. I love Henry the Octopus. This guy's legendary. Oh man, is AoE 2K run still happening? What's up, Perturbed Gertrude? Yeah, it's on hiatus. It's a long-term goal, but at the moment, I have to. Are you an AoE fan? Is anyone else here an AoE fan? So basically, I need to. There's this loser. This guy is like some washed loser. No one really cares about. I gotta embarrass this guy in a tournament. For a new RTS that's just come out called Zero Space. So we have a big invitational for that. This idiot thinks he can contest me. Now there's a reason I'm picking on Viper. It's because Marine Lord's like top of the ladder already. So we're not gonna shit talk Marine Lord. We really should. Even bigger cuck than Viper. Even bigger cuck. Number one AoE 4 player in the world. Biggest cuck in existence. I'm gonna destroy this guy as well. So this tournament's on August 9th. So it's like just over a week away, and I'm pretty bad at it. So I really need to practice Zero Space a lot to try and catch up, because some of the guys have raced ahead. But after that's over, I think I'll probably make at least 2 days a week on the stream free for Age of Empires. And I've actually been just diddling around. In my like zone out, you know when you like want to play a game, just chill out. I've actually been playing a lot of AoE 2 campaigns. I've been running through a bunch of the campaigns. I think I'm on the Gurjaris one right now. Yeah, I'm on the Gurjaris one, which has been fun. It's like 50% trying to get Jasmine to get with me. I'm just, the only thing missing is like a very exuberant genie who's you know, who I find in like a cave and stuff. It's like, I'm like, this is the one campaign where a big part is trying to like steal your waifu off her crazy father, which is kind of fun. But anyways, yeah, no videos on the campaigns. No, it's absolutely just me silently playing, chilling off stream. Zero commentary, you know, the good stuff. But yeah, there's so many fun games right now, guys. Zero Space, I think, is going to be a big bit of my focus, because I think it's just like, I just want to give them a bit of love, and the game is actually fun. Like, I really want to, I got to go take a break and get some proper lunch in me and stuff, but, because I've already had a long ass stream. These series were long, but I really want to figure the game out more, because, like, I was thinking, like, how far can I take a turtle greed style? Because you can block projectiles in Zero Space, and I really wonder if, like, basically you can just fast expand, give up map control. It's probably a bad style, but, like, I kind of want to build, like, I feel like there's some min-maxing with SimCity, where you build turrets behind SimCity and rush 3 base, and build like a little outpost in between your natural and your third, where you might be able to do some crazy stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I'm probably not. I mean, the game isn't really designed to be a turtle fest, but I kind of feel like there's definitely some min-maxing with the building placement I can do in Zero Space, as well as just a ton of other things. I've been like learning all the different heroes, the different merc factions and stuff. Viper's barely playing Zero Space. You're gonna own him? Yeah, I mean, I think his ego will kick in surely now in like the last week, and he'll start playing. I haven't played that much either, but I think his ego will kick in, and he'll no doubt he'll have to start playing. Otherwise, he's gonna get embarrassed. But shout out to Patches, guys. This was really, really fun. Yeah, Cats, Cats Scarlet. I did some very early consulting on it, whereas Cats is like a full developer for it. Scarlet was very heavily involved as well, whereas I just did playtesting for it in the early days, Coffee Harper. But it's awesome. You guys should check it out. It's in early access. It just started early access last week, and it's like the best RTS that's come in a long time. Probably since StarCraft 2. I don't know if there's been an RTS that's come out as good as Zero Space in the last 10 years, in my opinion. Or 15 years. There's a lot of cool shit. It's not finished, clearly. But as far as a game, I feel like I can play the ladder like it's a finished game. And it's like fine, besides occasional bugs. But yeah, essentially it's really, really fun. It's so unique. The problem with Zero Space for me is that it's way too much StarCraft 2 plus Warcraft 3 like Stormgate says Flying Sticks. I would say it's like it's definitely got little aspects of them, but it's actually I thought most RTS play. I mean, everyone has their own weird thing. I think it's got a bit more Dota in it. In the way a lot of the abilities interact and the early game is microed, it feels like the first 5 minutes of each game especially is very Dota. It kind of feels like you're 15 minutes into a Dota game, but obviously you're microing more than one thing for the first 5 minutes. It's very interesting. Yeah, Age of Empires 4 is a decent RTS for sure. Zero Space is way more satisfying of a game in terms of like, so I'm not hating on AoE4. I think AoE4 is a good game. It's not bad, but when it comes to, if you like micro-oriented, very responsive, fluid, interactive gameplay, AoE4 has almost nothing for you. No offense to AoE4. AoE4 is about interesting strategy, positioning, unit comps, and build orders. AoE 2 has more of a combo of micro and macro, with macro and builds and stuff still being way more important. And then you've got, SC2 is way more micro-centric and stuff. So with the thing about Zero Space is it's very micro-focused in terms of how you interact with your opponent. And it's constantly about this it's like very much, it's a wrestling match for the map. So I never got the same sort of feeling playing Stormgate as I did with Zero Space. I never got to that moment. Is Zero Space going the way of Stormgate? How the fuck could any game go the way of Stormgate? Promise that you got 3 years of like, guys, it's gonna revolutionize RTS. It's gonna be the best RTS ever. It's gonna break. Basically, it's like a clinic on how to absolutely raise everyone's expectations to the moon, and then obviously not be able to deliver on it. And then Zero Space is like this fucking indie game that's come in, made by like the core team is like 5 people, and there's obviously more behind that, and tons of other people, artists and people that have been involved over time. But like the core people that were working on it from the start is like not that many people who have just like grinded hard and had to create their own very unique and very weird at points. Like some unit parts of the game are just so different to any other RTS I've ever played, where I'm like, what the fuck? But they've got like clearly some cool, some unique tenets. Like one is clearly rule of cool, right? Where they don't care about things being a bit overpowered if it's cool enough. Like, what was it? I was playing some Legion yesterday for the first time, and like, it's like, oh, you can sacrifice your basic bitch guys. Like there's an ability you get, a late game top power ability, where you turn a point into a sacrificial altar on the map, and then you can just feed your dudes into it, and then it creates for 90 seconds like the fucking astral projection of the emperor of your legion, and you just run around. And the guy, I went in, I killed 4 buildings with 1 hit with this fucking thing. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's so silly but amazing. There's a lot of just like rule of cool, but then there's also there's also just like good micro interactions. Like there's a lot of very interactive engagements where I'm like, oh shit. And like whenever I'm playing the 1800 plus players I run into on the ladder, who are like the better players, dude, I'm just like, no way. Like, because it's just barely dawning on me how many different things there are going on in a battle. Because when I play people at my level, I'm using 2 or 3 active abilities in micro. There's like a few things I focus on. And then I play people who are better than me there. And I'm like, oh, I'll use this ability. And they counter with this other ability. And then they've got like, oh, they use this top bar and they use this unit to dive on these exposed damage units of mine, and their tanks are kind of blocking me from getting on top of their ranged guys. And I'm like, oh fuck, they're blocking my guys from focusing his DPS. Their diving guys are diving on my DPS units. They're using these abilities whenever I try to dive forward and I clump a bit too much. Not to mention the drag formation. You can drag units to create a formation. Viper was having trouble understanding what was happening in battles. Yeah. When you first start, it's like overwhelming. It's absolutely a game where he'll need some coaching. I need coaching as well. Every time I've talked to more experienced players, it's really helped me out. So it's obviously not as experienced of a community because it's a new game. So unlike learning AoE 2, I have to go ask questions a lot more on Discord of the coaches and the experienced players who've played a lot more in the trial periods. Because it's a big learning curve initially, but then once it clicks, it feels really good. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 3-minute ad break. See you guys in a sec. Ad break's auto playing. I've delayed it as long as I can. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. I think the next big RTS needs to focus on getting an established player base through fun modes. That's literally what Zero Space does, Japik. I haven't played it, but you guys should go try it. That's what Winter's been streaming every day. Winter and Euthermal and stuff. They have their co-op mode and whatnot. Yeah, 1v1 is absolutely like the bonus mode. Obviously, it's fun though. Be right back, guys. Give us a sec.
Position. The Medivacs there as well. A Ling run by does try to come in on that bottom side. You can see he's going to catch the rally, but Clem already insta-reacts. Dodges the biles. Cyril almost eats his own corrosive biles there. Slow Banelings waddling into these Marines. Bile actually lands on a few of them, but the tank shots. Ow, 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 ow. Whenever you walk into these tank shots, so many Marines. He gets a triple bile off to Cyril, but he loses every Ravager to kill one siege tank. Clem fights back and puts the brakes on the Cyril train. Oh my god. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Dude, he's fighting back, bro. Holy crap.
One.
Mineral field depleted.
One. Five.
Mineral field depleted.
Two base. Five. Two base. Five.
Stuff and all that, but these pro gamers apparently prioritizing injecting their hatcheries and sending their lings into each other mineral lions.
Virgin detected. Houston, we've detected an anomaly. There appears to be a lack of sexual encounters for the professional gamers going on, and because of that, they're optimizing their lava injects and actually winning the video game.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think probably they're just lava injecting. They're probably just producing units a little bit. Oh, look at that. It was a Stargate. It's just hidden. So this is what. Oh my gosh, jump scare. Sorry guys, I didn't realize once again we'd be looking into the dead eyes of a Terran player up here. He's got bubbles coming out of his head. Is that because he's breathing? Do they think sharks have a blowhole, guys? Why are there bubbles around his... Is it a whale? It's not a whale, it's a shark, right? Wait. Either way. Anyways, let's go back down here, shall we? Let's get Burrow, guys. Wait, I already have Burrow? When did I make Burrow this game? Oh, I'm making it in the main. It was a misclick. Okay, awesome. I'll take it. Oh, GG! Oh! Oh! I'm sorry for making orgasm noises, guys. I'm sorry, but that was... If that wasn't worthy, then what was? Then what was? Oh, damn. Thank you so much, Captain Undead, for the $5 as well. Holy crap. Oh, my God. Okay. That was beautiful, mate. Get up the ramp, guys. Get up the ramp. Get up there, fat boys. Oh my gosh, we're gonna file down these workers as well. Oh. Good spells. The problem is, he doesn't have enough army to capitalize on those good spells. A few good, you know, neurals or whatever, it's not going to make a difference if you've only got a handful of units. But now he's got a big Ultraling army. Time Warp does go down. He's got plenty of Overseers this time. Much better than last time. He doesn't have any Microbials or Blinding Clouds though. And the Immortals are doing pretty well in this corner. Trading out. What? Did 2 Ultras just phase through the Immortal Archon? Did you guys just see 2 Ultras appear out of the ground? I don't know if the replay just glitched. Or was there eggs? Oh, was there eggs? There must have been eggs in the middle of that fight. There must have been... I didn't even realize there was eggs in the middle of that fight. 2 Ultras spawned on top of the army. I couldn't see them underneath everything else going on. That was actually really good timing of those Ultras. Hey Pig, my friend Stuart is watching your stream. Can you give a shout out to Stupidas? Hey, welcome, Stupid Ass. Thank you very much. I hope you are having a great day, Stupid Ass, and welcome to channel Stu. Or should I call you Mr. Pidass? Either way, got a bit of pizzazz going on. How you doing? All right, guys, what's up? All right, I'm tired, guys. I'm gonna send you guys over somewhere else. Long stream today, but have some fun with Febe. Seems to be streaming some. What are we playing? Is that Inquisitress? No, that's the. That's what's it called? That's Galavax, right? The media guy? Or no? Oh wait, that's the. That's my hero, isn't it? Isn't that the water dude? Am I crazy? Playing Protectorate. Yeah. This is my my water dude. They're playing Chakra. I don't know if they're playing Crabs or the other guys. Oh man, and they might be getting wrecked. It looks like they're playing the other guys. Oh yeah, they got the little skirmisher dudes in there. Oh my god, this army is massive. I think we might be dead. Anyway, have some fun with Febe. Appreciate you guys all for hanging out. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, someone saying the casual mode. I mean, this is a game that does focus on casual modes. I think there's very different audiences for RTS. Zero Space is one of these projects that's trying to do everything. It's trying to, like, it's kind of crazy ambitious, but I would say it's still a bit less ridiculous than, like, Stormgate was a bit more crazy with, like, being like, we want you to have an editor and everything as well. But yeah, check it out. Have some fun. I really recommend you guys try Zero Space and try out the campaign and everything. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you're a casual gamer who just wants to play campaign, if you like interactive micro-based multiplayer gameplay, I will say that you should try it out. It is $40. Might be discounted on Steam though, or whatever, but check it out on Steam. Multiplayer co-op or single-player co-op stuff. I think I'll maybe play some of that tomorrow or the day after, and I might make a video about those as well. To give a bit more of a review of what the co-op is good at, what it's bad at, the campaign, that sort of stuff, and kind of see how it goes. All right, have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. See you later. Because people keep asking about that side, and I kind of feel shitty that I don't have an actual answer. I'm like, I don't know, I haven't touched them, man. I got a 1v1 tournament I got to worry about. I'm just focused on that, brother. All right, have a good night, fam. I'll see you later. Bye. Dude, this place, very expansion focused. Nice.